Most people wanted to see final victory or complete defeat. But the margins, the places where things could go either way depending on decisions made in the moment, those were where actual power lay. Where gold will be spent efficiently versus wasted. Where 118 people will retreat in better order than 118 people without this structure. It won't be the difference between victory and defeat. But margins are where wars are actually decided. The secondary roster represented something that most military organizations did not give sufficient attention to: the logistics, the supply chains, the infrastructure that allowed actual combat to occur. It was the difference between an army and a mob. It was the difference between a formation that could hold for hours and one that would scatter after minutes. The margins were where the real victory or defeat happened, where individual choices by thousands of people either supported or undermined the strategic vision. Ren Xiaolan had understood this in the way that only someone with real military experience could understand it. Ren Xiaolan seemed to accept this with the weight of someone who had spent years making decisions in situations where every option contained some quantity of acceptable loss. She had that quality that marked serious people, the ability to accept necessary losses and keep moving forward anyway. The messenger came from Tan Beilu this morning, she said. The archive network is complete. We have coordination runners positioned in 6 locations across the frontier. If we need to move information, we can do it in under 4 hours from central to the furthest point. What's the information we're passing? Sightings, movements, villages that need to evacuate. And Ren Xiaolan met his eyes directly. And in that moment Wei Liang saw something that most people never allowed themselves to show: the bone-deep awareness that this might not end in victory, and the decision to continue anyway. That was the thing that separated actual generals from parade commanders. The documentation. Ten has made copies of the most critical pieces. If the alliance takes us down, the material survives. Wei Liang nodded. It was the right tactical choice. It was also the choice that meant Ren Xiaolan had stopped thinking of this as a short operation and had started thinking of it as something that might span years, with the possibility of catastrophic loss built into the planning assumption. That was the perspective of a serious general. That was the perspective of someone who understood that strategy was not about avoiding loss, but about structuring what you did so that loss never became absolute. She was thinking in centuries the way Wei Liang did. The 80 cultivator force will take 28 days to reach the frontier at current pace, Wei Liang said. His sources for this information were multiple: intelligence runners, archive predictions, the system's own assessment algorithms that parsed probability and movement patterns with mathematical precision. The system had made a gift of knowledge over 3,000 years, and that knowledge was precise. 28 days to consolidate, to train harder, to establish supply lines, to make certain that the people who will fight understand why they're fighting. He looked back at the roster, at the names of people who would stand or fall based on decisions being made in this room, in this moment, by people who understood that they were making those decisions. The weight of that responsibility was visible in the way Ren Xiaolan held her shoulders. How many of these people know the archive material? 78, Ren Xiaolan said. The rest will be brought in closer to engagement. I didn't want to spread the information too widely until we had to. The more people who know, the more risk of an alliance spy understanding the scope of what's happening. That's correct, Wei Liang said. He set the roster down carefully, as if it were something sacred. In a way, it was the written record of people who had chosen to stand against institutional power, and that choice, once written down, became a kind of promise. Bring the 78 together tomorrow at sunrise. I'll speak to them. Not as a commander, I'm not their commander, but as someone who has fought this fight in a previous form and has watched the Alliance respond to it in all the possible ways they respond. They should hear this from someone who knows. Ren Xiaolan looked at him with an expression that was difficult to read, not doubt, but the weight of understanding what would happen when the 78 cultivators in the militia came into the presence of something that carried 3,000 years of accumulated power. That might cause problems, she said, when you stand in front of them and they feel what you are. Yes, Wei Liang said. It will. But the problems it causes will be smaller than the problems that arrive if they're standing in front of Shun Xiaolong's people and they haven't felt what they're fighting against. He paused. They need to know that they're not fighting for an abstract principle. They're fighting because something older than the Alliance itself is standing with them, and that thing is not going to break. Chapter 62. The clearing was a half-li from the central archive facility, broad and open enough to hold 218 people if they were arranged closely, but Ren Xiaolan had positioned these 78 in a wide circle with their backs roughly outward, a formation that had nothing to do with combat and everything to do with making sure no one was trying to use the others as a shield against whatever was coming. It was a formation that communicated respect and also vulnerability, a statement that said, I am here without deception, and you are here without the protection of numbers. Songmu stood beside Wei Liang at the circle's center, archive flame burning in both hands without being called. Songmu's cultivation advancement had been accelerating in ways that Wei Liang understood with precision. The flame was becoming something more than a tool. It was becoming an expression of Songmu's fundamental commitment to protecting the frontier. That transformation of cultivation from something personal to something institutional took time and extraordinary dedication. Most cultivators did not achieve it. They used their advancement for personal elevation, for the accumulation of status and power that could be converted into influence. But Songmu had made a different choice, to subordinate his personal advancement to the needs of the collective structure. That was rare. It was also fragile. It required constant reinforcement through success and through the visible commitment of others to the same goal. It was the first time Wei Liang had seen Songmu's fire at this intensity. The flame was a deep amber gold, the heat of it palpable at 10 meters distance, and the cultivation signature around it was stronger than Wei Liang had felt from him before. The kind of strength that meant Songmu had been working harder at his foundation than Wei Liang had realized, pushing his advancement forward with the specific intensity of someone who knew that combat was coming and was not going to meet it. Underprepared. There was something else in the flame as well, something that had not been there before, a sense of purpose, a deliberate choice to use his cultivation for protection rather than for personal advancement. That was a transformation that took time and intention to achieve. Songmu was becoming something different. Not just a cultivator with power, but a person committed to a structure larger than his own growth. The 78 militia people looked at Wei Liang and felt what Ren Xiulan had warned about. It showed in their shoulders first, the way they straightened, or sometimes the way they flinched backward by half a step, then forced themselves to hold position. It showed in their breathing, which shallowed. It showed in the quality of their attention, which became absolute, the way attention becomes when something in the environment registers as fundamentally other. Some of them were feeling cultivation presence for the first time at this intensity. Others had felt it before, but never focused on them in this way, with this weight of intention and awareness. Wei Liang waited until the moment had settled into something that resembled stability. The panic was passing, being replaced by something more useful, curiosity, and beneath that, the beginning of comprehension that what they were looking at was not their enemy. The manifestation of the Night Sovereign was visible only to cultivators, but everyone could feel something. A change in the pressure of the air, a weight that pressed down without violence. Then he spoke. I am Wei Liang, he said. His voice was quiet, but it carried to the edge of the circle without effort, the kind of voice that came from someone who had once occupied a throne and had developed the specific authority of a person who did not need to shout to be heard. 3,000 years ago, I occupied a different form. I carried the title Yi Kuang, sovereign of the demons of the border. That name still means something in certain archives and in certain historical records. If you have read the documentation that Tan Balu has compiled, you know the things that title carried with it, the power and the responsibility and the wars that came from both. One of the militia people, a woman with gray streaking her hair and the movement pattern of someone who had spent her life doing hard labor, took half a step forward. The movement was not hostile. It was the movement of someone gathering courage to speak when speaking felt dangerous. The Alliance says you brought destruction, she said. They say it's why we needed the eternal purification. The Alliance says many things, Wei Liang said. His gaze settled on her directly, and he could see her shoulders relax slightly, that this was being heard. The question you need to answer is whether the documentation that Tan Balu has compiled tells you a different story. He paused, letting the weight of that question settle. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to believe the written record from people who were alive when the original war happened. People who watched it. People who understood what they were building toward with the eternal purification. He let that settle for a moment. Let the militia people absorb what that meant. That there was a record, and that record contradicted the official narrative. Documentation was power. The Alliance had learned that 3,000 years ago, which was why they had spent 3,000 years trying to control what people could read. The reason I'm standing in front of you is not to ask for your loyalty. Ren Xiulan has already made that request, and you've already made your choice. I'm standing in front of you because 80 cultivators are coming from the inner territories with orders to destroy the frontier province and everyone in it. They'll succeed if they're allowed to continue without interference. And I want you to understand what you're actually fighting for. Not a romantic idea of revolution, not an abstract principle about justice. You're fighting so that the people in your villages don't die the same way the people in Willowstone Village died 3,000 years ago. He paused, and in that pause, he let them feel the weight of history bearing down on this moment. 3,000 years was a long time for human memory. It was nothing for systematic injustice. The system is part of this. You can feel it, the thing that's present with me now, the sense of weight that doesn't have a name. That's sovereign debt. The system was not something that could be easily explained to people who had not felt it directly. It was an accounting mechanism that transcended normal institutional structures. It tracked every atrocity, every suffering, every moment where institutional power had been used to suppress rather than to protect. It was impartial and inexorable. It did not care about excuses or circumstances. It only cared about the fundamental fact that something had been taken that needed to be repaid, and it had set Wei Liang as the primary vehicle for that repayment. Every atrocity the Alliance and its predecessor organizations committed against the frontier, the system is tracking. Every death, every destroyed village, every child who was executed as a potential threat, the system is counting them and asking when they'll be repaid. I am the vehicle for that repayment. But the repayment isn't mine alone. It's yours. Every decision you make to resist, every battle you fight, every person you protect, that's the accounting working itself out. That's the sovereign debt being transformed from something abstract into something real. One of the younger men in the circle, perhaps 20, with the lean kind of strength that came from a life of honest work rather than formal cultivation training, met Wei Liang's eyes. The question he asked had an edge to it, but not disrespect. The edge of someone who was asking because the answer mattered, because understanding was more important than politeness. If you're so powerful, why do you need us? He asked. Because power is not victory, Wei Liang said. His answer was given with the weight of 3,000 years of learning what that distinction meant. I can kill people. I can survive things that would destroy a foundation-level cultivator. But I cannot protect 1,000 villages at once. I cannot be in 6 locations simultaneously when 6 locations come under attack. I cannot fight 80 gold-level cultivators and also ensure that the people between them and their objectives are still alive when the fighting ends. He looked at the young man with direct attention. You need me for what I can do that you cannot. But I need you for what you can do that I cannot. That's not a transaction where one side has more power than the other. It's a situation where we both have the thing the other one requires. The young man held this for a moment, processing it, letting the logic settle into something that made sense within the framework of his own understanding. Then he nodded, and in that nod was the moment when the 78 militia people stopped being individuals and became a force unified around a shared purpose. All right, he said. That makes sense. Chapter 63, the first assassination attempt came from the inside, which was not a surprise to Wei Liang, but was a surprise to the operational security structure that Ren Xiaolan had spent weeks building. The first assassination attempt coming from inside the militia organization meant something important about the frontier's institutional challenge. The Alliance was not just trying to suppress the frontier through external military force. They were simultaneously trying to undermine the frontier from within by exploiting the legitimate grievances of people who had family ties to the inner territories. This required a different approach than simple security measures. It required building institutional structures so compelling, so clearly aligned with the frontier's actual interests, that the Alliance's competing incentives could not outweigh them. The attack was a poison, a sophisticated one, the kind that required access to cultivation tools and a precise understanding of how to escalate a toxin through the body's cultivation pathways without triggering immune responses until the moment it was set to activate. It was the kind of poison that came from someone who understood how the body worked at the cultivation level, someone with formal training. It was a professional tool. It was something that had come from inside the institutional structures of the Alliance. Songmu found it in the water supply line that ran into the Central Archive Facility's storage chambers, detected by the archive flame's peculiar sensitivity to contamination and corruption. The fact that the assassination attempt came from the inside indicated something important about Alliance operations. They were already coordinating with elements within the frontier population. This was not a temporary tactical issue that could be solved with better security. This was a structural problem that would persist as long as the Alliance retained the capacity to offer incentives that competed with frontier loyalty. The only solution was to ensure that the frontier offered better alternatives than what the Alliance could provide. The flame reacted to poisons the way it reacted to corruption in documents, as violations of natural order, things that should not exist in the systems they had contaminated. He reported it to Ren Xiaolan, who reported it to Wei Liang, and by the time the person who had placed it was beginning to realize their plan had failed, they were already being led into a holding chamber with a guard detail that Ren Xiaolan had selected personally. The person was a woman named Lu Mei. She had been with the militia organization for 3 weeks. She had the courage to train with the others. She had the discipline to follow orders. She had passed every evaluation that Rin Xiaolan could design, and she had also, somewhere in that process, received a message that Wei Liang was the greater threat and that eliminating him would cause the entire frontier resistance to collapse. Wei Liang stood in front of her in the holding chamber and did not feel the thing he might have felt: anger. 3,000 years of memory contained some quantity of people who had seemed trustworthy and had not been, and the pattern was old enough that it did not register as a betrayal so much as a confirmation of something he had known for a long time about human nature and its capacity for self-interested reasoning when the leverage was great enough. The Alliance had simply understood this better than Rin Xiaolan's security structure had, and they had exploited that understanding. It was efficient. It was predictable. It was the kind of move Wei Liang had made himself in the days when he was learning how power functioned at the institutional level. There was a certain relief in that recognition. He was not being betrayed by something new. He was being manipulated by the old mechanisms that had always existed. "Who sent you?" he asked. His voice was not accusing. It was simply inquiring, the way someone inquires about a natural fact. The chamber was small and lit by a single light cultivator stationed outside the door. The space felt like a confessional, a place where truth was extracted not through violence, but through the weight of confrontation. Lu Mei looked at him with the expression of someone who had run through a series of possible responses and had found all of them to be inadequate. The truth was the only thing left. "The Alliance," she said. "Someone contacted me in Ashfall Village. They offered my family safe passage to the inner territories if I could eliminate you." She paused, and something in her face shifted, not guilt, but the weight of what that choice had cost. "I believe them. I still do. There are things that matter more than the frontier." "Your family," Wei Liang said. "How many?" "My mother. My younger sister." Lu Mei's jaw was tight, the muscles working as she spoke. "If I die here, they die on the frontier when the purification forces arrive." That's what they told me. That's what made sense. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. He understood the calculation. He had seen it countless times across 3,000 years. The moment when the Alliance presented a choice between the larger group and the smaller group, and watched people choose their families because their families were small enough to hold in their minds, whereas the frontier was too large, too distributed, too abstract to compete with the concrete reality of two people he loved. It was not weakness. It was simply the structure of human perception. The brain could hold individual faces. It could not hold thousands of abstract people equally well. That asymmetry was something the Alliance had weaponized for 3,000 years. "Rin Xiaolan," he said, "send Lu Mei's family, mother and sister, to the Western Archive facility. House them there. Place guards with them. Not as imprisonment. As protection." Lu Mei's head came up. "What? You made a calculation based on what you were told?" Wei Liang said. He looked at her directly. "The Alliance presented you with an impossible choice. I'm removing that choice. Your family will be protected whether you cooperate or not." He paused. "Whether you help us or harm us." "That doesn't make sense," Lu Mei said. The Alliance had made their calculation assuming she would remain motivated by fear for her family's safety. They had not accounted for a different response, for someone who would protect her family regardless of whether she cooperated. That was not how leverage normally worked. That was not how institutional power normally functioned at the interpersonal level. By removing the leverage, Wei Liang was not just protecting Lu Mei's family. He was demonstrating a fundamentally different model of power, one that did not depend on threats and fear, but on the capacity to provide genuine safety and genuine choice. "No," Wei Liang said. "It doesn't. It's designed not to make sense. It's designed to show you that the alternative to what the Alliance offered exists and is available." He turned toward the door. "Bring your family. Or don't. Work with Rin Xiaolan's organization. Or don't. But the leverage the Alliance used to move you is gone now." He left her in the holding chamber and went to find Song Mu. The young man was in the archive room, continuing the work of cataloging the material that Ten Balu had compiled. He looked up when Wei Liang entered, his expression reading the news in the subtle shifts of Wei Liang's posture. "She wants to see me," Wei Liang said. "Lu Mei, before we do anything else." Wei Liang returned to the holding chamber with Song Mu. Lu Mei looked smaller in the space than she had moments before, the kind of physical diminishment that came not from anything external, but from the weight of realizing that the story she had been told about her situation was not complete, that there were options she had not perceived because she had been working within a framework that was deliberately constructed to eliminate certain possibilities. "You said she was sent by the Alliance," Wei Liang said to her. "Who specifically? What was the contact method?" "A message, Jade," Lu Mei said. "I found it hidden in the rubble of my house in Ashfall Village 2 days after we arrived there. The message was already in it, an offer, and instructions to deposit the poison at the water line on the night of the archive facility's monthly supply run." Songmu held out his hand. I need to see it, he said. The jade. Can you describe it? Lu Mei did, in careful detail. Songmu's expression shifted as he listened, his cultivator's awareness moving through the description and assembling what it meant. That's not a standard alliance communication tool, he said to Wei Liang. The signature she's describing, it sounds like a Harvest Council device. The kind of thing that uses multiple layers of encoding. Wei Liang nodded. The Harvest Council. The inner circle that operated underneath the alliance hierarchy. The group that had maintained the Eternal Suppression Bureau for generations and saw the frontier province as something that needed to be purified not for the alliance's official reasons, but for its own purposes. The arrangement of power at the top of the institutional structure was more complex than the lower levels understood, and the message jade was confirmation that the Harvest Council was actively aware of the resistance and was already attempting to eliminate it before it could fully form. They saw the threat. That meant Wei Liang's decision to manifest was even more critical. Lu Mei, Wei Liang said. The alliance kept the leverage on your family because it was useful, but it was also because the people who sent you understood something. You are capable of complex reasoning when you have the information to reason with. The question is whether you'll use that capability to help build something, or whether you'll continue to believe the story that was given to you when you had less information than you have now. Lu Mei was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was steady. I'll help, she said. But there was something else in her voice as well. The weight of understanding that she had been used, and that understanding that was a thing she would need to carry forward. But you need to understand something. If the message came from the Harvest Council, then there are others like me. People who are already in place, already positioned. The poison in the water wasn't the only attempt. Chapter 64. The system registered the advancement as a shift in the gravitational weight of the world, the kind of fundamental recalibration that occurred when something moved from one essential state to another. Wei Liang was sleeping when it happened, and the sleep was interrupted by the sensation of his form realigning itself, of his cultivation core deepening past the golden foundation threshold and entering a new register of possibility and responsibility. The change was not gentle. It was like the earth shifting beneath his feet, like the universe rearranging itself according to different rules. Soul manifestation. Rank 7. The shift was not subtle. It was a recognition that 3,000 years of accumulated debt had been crossed above 50%, and that at this point, the system began using different mechanisms that were less about calculation and more about manifestation, less about abstract tracking and more about visible presence in the world. The implications were immediate and severe. He stood in the darkness of the sleeping chamber and felt it. A silhouette forming around his body, visible only to cultivators above chi condensation, the specific shape of the Night Sovereign beginning to project outward from his physical form. It was the original form. It was the body he had worn 3,000 years ago, not visible to ordinary human sight, but detectable to anyone with the cultivation strength to perceive beyond the mundane spectrum. The silhouette was vast. It was dark, not black, but the kind of dark that existed before light, the kind of dark that predated the concept of illumination. The silhouette carried the weight of memory and the weight of power, and it carried something else as well, a warning broadcast to anyone sensitive enough to perceive it. The warning said, something has returned. The system spoke with its characteristic calm, filling his mind with assessment. Rank 7. Soul manifestation achieved. Your presence now manifests as a visible silhouette of your original form, the Night Sovereign. Practitioners above chi condensation can perceive it in low light conditions and at distances up to 50 meters. This manifestation cannot be suppressed. You may modulate its intensity, but not its existence. Sovereign debt repayment, 52%. Assessment. You are no longer capable of concealment. The Eternal Suppression Bureau will learn of your location and nature within hours. Recommend immediate escalation of protective measures and positioning of militia forces for defensive engagement. Wei Liang understood what this meant with the clarity of someone who had lived through similar transitions before. The years of moving carefully through the frontier provinces, maintaining a profile that was intentionally low, deliberately avoiding drawing large-scale alliance attention. That strategy was over. The system was declaring him visible now, and visibility meant combat could no longer be postponed or negotiated away. Visibility meant the Harvest Council and the Eternal Suppression Bureau would know with absolute certainty what they were facing, and once they knew, they would stop moving carefully and start moving with decisive force. The frontier had maybe hours before the intelligence networks confirmed what the cultivators could already sense. The advantage of preparation was about to become critical. He dressed and went to find Rin Xiulan. She was in the operations chamber, reviewing the militia rotation schedules with 2 of her lieutenants, working through the logistics of how to position people and maintain readiness without burning them out. The work of logistics was not glamorous, but it was essential. Every military victory Wei had ever witnessed was built on supply lines. She looked up when he entered and her expression shifted immediately. She was seeing the manifestation, Wei Liang realized. She was seeing what the system had activated, the shape of the Night Sovereign beginning to project outward from his physical form in the low light of the underground chamber, visible only to cultivators, but visible nonetheless. Her eyes widened slightly, but her voice did not waver. Rank 7, Wei Liang said. The system is manifesting visibly now. Everyone above Qi condensation will be able to perceive it. We need to move up the preparation timeline. Ren Xiaolan set down the schedules with deliberate care, her commander's mind already shifting into escalation mode. How long until they know? Hours. A day at most. Wei Liang paused. The moment Shun Xiaolong's intelligence networks report what I actually am, the operational parameters change. They'll stop moving carefully and start moving decisively. Then we move first, Ren Xiaolan said. Her voice did not carry doubt. It carried the weight of someone who had already made the mental transition from defensive waiting to offensive action. She turned to her lieutenants, and the precision of her movements said they had trained for this moment. Send runners to all 6 archive facilities. Code word, Shadow Rising. That means full activation of the militia network. All frontline units need to be positioned by tomorrow at midday. She paused, thinking through the secondary implications. And get Lu Mei's family moving to the western facility. If there are other Harvest Council plants in our organization, I want them in positions where they can be monitored. The lieutenants left to execute the orders. Their movements were precise, professional, the movements of people who had trained specifically for the moment when orders changed from preparation to activation. Ren Xiaolan looked at Wei Liang directly, and he could see the assessment in her eyes. She was calculating risk, benefit, timeline. The visible manifestation. Is it as dangerous as it sounds? Yes, Wei Liang said. But it's not as dangerous as what happens if Shen Xiaolong arrives and finds we weren't prepared. The choice has already been made. The system made it for us when the sovereign debt crossed 52%. We live with the consequences now. Ren Xiaolan nodded. She seemed to accept this with the weight of a commander who had spent years making decisions in situations where every option contained some quantity of acceptable loss. Then we make the consequences as small as we can manage, she said. Where should we position your forces? Not my forces, Wei Liang said. Our forces. I'm part of the militia structure now. I don't command separately from it. That was the agreement I made with you 3 weeks ago. He paused, looking at the commander directly. Position me where the 80 cultivators will arrive first. I can hold a position longer than a standard formation, but I can't do it indefinitely. The militia needs time to consolidate around my position and establish secondary defensive lines. Ren Xiaolan was already thinking forward. Wei Liang could see it. Her mind moving through the geography, considering the approach routes, calculating where the alliance cultivators would most likely strike first, and how the militia could position themselves for maximum effectiveness. She was doing what good generals did. She was preparing for multiple scenarios simultaneously, building enough flexibility into the structure that they could adapt as the situation evolved. Her hands moved across the tactical maps, tracing routes and distances. I need the archive documentation to be mobile, she said. Tenbeilu moves with a support unit. If we start losing territory, the records move with him. They're too valuable to lose. Agreed, Wei Liang said. What about the village populations? We begin evacuations tomorrow at sunrise. Everyone not trained for combat moves to the mountain sanctuaries that Song Mu helped us identify. We keep them supplied through the cave networks. She looked at Wei Liang. You know where those sanctuaries are? I know the mountain ranges, Wei Liang said. I built systems into this terrain 3,000 years ago that are still functional. The ley line networks are still accessible. We can use them to move supplies and people faster than the Alliance can track them. Then use them, Ren Xiaolan said. She stood and turned to face him directly. I'm going to tell you something that I haven't told anyone else. When you asked me 3 weeks ago if I would help organize the resistance, I said yes because I understood what you were. I didn't need the documentation to understand that. I needed one conversation with Song Mu, and then I needed to see the way you moved, the way you made decisions, and I understood. She paused, and Wei Liang could see the weight of that understanding in her posture. I've fought against the Alliance my entire adult life. They took my family. They took my village. They took people I loved, and they did it in the name of civilization and protection. The idea that I might actually be part of something that could make that stop. That's why I said yes. That's why I've spent the last 3 weeks working 16-hour days to build this militia structure. Not because you asked. Because this is the only thing that's ever made sense. Wei Liang looked at her with the steady regard he had trained himself to give to people who had made decisions of this magnitude. People who had seen their worlds destroyed and chose to build again. People who understood that reconstruction took longer than destruction, but was worth the cost. Then we'll make it work, he said. Because the alternative is that you've sacrificed 3 weeks of work for nothing, and the alliance continues as if none of this happened. That outcome is unacceptable. Chapter 65 The institutional response from different parts of the alliance revealed something crucial about how power actually functioned within their system. The high seat represented centralized authority, but the examination bureau, the archive council, and the regional administrators represented distributed authority nodes that could operate relatively independently. When the Frontier's revelations began circulating, these different nodes conducted their own assessments and reached different conclusions. This fragmentation of institutional response was the actual opening that the Frontier needed to exploit. As long as the Alliance remained monolithic in its institutional response, it could present unified force against any external threat. But once the institutional components began conducting independent investigations and reaching different conclusions, the Alliance lost the capacity for unified suppression. The Frontier's strategy was not just to defeat the military forces sent against it. It was to exploit the institutional contradictions within the Alliance, to encourage different parts of the Alliance to question the official narrative and the institutional decisions that narrative justified. The first major engagement was not at the borders. It was at the administrative center in Ashfall Village, 3 days after the full militia activation, when 87 cultivators from the inner territories descended on the village and found it empty of civilians and occupied instead by 200 militia personnel in a defensive formation that Ren Xiaolan had positioned with extraordinary precision. The Alliance expected scattered villagers and hasty defenses. What they found instead was organization, structure, and the kind of positioning that said the people holding it had prepared carefully and would not break easily. The intelligence failure was immediate and visible in the hesitation that rippled through the approaching force. Wei Liang was at the center of the formation. He was at the position where the Alliance cultivators would strike first, because he was capable of absorbing the force of their initial assault and surviving it. The mechanics of what he would do were simple. Stand there, hold the line, let the impact of their power dissipate against the accumulated weight of 3,000 years. Behind him, arranged in rings of increasing distance, were the militia people arranged in a structure that gave them maximum sight lines, maximum defensive positioning, and maximum ability to support each other when the combat escalated. Song Mu was at the secondary position, his archive flame burning in both hands with such intensity that the light of it was visible from 200 meters away, a beacon of protection that said something powerful stood between the advancing cultivators and the people they intended to destroy. Behind Song Mu were 50 of the best fighters that Ren Xiaolan had selected, people with cultivation foundations solid enough to survive a direct assault from a gold foundation-level opponent, people she had trained and vetted and positioned with care. They were the secondary line, the people who would prevent the initial assault from flowing around Wei Liang's position. The Alliance cultivators arrived in the form of Shun Xiaolong's personal enforcement division. They were coordinated. They were well-equipped. They had expected to find a scattered militia and instead found an organized resistance positioned for maximum advantage. The moment they perceived the formal defensive positioning, their formation adjusted. They did not slow. They accelerated, moving toward the perimeter and beginning their assault with the kind of speed and precision that came from people who had trained extensively for large-scale combat operations. Wei Liang could see the decision being made in real time. They would overwhelm the position through speed and concentrated force. Wei Liang did not move. He stood at the center position with his hands empty, his expression neutral, his cultivation core burning with the dark violet energy of the demon sovereign's own heritage. The manifestation was visible now, the silhouette of the Night Sovereign clearly perceptible to every cultivator above Qi condensation, and the Alliance cultivators could feel what that meant. They were no longer facing an insurgent militia led by a renegade cultivator. They were facing the literal embodiment of something that predated the institutional structures they served. The realization did not slow them. If anything, it accelerated their assault. They understood what was at stake. The Alliance cultivators struck at him first because he was the obvious threat, the focal point of the resistance. The first wave hit his position with enough force to reshape the ground beneath him, the impact creating a crater that spread outward like a stone dropped into still water. The earth compacted beneath his feet. Dust rose in a column. He absorbed it without moving, without flinching, without allowing his stance to shift. The energy of the impact moved through his body and into the ground beneath him, and the ground held. The second wave came with the coordinated targeting of people who had trained together for years, a pincer movement designed to exploit weaknesses in his positioning. He absorbed that as well, and as he absorbed it, he allowed the militia behind him to begin their own engagement with the secondary force. The third wave was the moment when they realized what they were facing, not a cultivator, but something older, something with a depth of foundation that went back to the original cultivation hierarchies and the roots of the system itself. One of the Alliance cultivators, a young woman with gold foundation cultivation and the distinctive bearing of someone trained by the Eternal Suppression Bureau, called out to the others. "It's not human," she said. "The cultivation signature, it's older than the core texts. It's older than the archive itself." Wei Liang heard this and understood what she meant. The archive was the official historical record of the Alliance, the repository that contained all authorized knowledge and all approved cultivation methodology. If the system she was perceiving was older than the archive, that meant it existed outside the framework that the Alliance had constructed for understanding power. It meant it was something they did not have methodology to defeat, something that had been powerful before their methodologies existed. It meant they were facing not just a threat, but a category error in their entire framework of understanding. "Fall back," another voice commanded, presumably Shin Chaolong, speaking from the rear of the formation. The tactical assessment was clear. Continuing forward would accomplish nothing and would waste more cultivators. Regroup and assess. The Alliance cultivators withdrew, moving back 200 meters to consolidate their forces. As they moved, Wei Liang felt the system update, the accounting advancing, sovereign debt repayment, 54%, asterisk assessment. First major engagement concluded. 200 militia personnel engaged 87 cultivators. Engagement time, 47 minutes. Casualties, 0 militia, 12 cultivators. Positive engagement differential. The resistance is achieving military advantage despite numerical disadvantage. Asterisk behind him, Rin Xiaolan's voice came steady and clear, the voice of someone who had trained extensively to maintain command presence under stress. Hold position. No pursuit. Full defensive perimeter. Assess casualties and reinforce weak points. The militia did not advance. They held. Song Mu's archive flame burned brighter as he reinforced the people who had taken the heaviest damage from the Alliance counterattack, moving between wounded people and applying healing while maintaining the formation. The formation adjusted and reorganized and settled into a defensive position that communicated, without words, that they were capable of doing this again and again and again if necessary. Chapter 66. The Archive Network reported the incident to every frontier settlement within an hour. The communication was simple. The Reckoning Company had held against the Alliance force. Casualties were minimal. The resistance was real. Wei Liang received copies of the reports as they arrived at the central facility. He read them in the archive room with Tan Beilu and Song Mu. The documents were extraordinary in their implications. Not because they were flattering, they were not. They were purely factual and remarkably dispassionate about what had happened, but because they changed something fundamental in how people understood what was possible. They changed the narrative that had existed for 3,000 years. The frontier had spent 3,000 years under the assumption that the Alliance was militarily superior, politically untouchable, ideologically justified. The assumption had become foundational to how people understood reality, had seeped into their bones and shaped their decisions at the level of consciousness and unconsciousness both. And in a single 47-minute engagement, that assumption had been challenged in a way that no amount of documentation could challenge it. Documentation could be disputed, numbers could be reinterpreted, but the fact of a militia holding formation against the Alliance, that was real. That was something people had seen with their own eyes or had heard from someone who had. That was something that contradicted the lived experience of 3,000 years. Morale is shifting, Tan Beilu said. He had received reports from multiple settlement coordinators, people who had been organizing the civilian population movements, and the tone of their reports had changed. They no longer asked if evacuation was necessary. They reported on evacuation as if it was a thing that was happening, a movement that had already acquired its own momentum. The narrative about the Alliance being unstoppable, that narrative is becoming difficult to maintain. People are asking whether they should evacuate to the sanctuaries or whether they should stay and help. What do you recommend? Wei Liang asked. Evacuation, Tan Beilu said. The militia is not large enough to protect major population centers. If civilians remain in the villages when the Alliance escalates its assault, the casualty rate will be catastrophic. He paused, looking at the reports more carefully. But I can make the recommendation and people will disregard it because they've seen what happened in Ashfall village and they believe they might be able to influence the outcome. Song Mu looked at Wei Liang. That's the opposite problem from before, he said. Before, people were too afraid. Now they're not afraid enough. No, Wei Liang said. He understood what Songmu meant, but the analysis was slightly off. Now they're appropriately afraid. What's changed is that they've also perceived a possibility that didn't exist before. He looked at the reports, at the shifting tone, at the sentences that had begun to frame things differently. The movement to the sanctuaries should continue, but it should be voluntary. The people who want to stay and contribute to the defensive effort should be trained and incorporated into the militia structure. The people who want to evacuate should be protected and supplied. Both options need to exist simultaneously. Ren Xiaolan, who had been standing at the edge of the archive room waiting for orders, stepped forward. The movement was precise, professional, the movement of someone who had heard enough to understand what decision Wei Liang was making and what that decision would require. I can structure that, she said. The militia has surplus capacity in the training operations. We can bring in people with no prior cultivation experience and have them functional in a support capacity within 3 weeks. Do it, Wei Liang said. He paused, thinking through the longer-term implications. And begin construction of secondary defensive positions. The Alliance will not make the same approach twice. After the failed assault at Ashfall Village, Xin Xiaolong will adjust his strategy. How do you think he'll adjust? Ren Xiaolan asked. He'll distribute the force, Wei Liang said. Instead of concentrating 87 cultivators at a single point, he'll break them into smaller teams and position them at multiple locations simultaneously. It's the methodologically correct response, and it's also the response that will cause his forces the most difficulty because it removes the unity of command and requires individual small unit leaders to make decisions in real time. Ren Xiaolan nodded. Then we prepare for distributed defense. Chapter 67. The adjustment came in the form of distributed assault units. Rather than concentrating forces for a direct engagement, the Alliance began operating through smaller teams of 6 to 8 Gold Foundation cultivators positioned at multiple frontier locations simultaneously. The strategy was efficient in its initial implementation. It allowed them to pressure multiple areas of the frontier without committing to a large-scale engagement where Wei Liang could position himself and establish a fixed defensive line. It was also fundamentally flawed, and Wei Liang understood why Xin Xiaolong was making the error within hours of seeing the first distributed assault teams. The Eternal Suppression Bureau had been built on the assumption of centralized authority and hierarchical command. It had never successfully operated in a distributed, decentralized conflict where individual small unit commanders had to make their own tactical decisions in real time without waiting for approval from superiors. The Bureau had methodology for overwhelming force and for large-scale coordination, but it had no methodology for managing the kind of war where a frontier militia could hold a position against a small team of elite cultivators because the militia had better defensive positioning and higher morale. The institutional structure was fighting against Wei Liang now, not for him. Within 6 days, 4 of the distributed assault teams had been eliminated. Within 14 days, 2 more had been forced to retreat, their members damaged and unable to continue operations. Ren Xiaolan was rotating the militia positions, allowing people to train, rest, and reposition without losing defensive capability. She was managing the energy expenditure with the care of someone who understood that sustainability was more important than short-term spectacular victories. Every person she kept alive and trained was a multiplier of future capability. Songmu was moving between the secondary positions, reinforcing weak points and improving the coordination between militia units. He had expanded his archive flame into something that could do more than simply defend. It could encourage healing in wounded people, could reinforce damaged cultivation foundations, could create connection between people who had been trained separately and were now learning to act as a unified force. His presence was becoming a tool of coordination, a thing that bound people together beyond mere tactical positioning. Wei Liang was moving between the primary defensive line and the secondary positions. He was not fighting everywhere. That would have been inefficient and would have taught the militia nothing about their own capability, would have left them dependent on his presence rather than developing confidence in themselves. Instead, he was positioning himself at specific bottleneck locations where a single well-positioned cultivator could establish a defensive barrier that the Alliance could not penetrate. Between those positions, he was allowing the militia to hold ground on their own, to succeed or fail based on their training and positioning and the strength of their individual decisions. He was teaching them not by presence, but by absence. The system updated regularly, the accounting grinding forward, sovereign debt repayment, 55%, sovereign debt repayment, 56%, sovereign debt repayment, 58%. Each engagement, each village protected, each person who survived, it was advancing the debt repayment incrementally, moving the system forward through its accounting of what was owed to what was being repaid. The mechanism was mathematical and inexorable, and it did not care about dramatic moments. It cared about the accumulation of small choices made in the right direction. And then, on the 15th day of the distributed assault campaign, something changed fundamentally. The message came from one of Tanbelu's archive coordinators, a man named Huang Mu, who had been maintaining the Historical Records Division in the capital city and had access to the institutional currents moving through the Alliance's higher structures. The message was encoded in the same way that the other archive communications were encoded, but it contained information that stopped Wei Liang in the middle of the operations chamber. The Eternal Suppression Bureau has lost significant institutional authority. 7 regional administrators have formally requested to withdraw their support for the purification operations. The Examination Bureau, the independent oversight organization, has demanded a formal inquiry into the justification for the purification directive. The Archive Council has begun demanding to see the evidence the Bureau used to justify the original assessment of frontier demonization. The documentation is working, Tanbelu said. He was reading the message over Wei Liang's shoulder, understanding what this meant before Wei Liang had finished processing it. The material we released, it's spreading. The Archive Council is designed to oversee the institutional knowledge base. If they're demanding evidence, that means the official records are being questioned. How long until this reaches critical mass? Wei Liang asked. I don't know, Tanbelu said, and there was uncertainty in his voice. Uncertainty about something beyond his area of expertise, which was rare. The Archive Council has authority, but no enforcement power. Their requests can be ignored by the Eternal Suppression Bureau. The authority to challenge the Bureau comes from the High Seat, the position that oversees the entire alliance structure. And the High Seat has been silent. Silent is a choice, Wei Liang said. His voice carried the weight of understanding institutional power at the highest levels, of knowing what silence meant when it came from the institutional center. Silence from the High Seat means the institution is fracturing faster than the highest levels can respond to. It means the High Seat is uncertain about its own position, uncertain about whether supporting the Bureau is worth the cost. Chapter 68 The Archive Releases Accelerated. Tanbelu had established a distribution network throughout the frontier province. But more importantly, he had established a distribution network throughout the inner territories, a network of archive workers, scholars, and institutional librarians who were connected by the same commitment to documentation and historical accuracy that Tanbelu carried himself. The evidence that Wei Liang had preserved 3,000 years ago was being circulated through the very institutional apparatus that was designed to suppress it, moving along channels that had been created for the purpose of maintaining approved knowledge and instead carrying approved knowledge's enemy. It was a beautiful reversal of purpose, a use of institutional mechanisms against the institutions themselves. One of the releases focused specifically on the original war. It was a compilation of first-person accounts from frontier cultivators who had participated in the resistance against the demon sovereign's expansion, written in their own hands, preserved in the archive facility that Wei Liang had built into the Ashwal Mountains 3,000 years ago. The accounts were extraordinary in their clarity and honesty. They did not glorify the frontier warriors or demonize the demon sovereign. They simply described what had happened, a war of expansion, a war of resource consolidation, a war that had been devastating to both sides. The frontier people described losing their homes, their families, their way of life. The words were written with the kind of precision that came from people who had recorded what they witnessed. But what the accounts also described, in meticulous detail, was the response. What the Alliance's predecessor organizations had done in the name of preventing another demon sovereign expansion. The purges, the settlements destroyed as precautions. The children killed because they demonstrated cultivation potential and might become a future threat. The systematic campaign of cultural erasure and institutional suppression that had lasted for 3,000 years under the name of eternal suppression. It was a record written in the voices of people who had participated in that suppression and had, in the moment of writing, allowed themselves to acknowledge what that suppression had cost. The cost was written in the margins of their words, in what they had not said but had implied. The High Seat finally responded. The message came through official channels, a formal inquiry into the veracity of the released documentation and a temporary suspension of the purification operations pending review. Shen Xiaolong was directed to consolidate his forces at the frontier boundary and cease forward operations until the Alliance could fully evaluate the evidence and assess whether the original justification for the purification campaign still held. The directive was careful. It did not say the purification was wrong. It said only that a review was needed. Wei Liang received the news in the operations chamber, standing before the strategic maps that Rin Xiaolan had been updating daily with the positions of militia units and likely alliance attack routes. The maps would need to be revised now. The entire strategic situation had shifted. The most important information was not what the directive said, but what it did not say. The High Seat had not defended the Bureau. The High Seat had not denounced the frontier. The High Seat had created space for assessment. Rin Xiaolan was the first to understand what it meant. They're stopping, she said. Not because they're convinced. Not because they've changed their foundational beliefs about the frontier. But because maintaining the purification operations while the institutional authority is fractured is becoming too costly. She looked at Wei Liang with the clarity of someone who understood power and institutions. How long do we have before the High Seat's review concludes? Unknown, Wei Liang said. But institutional reviews move slowly. The alliance was built on methodological caution and hierarchical approval processes. The High Seat will not make a decision until it has reviewed all available evidence and consulted with every relevant constituency. He paused, thinking through the timeline, understanding what the delay would mean for the frontier. That process will take weeks, possibly months. Then we use that time, Rin Xiaolan said. Her voice carried the weight of a commander making strategic decisions that would reverberate forward for years. We consolidate. We train. We expand the militia beyond the current numbers. We build infrastructure that allows us to hold the frontier indefinitely if necessary. Song Mu, who had been listening from the side of the chamber while he maintained the archive flame at a steady level of presence, stepped forward. The system is still advancing, he said. Every day that the villages are protected, every person who survives, the sovereign debt keeps increasing. At this rate, the next rank advancement will come within weeks. Wei Liang nodded. He could feel it. The accumulation of protected lives, the number of atrocities prevented, the slow grinding forward of the system's accounting mechanism as it translated each concrete act of defense into percentage points of sovereign debt repayment. The rhythm of advancement was accelerating as the scale of protection increased. The question is what happens when I reach rank 8, Wei Liang said. Nascent soul equivalent. The original Demon King's power becomes available again. That's the threshold where the Alliance will stop treating this as a regional incident and start treating it as an existential threat to their entire institutional structure. Then we need to be ready, Rin Xiaolan said. Not just militarily. Institutionally. The Archive Council and the regional administrators are questioning the purification operations. We need to make sure they have reason to continue questioning. Tan Beilu was already moving, already thinking about what the next release would need to contain. I'll prepare the next release, he said. The material on the Harvest Council's institutional structure. The evidence that the Eternal Suppression Bureau has been using official authority to pursue its own agenda separate from the High Seat's directives. He paused, visualizing the document structure in his mind. If we can show that the purification operations are being driven by a rogue faction within the Alliance rather than by alliance-wide consensus, we can prevent the High Seat from ordering a full-scale assault even if they decide against us. Do it, Wei Liang said, and contact the regional administrators who requested withdrawal. I want to know what would convince them to formally oppose the purification operations rather than simply not participating. Chapter 69. The contact came from the 7th Regional Administrator in the capital city. She was an older woman named Su Qing, who had spent 30 years managing the educational institutions of the Inner Territories and had therefore spent 30 years watching exactly how the Archive Council's suppressed documentation was being accessed by restricted groups within the institutional hierarchy. She had seen the slow growth of historical curiosity, the careful questions asked by younger scholars who were beginning to understand that the official narrative had gaps, that certain events were documented differently in the restricted archives than they were in the public records. She had watched the cracks form in the institutional facade. Her message was brief, written in the careful language of someone who was aware that her communication could be intercepted. I have seen what you have released. I am prepared to formally oppose the purification operations. But I need to know that this will not be a symbolic gesture. I need to know that when I place my institutional authority against the Eternal Suppression Bureau, there will be concrete outcomes that justify the risk. Wei Liang read the message 3 times. Then he asked Tan Beilu a question that went to the heart of what they were building. How much of the documentation exists in triplicate? All of it, Tan Beilu said. His voice carried the certainty of someone who had spent months planning for exactly this scenario. Archival standard. 3 independent copies, 3 different secure locations, 3 different institutional curators, maintaining them independently. He paused. Why? Because I want to offer Su Qing a specific guarantee, Wei Liang said. The documentation will not be suppressed again. The institutional apparatus that suppresses it will not survive this. He paused. and his words carried the weight of ancient determination. The Alliance has spent 3,000 years trying to control the narrative. That period is over. The response to Su Qing was formulated with precision. It outlined the current state of the sovereign debt repayment tracking system, explaining what the system was and how it functioned, not in technical detail, but in enough clarity that Su Qing would understand that this was not a temporary resistance, but a fundamental shift in the order of things. It outlined the rate of advancement that the system was achieving as the frontier was protected, the numbers showing acceleration. It outlined the approaching rank 8 advancement and what that would mean, not in terms of increased military capability, though that was certainly part of it, but in terms of the psychological impact on Alliance cultivators who perceived a power structure that existed outside the institutional framework they had built their entire professional lives within. It explained that the demon sovereign was not trying to conquer the Alliance. It was trying to break its grip on the frontier. And then it made the fundamental offer. The Reckoning Company will protect the frontier indefinitely. The documentation will remain available. The Harvest Council's operations will be exposed and dismantled. The Alliance's choice is whether to oppose this process, which will require a full-scale war of the kind they have not fought in 2,000 years, or whether to accept that the period of suppression is over and the period of accountability is beginning. Su Qing's response came within 2 days, her decision made. I am moving forward with formal opposition to the Bureau. I will ensure that the High Seat has no choice but to order a complete institutional review. The outcome I am seeking is not victory, but change. If the purification operations halt and the institutional framework is reformed to require accountability, I will consider that sufficient. Wei Liang read her response and understood what she was asking for and what she was willing to sacrifice to achieve it. It was enough. It would have to be enough. It was the voice of someone who had understood power long enough to know that complete victory was not always possible, but transformation was. Chapter 70. The distributed assault units were finally withdrawn. The Alliance consolidated its forces at the frontier boundary and held a static defensive position, not attacking, not advancing, simply maintaining a perimeter that prevented the frontier militia from moving into the inner territories. It was a containment strategy, and it was also an acknowledgement that the military superiority that the Alliance had assumed was real had proven to be fundamentally limited when applied to a well-coordinated defensive effort by people who understood the terrain and had higher morale. Ren Xiaolan used the consolidation period to expand the militia from 200 to 318 people. The new members were drawn from the villages that had voluntarily remained to contribute to the defense effort. They were less experienced than the original militia, but they were trained under Ren Xiaolan's direct supervision, and they had the advantage of being people who had lived on the frontier their entire lives and understood the terrain in ways that cultivators trained in the inner territories simply could not. They understood which paths were passable in what seasons, which rivers could be forded at what times, which settlements had reliable fresh water, and which did not. They carried the frontier in their bodies and their memories. Wei Liang was moving between the secondary defensive positions, teaching people how to position themselves for maximum advantage when facing opponents with higher cultivation ranks. It was not something that could be taught in an abstract sense. It required direct demonstration and correction. He would position someone in a stance, show them how to shift their weight to allow for faster responses to attacks from multiple angles, explain the reasoning behind each adjustment. And then he would have them stand in that position while he attacked them slowly, allowing them to adjust and learn in real time rather than through explanation alone. Combat was not abstract. It was embodied knowledge. It had to be learned through the body. Song Mu's training had advanced to the point where he was approaching the threshold of a new rank. His archive flame was burning with greater intensity and complexity, manifesting in colors that didn't have simple names. The amber gold of before had become something richer, more layered, containing within it hints of other hues that existed at the boundaries of perception. When he manifested it, it was no longer simply fire. It was fire with specific properties that made it useful for reinforcing damaged cultivation cores and for accelerating healing processes. He had stopped fighting alongside the militia and had transitioned into a medical capacity, moving between positions to provide support to people who had been damaged by combat. His work was not as visible as combat, but it was as essential. The system continued its inexorable advance, tracking each moment of protection. Sovereign debt repayment, 59%. Sovereign debt repayment, 61%. Sovereign debt repayment, 62%. 30 days after the High Seat's suspension of the purification operations, Tan Balu received information that the Examination Bureau had completed its preliminary review. The conclusion was unambiguous. The Eternal Suppression Bureau had been using official authorization to pursue institutional objectives that diverged significantly from the High Seat's core directives. The purification operations were being continued based on a false assessment of frontier cultivation risks. The documentation backed this up. The review had been thorough. The High Seat issued a second directive. All purification operations are suspended indefinitely. All military forces are to be withdrawn from frontier provinces. The Eternal Suppression Bureau is to be placed under formal review for institutional misconduct. It was not a complete victory. The Alliance had not formally acknowledged that the frontier was free of demonic contamination, nor had it formally overturned the foundational justification for the eternal suppression, that the frontier was inherently a risk that required systematic control. But it was the functional equivalent of a victory. The immediate military pressure had been removed. The institutional authority behind the purification operations had been formally questioned and partially withdrawn. The mechanism by which the frontier had been suppressed for 3,000 years had begun to break down. It was a beginning, not an ending. Wei Liang stood in the operations chamber and read the directive 3 times, absorbing what it meant and what came next. Then he looked at Ren Xiaolan and Song Mu and Tan Belu and said something that he had not allowed himself to say since the beginning of the resistance effort. Something that required being certain not just of the immediate situation, but of the long-term trajectory. "We won," he said. Chapter 71. The withdrawal of the Alliance forces took 3 days. 200 cultivators moving from the frontier boundary back toward the inner territories, in formal military formation, under the orders of someone who was complying with institutional directives, but clearly understood that compliance meant accepting a defeat that would have significant career implications. The cultivators moved with the resigned bearing of people who had been sent to accomplish something and had been ordered to abandon it halfway through. Some of them had died. More had been wounded. All of them understood that they had been told to retreat from a position that was already becoming indefensible. Wei Liang watched them go from the highest point of the central defensive position, the place where he had stood when the initial resistance was being formed, where he had watched the militia gather and organize. The view from here extended across the entire frontier, and everything he saw was different now. The organization was visible in the patterns of light and movement. The resistance was visible in the way people moved through the landscape. Behind him, the militia people were beginning to relax their rigid formation discipline. People were smiling. People were embracing each other. The weight that had been pressing down on everyone since the first distributed assault units had arrived was beginning to lift, and the relief was visible in the way people moved, the way they breathed, the way they looked at each other. Ren Xiaolan approached him as the last of the Alliance formation disappeared into the distance. "What happens now?" she asked. It was the question that every commander asked after victory, the moment when the immediate goal was achieved and the larger task began. It was the question that separated leaders from commanders. Leaders understood that victory was just a transition to new challenges. "Now we consolidate," Wei Liang said. "We train the militia to a higher standard. We establish permanent defensive positions so that if the Alliance tries something like this again, we can respond faster. We integrate the village defense systems with the tactical formations so that civilians and fighters are not separated but operating as parts of a unified structure." "That will take years," Ren Xiaolan said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "The process of building something that lasts is always slower than the process of building something that looks like it will work in a crisis." He paused, looking out at the frontier landscape. The immediate crisis is over. The long-term work is beginning. Behind them, Song Mu's archive flame was burning brighter than Wei Liang had ever seen it, the fire reaching toward the sky as if celebrating the moment of safety. He was moving through the militia positions, reinforcing people, celebrating with them, allowing them to feel the genuine relief that came from having survived something that had seemed unsurvivable when it began. The weight of combat was lifting from people's shoulders, and Song Mu was there to acknowledge that, to mark the transition. His presence was no longer needed for defense, so it was shifting to celebration. Tan Belu had already begun work on the comprehensive historical record of what had happened over the past 30 days. Wei Liang knew what the document would contain. Not the story of a dramatic military victory, though that was certainly part of it, but the much more important story of how institutional authority could be challenged through documentation, how individual decisions to stand firm could accumulate into a force that changed the behavior of larger systems. How the Reckoning Company had survived not primarily through military superiority, but through positioning, morale, and the willingness to hold ground through uncertainty. The system issued its update, its accounting continuing, sovereign debt repayment, 62%. Asterisk assessment. First major victory phase concluded. 200 frontier civilians protected. 87 cultivators engaged. 12 cultivators eliminated or forced to retreat. Institutional authority partially withdrawn from purification operations. Frontier autonomy substantially increased. Wei Liang felt the weight of accomplishment and the weight of continuity simultaneously. The frontier was safer now. The Alliance had been forced to acknowledge that the old patterns of suppression could not continue in the way they had continued for 3,000 years. But the underlying institutional structure that had enabled the suppression was still in place. The work of actually transforming that structure was beginning now, and it would be the work of decades, possibly centuries. He had time. That was the thing about carrying 3,000 years of memory and an understanding of systems moving on century-long timescales. Individual victories mattered, but they mattered most as part of larger patterns. The victory he had just achieved was not an ending. It was a transformation. It was the moment when the frontier stopped being simply defended and started being able to build toward a different future. "We need to construct a memorial," Ren Xiaolan said. She was looking out at the frontier landscape, at the villages that had been protected, at the people who were beginning to move out of the mountain sanctuaries and return to their homes. For the people who died defending this. For the people who died 3,000 years ago that were still trying to repay what we owe them. Wei Liang looked at her with the steady regard he had developed for people who understood that victory meant responsibility. "Yes," he said, "we will. And that memorial will not be a tomb. It will be a practice ground, a training facility, a place where every generation of frontier people learns what it took to defend themselves and what it will take to defend themselves again if necessary." "That's perfect," Ren Xiaolan said. They stood together at the highest point and watched the frontier landscape settle into a new configuration, a new rhythm, a new possibility. Chapter 72. The integration period required Wei Liang to establish something that the frontier had never had, a formal military institution. The Reckoning Company had functioned as a crisis organization, a rapid response force designed for immediate threats. Now it needed to become something more, a standing organization that could maintain long-term readiness, train new people, establish continuity between generations, and operate within the broader framework of frontier governance. It had to become something that would last longer than any single person. The structure he designed was deliberately distributed. Ren Xiaolan would continue as the primary coordinator of military operations, but her authority would be balanced by a council of regional representatives who had the power to approve major tactical decisions. This prevented any single person from accumulating too much power and also prevented the organization from becoming too dependent on any individual leader. Song Mu would head the medical and training divisions, establishing standards for how cultivators were advanced and supporting people who were injured or damaged during defensive operations. Tan Belu would formalize the archive network into an institutional system, ensuring that documentation and historical records were maintained and accessible to frontier people who needed to understand the precedents for current decisions. This prevents any single person from accumulating too much power, Wei Liang explained to Ren Xiaolan as they finalized the structural documents, working late into the evening in the archive room. It also makes the organization more resilient. If one of us is removed, the system doesn't collapse. It adjusts. "You're describing a system that doesn't center on you," Ren Xiaolan said. She said it not as a question, but as an observation. "Yes," Wei Liang said, "because I won't always be here. In 100 years, I may choose to move elsewhere. In 500 years, the frontier may no longer need the Night Sovereign to function. The organization needs to be built so it can survive my absence." Ren Xiaolan absorbed this. "Do you really expect to stay for that long?" "I have stayed for 3,000 years, Wei Liang said. "Staying for another 500 is entirely consistent with the pattern." He paused. "But the frontier will not require the Night Sovereign for 500 years. The institutional structures are becoming strong enough to function independently. That's the mark of genuine progress." The first formal training cohort began the day after the organizational structure was established. 30 people who wanted to advance their cultivation under direct supervision, who wanted to understand how the Reckoning Company functioned, who wanted to be prepared for the next crisis whether it came in 30 days or 30 years. Wei Liang taught them. He was not a gentle instructor. He positioned them in combat formations and had cultivators attack them while he watched their responses with the careful attention of someone assessing not just their technique, but their temperament. He corrected their stance by making them hold an exhausting position until they understood in their muscles why it mattered. He explained the reasoning behind each tactic with precision, never allowing them the luxury of simply doing what they were told without understanding why they were doing it. Understanding was the foundation of independent action. By the end of the first 30 days, 4 of the 30 had advanced to higher cultivation ranks. 12 had achieved substantial improvements in their combat utility. The other 14 had decided that the demanding nature of formal military training was not something they wanted to continue with and had returned to civilian roles in their villages. Wei Liang did not interpret this as failure. It was exactly the outcome he had been planning for. Military training was difficult and demanding, and people needed to make their own choice about whether they were willing to accept that demand. The people who remained were people who had made an affirmative choice to become part of the Reckoning Company's formal structure, and people who had made that choice would be more reliable when the next crisis came. They were volunteers in the deepest sense. The system continued advancing its accounting. Sovereign debt repayment, 63%. Sovereign debt repayment, 64%. Sovereign debt repayment, 65%. Each protected person, each trained fighter, each day that the frontier moved forward without the oppressive weight of active persecution, it was advancing the system's accounting toward rank 8. Chapter 73. On the day that Tan Balu completed the comprehensive historical record of the resistance campaign, Wei Liang was training the second cohort of military personnel when Song Mu arrived at the training ground with the Examination Bureau messenger. The woman who arrived was older, with the specific bearing of someone who had spent decades in institutional service and understood exactly what messages meant and what they cost to deliver. She moved with the careful precision of someone who had negotiated difficult territory before. The message was formal, sealed with the official stamp of the Examination Bureau, and it contained a request for testimony. Testimony about the conditions of the frontier, about the state of the resistance, about the military capacity that the Reckoning Company had demonstrated. The request was not a demand, but the weight of institutional authority behind it made the distinction academic. Testimony was required. Wei Liang read the message and understood what it meant. The Examination Bureau was conducting its own investigation, separate from the high seat's formal review, and the investigation required direct evidence from the people who were actually involved in the resistance. It was a sign that the institutional fracture was real, that different parts of the alliance were assessing the situation independently rather than waiting for top-level directives. "When do they want me?" Wei Liang asked the messenger. "As soon as possible," the messenger said. "The Bureau understands the difficulty of traveling to the capital city during an active state of frontier operations. But if you could send a representative or possibly travel yourself in a way that doesn't compromise the defensive structure, I'll go," Wei Liang said. "Rin Xiaolan can coordinate the defensive operations in my absence. She's more than capable." The messenger looked surprised. "You would leave the frontier?" "The frontier is stable now," Wei Liang said. "The immediate military threat has been removed. What happens next is determined by what the institutional structures decide, not by what happens on the frontier. If the Examination Bureau needs testimony, then testimony is what determines the future more than combat positioning is." The balance had shifted. Now the war was institutional, not military. That meant different weapons. Chapter 74. The third cohort of military training was substantially larger, 60 people instead of 30, drawn from a broader geographic area of the frontier province. Word had spread about the Reckoning Company's effectiveness and about the structural changes that had occurred in the wake of the failed purification operations. More people wanted to be part of it now, wanted to develop the kind of cultivation capacity and the kind of organizational positioning that had allowed the frontier to resist the alliance. Rin Xiaolan managed this expansion with the careful attention she brought to everything related to building institutional capacity. She established regional training centers rather than concentrating everyone at the central location. She trained secondary instructors who could teach basic material without Wei Liang's direct involvement. She created a curriculum that moved people from beginner to intermediate to advanced positions over a structured time frame. She was building something that could scale. The expansion also brought the first instances of people whose motivation was not defense, but revenge. Wei Liang dealt with this directly, taking 2 of them aside after a training session and explaining the difference. "The Reckoning Company exists to protect the frontier," he said, "not to punish the alliance. If your primary motivation is punishment, then you cannot be part of this organization. Go if you need to go, and no one will stop you. But understand that if you choose to stay, you're choosing to defend, not to destroy." Both people left the organization. It was the right decision for all involved. The organization that was being built needed people whose primary commitment was to the people they were protecting, not to their own desires for retribution. Revenge was a poison that would eventually destroy any institution built on it. The system continued advancing. Sovereign debt repayment, 65%. Sovereign debt repayment, 66%. Sovereign debt repayment, 67%. Chapter 75. The announcement came through the formal channels of the Frontier Administrative Council, certified by Rin Xiaolan's authority and co-signed by the regional representatives. The message was simple and direct. The Demon Sovereign's reincarnation has achieved rank 8 advancement. The Knight's Sovereign is now manifesting at the level of nascent soul equivalent. Frontier cultivators above Qi condensation will perceive increased manifestation visibility and increased power density. The announcement was not a warning, though it carried that weight. The announcement carried weight beyond its literal statement. By announcing the rank 8 advancement openly instead of attempting to conceal it, the Frontier was declaring that it no longer feared the institutional response. It was declaring that Wei Liang's power was not something to be ashamed of or hidden, but something to be integrated into the Frontier's identity. It was a fundamentally different approach to institutional positioning, one that treated power as something that could be publicly acknowledged without triggering catastrophic consequences. It was a statement of fact. It was also a statement of status. The Frontier was not hiding what Wei Liang was anymore. The Frontier was claiming it, making it part of the institutional structure, making it something that was acknowledged and known. This was a new kind of power, not hidden, but visible, not denied, but proclaimed. The Alliance's response was measured. The High Seat issued a new directive. The rank 8 advancement of the Demon's sovereign reincarnation does not alter the suspension of purification operations. However, continued monitoring of the Frontier cultivator population is authorized. All Frontier developments are to be reported to the Central Archive Council for assessment. It was a holding position. The Alliance was acknowledging that something significant had changed, but it was not yet ready to move forward with any decisive action. The institutional fracture was still real. The contradictions within the Alliance were still unresolved. The Frontier had time now. Wei Liang understood what the holding position meant at a deeper level. The Alliance was facing an unprecedented situation, a power structure that existed outside its institutional framework, drawing authority from something older and more fundamental than the cultivator hierarchy that had been established over millennia. This created institutional confusion at the highest levels. Some elements of the Alliance wanted to treat Wei Liang as a simple military problem to be solved through force. Other elements understood that the actual problem was institutional and ideological. The Frontier was claiming a different narrative about its own history, and that narrative was competing successfully with the official Alliance narrative. The institutional fracture was real, and it cut to the heart of what the Alliance believed about itself. If the Frontier's alternative history was accurate, then 3,000 years of institutional policy had been based on a lie. That was not the kind of thing that institutions admitted to easily. It was not the kind of thing that could be fixed with simple policy adjustments. It required confronting the possibility that everything the Alliance had built was built on a foundation of deliberate suppressions and falsifications. Chapter 76, the Archive Council's decision to conduct its own investigation separate from the High Seat's formal review marked a significant institutional shift. It meant that different parts of the Alliance were beginning to assess the Frontier situation independently, rather than waiting for top-level directives to shape their understanding. This fragmentation was the actual opening that the Frontier needed. As long as the Alliance remained monolithic in its response, it could present unified force. But when the institutional components began conducting independent investigations and reached different conclusions, the Alliance lost the coherence necessary to implement suppression at full scale. The rank 8 advancement came on the day Ten Bilu completed the second volume of the comprehensive historical record. Wei Liang was reading the manuscript when the system shifted. He was in the archive room, sitting at the table where Rin Xiaolan had spread the original militia roster weeks ago, and the shift was sudden enough that he had to set the manuscript down. The weight was immediate. The transformation was complete. Asterisk rank 8, void essence achieved. Sovereign debt repayment, 68%. Soul manifestation now extends to 150 meters visibility. Power density increases to match original Demon King capacity at equivalent cultivation rank. Asterisk the manifestation expanded. It was no longer simply visible at close range. It radiated outward like heat from a fire, like water spreading across still ground. Wei Liang stood and felt it. The weight of the Demon King's power returning, the capability to operate at a scale he had not accessed since his original incarnation. It was not the same as his original power. He was not at rank 10, the original ceiling. But it was substantial. It was the threshold where he could begin to reshape the structures around him, not just defend against them. Song Mu came into the archive room moments later, feeling the shift in the cultivation pressure. Rank 8, he said. It was not a question. Yes, Wei Liang said. Void essence. I can hold it, but I should not have stayed in the archive room when it activated. The manifestation is probably affecting everyone in the facility. They're aware, Song Mu said. People are coming from the buildings. They're gathering. They want to see. Wei Liang went out to the courtyard, where roughly 300 people had assembled. They were looking at him with the expression of people who were seeing something that existed at the boundary of perception and physical reality simultaneously. The night's sovereign manifested in the evening light, vast and dark, the silhouette of something that had once ruled the entire frontier province and had been defeated and imprisoned and was now manifesting again, but on the frontier side of the conflict rather than against it. The people did not back away. They stepped forward, acknowledging what they saw. Ren Xiaolan stepped forward. "What does this mean?" she asked. "It means I can do what I could do 3,000 years ago," Wei Liang said. "Defend larger areas simultaneously. Hold positions against higher-ranking cultivators. Move the foundations of the frontier forward if necessary." He paused. "It also means the Alliance will understand that the purification operations cannot resume by force. The institutional question becomes even more important now." Chapter 77. The formal treaty negotiations happened in the neutral territory of the Northern Archive facility, which was technically part of the inner territories but had been maintained as a scholarly institution for so long that its institutional loyalty was divided between the Archive Council and the Alliance proper. Representatives from the Examination Bureau came. Representatives from 6 regional administrators came. Ren Xiaolan attended as the primary frontier representative. Wei Liang attended as an observer, not a negotiator. His presence was statement enough. The negotiation took 3 days. The outcome was a formal agreement. The purification operations are suspended indefinitely. The Eternal Suppression Bureau's authority over frontier provinces is reduced to advisory capacity only. A joint Frontier Alliance Administrative Council is established to manage future disputes. The frontier gains institutional autonomy over local governance and military structure. It was not a complete victory. The fundamental ideological position that the frontier was a risk requiring suppression was not overturned. But it was a functional victory. The mechanism by which the suppression happened had been broken, and the frontier had acquired enough institutional power that repairing that mechanism would require open conflict, and the Alliance was not willing to pay that cost. Wei Liang returned to the frontier and called a gathering of the original leadership: Ren Xiaolan, Song Mu, Tan Beilu. They sat together in the archive room where this had all begun. "The work is not finished," he said, "but the immediate pressure is removed. Now begins the longer work of actually building something that lasts." "The memorial," Ren Xiaolan said. "We decided on that. A place for training, not just a tomb." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "And the institutional structures continue to develop. The council system deepens. The archive network becomes more formal. The military training expands." "In how long?" Tan Beilu asked. "Decades," Wei Liang said. "Possibly longer. But time is something I have." Chapter 78. The village memorial was constructed in the location that Ren Xiaolan had specified, a broad platform of flat stone at the highest point of the Central Frontier Administrative District. The construction took 4 weeks and involved both frontier people and Alliance craftspeople who had been sent to work on the project as part of the new institutional cooperation agreements. The memorial itself was not a traditional tomb. It was a structure with multiple levels, a base for quiet remembrance, a middle level for training and teaching, and an upper platform open to the sky. The inscription on the base read simply, "Here we remember those who died so the frontier could live. Here we remember those who died 3,000 years ago and whose debt remains unpaid. Here we remember that freedom requires courage, and courage requires people willing to accept what courage costs." The dedication ceremony happened on the day after construction completed. Nearly 400 people gathered: militia members, village representatives, people from across the frontier who had heard about what the memorial meant. Wei Liang attended, but stood at the edge rather than at the center. This was Ren Xiaolan's moment, and the frontier's moment. His role was to witness and to be present. Ren Xiaolan spoke. She talked about the people who had died in the resistance. She talked about the people who had survived. She talked about what it meant to stand against something larger than yourself and to choose to stand anyway. When she finished, the people who had been gathered moved to the training level of the memorial. They wanted to see what it was, this place that was not a tomb, but a beginning. Wei Liang watched them, and he felt the system advance again. Sovereign debt repayment, 69%. Asterisk assessment. Memorial establishment complete. Institutional recognition of historical debt achieved. New framework for frontier governance established. Asterisk Chapter 79. 2 weeks after the memorial dedication, the first Frontier Oversight Council meeting was called to order. Wei Liang attended as an observer, not a participant. Ren Xiaolan had been explicit that the institutional framework needed to function without him at the center. The council consisted of Ren Xiaolan, Song Mu, Tan Beilu, and 6 regional representatives chosen from the villages across the frontier. The budget discussion was not merely about allocating resources. It was about demonstrating to everyone involved in the frontier project that the institutional structure was sustainable, that resources would be available for long-term work, that the frontier was not just interested in winning the immediate crisis, but in building something permanent. The commitment of resources to archive maintenance was a statement that said, "We believe the documentation will matter for centuries." The commitment of resources to regional training centers was a statement that said, "We are building capacity that extends beyond the current military need." Song Mu presented the military costs in meticulous detail, breaking them down into weapon procurement, training facility maintenance, and compensation for militia members who had left their normal work to participate in defense. He explained the rate at which cultivators at different levels needed to advance to maintain the frontier's defensive capability, and he laid out the costs associated with that advancement. Specialized training equipment, archival materials for studying cultivation techniques, the maintenance of facilities that supported higher-level cultivation work. The numbers were substantial, but Song Mu presented them with the clarity of someone who understood that the frontier's long-term security required investment now. Tan Balu presented the archive costs in even greater detail, the expense of maintaining multiple copies of documentation, the cost of scholar networks that could distribute knowledge across the frontier, the resources required to ensure that historical memory was preserved in forms that would survive institutional suppression. He talked about the regional archive centers that were being established, the training of archive custodians who could maintain the documentation properly, the communication networks that would allow different archives to coordinate and verify each other's holdings. The regional representatives presented the needs of their villages, infrastructure repair that had been deferred during the period of active resistance, support for families whose primary workers had been involved in the militia training, investment in long-term economic stability that would allow villages to develop beyond simple subsistence farming. These were not glamorous expenditures, but they were the expenditures that determined whether people remained loyal to the frontier's institutions or began looking toward alliance territories as an alternative. The second order of business was reviewing the training programs and assessing what expansion was possible. The third was establishing protocols for communication with the alliance administrative structures. Wei Liang watched and said nothing. This was what genuine progress looked like. The structures taking on their own life, the people who built them stepping back and allowing them to function. By the end of the meeting, the council had made 7 major decisions, all of them sound, all of them reflecting understanding of both the practical situation and the longer-term implications. As the council concluded, Rin Xiaolan approached him. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" Wei Liang asked. "For understanding that this needed to be built by people who would actually live in the frontier," she said. "For not trying to command it yourself. The Demon King made those mistakes 3,000 years ago," Wei Liang said. "I learned." Chapter 80. The final chapter of Step 4 arrived on the 100th day after the formal treaty negotiations concluded. Wei Liang was reviewing the training reports for the 4th cohort of militia when the system issued its final update for the period. Sovereign debt repayment, 70%. Asterisk assessment. Stabilization phase complete. Frontier militarized and consolidated. Institutional structures established and operational. Alliance authority partially withdrawn. Cultural memory preserved and distributed. Primary objective achieved. Frontier survival and institutional autonomy established. Asterisk Wei Liang set down the training reports. 70% of the sovereign debt was repaid. 70% of what the frontier had owed to the 3,000 years of suppression had been transformed into concrete acts of protection and institutional change. The night was cool. He went to the highest point of the central facility and stood looking out at the frontier landscape. Lights from villages scattered across the darkness. Lights from the militia positions. Lights from the archive facilities. The frontier was awake and alert and alive in a way it had not been since before the original Demon King Wars. 70% meant that the frontier had moved beyond mere survival into genuine institutional establishment. The first major phase was complete. The immediate military threat had been neutralized. The alliance's suppression mechanisms had been constrained. The frontier had demonstrated that it could maintain internal cohesion under extreme pressure. What remained was the longer, more complex work of institutional transformation. The remaining 30% of the sovereign debt required moving beyond the frontier itself. It required confronting the central institutions of the alliance, the eternal archive that maintained official historical records, the high seat that made binding decisions about institutional policy, the regional administrator networks that executed those decisions throughout the inner territories. It required not just surviving against external pressure, but transforming the institutional foundations upon which that external pressure rested. This was the work that would take centuries. It was the work of changing how the Alliance understood its own history, of breaking through 3,000 years of deliberate suppressions and falsifications, of ensuring that the frontier's narrative could not be erased or rewritten by institutional powers that wanted the truth to remain buried. It required more than military victory. It required institutional transformation at levels so deep that they touched the fundamental assumptions about power, history, and institutional legitimacy that the Alliance had built itself upon. He thought about the people who had died 3,000 years ago, Willowstone Village and all the villages like it, the children who had been executed as precautions, the people who had been hunted in the name of preventing future wars. They were not brought back. The debt was not paid in that sense. But the mechanism that had killed them was broken. The institution that had justified their deaths was fractured. The frontier that had been built on their graves was standing up and claiming its own future. That was not redemption. Wei Liang would never claim redemption. But it was something. It was a transformation of abstract debt into concrete action. It was the beginning of the long work that would occupy the next 500 years. He turned back from the view and went to find Ren Xiulan. She was still in the operations chamber, reviewing the latest reports from the distributed militia positions. She looked up when he entered. "The fourth cohort is ready for primary assignment," she said. "They're capable of holding secondary positions against any force the Alliance is likely to send." "Then assign them," Wei Liang said, "and begin the fifth cohort. We've established the model. Now it becomes a question of scale and depth." "How long?" Ren Xiulan asked. "Until the frontier doesn't need me," Wei Liang said. "However long that takes." Ren Xiulan smiled. "I think that day might be longer in coming than you realize." "Possibly," Wei Liang said, "but not indefinitely. That was always the point." He walked with her through the archive facility and out into the frontier night. The system's presence continued its measured advance, counting each protected person, each trained fighter, each day that the frontier moved forward towards something that resembled genuine freedom. The accounting would continue. The work would continue. The long transformation that had begun 3,000 years ago was still in motion, still grinding forward toward its ultimate conclusion. The path forward was clear, but not simple. The frontier had established military capacity and institutional structure. Now it needed to use those achievements as a foundation for deeper institutional work. The archive network needed to expand into the inner territories, creating distribution points for historical documentation in places where scholars and administrators could access it without traveling to the frontier. The education network needed to develop training programs that could teach frontier cultivators at advanced levels, allowing them to compete with inner territory cultivators on equal footing. The political networks needed to deepen, creating channels of communication that would allow frontier representatives to influence Alliance decision-making directly rather than merely responding to decisions made without their input. Wei Liang had 3,000 years of experience with the mechanisms of institutional power. He understood how institutions resisted change, how the people within institutions developed interests aligned with preserving the institutional status quo, how even fundamental contradictions between institutional values and institutional practice could be maintained for centuries through careful management of information and narrative control. The only way to overcome that was to create competing institutions with their own internal logic, their own incentive structures, their own reasons for existence that did not depend on the Alliance's institutional framework. The system itself was something that most people did not fully understand, but Wei Liang could feel its mechanics with clarity that came from 3,000 years of existence. The system was not consciousness. It was not judgment. It was pure accounting, the mathematical expression of the idea that every harm done created a debt that would eventually require repayment. It did not care about intent or justification. It only cared about the fundamental fact that something had been taken and the calculation of what equivalent repayment would look like. The percentage advancement from 70% to completion was not arbitrary. It was the system's assessment of how much of the 3,000-year debt had been transformed from abstract injustice into concrete institutional protection and institutional change. The frontier's institutional structures were fragile in many ways, but they possessed a kind of resilience that direct military force could not overcome. Even if the Alliance sent an army that destroyed every frontier settlement, the documentation would survive. Even if they captured Wei Liang and imprisoned him or executed him, the system's accounting would continue, and the debt would still exist, and someone else would eventually step forward to continue the repayment. The frontier had created something that transcended any individual person or institution. It had created a self-sustaining system of institutional memory and institutional purpose. That realization carried its own weight. It meant that the work Wei Liang had undertaken was not dependent on his personal success or failure. It meant that the frontier's future existed independent of his personal future. It meant that he had successfully transformed the sovereign debt from something that required his constant attention into something that would continue advancing through the collective actions of thousands of people across the frontier, all of them committed to the same fundamental principles of institutional protection and institutional truth-telling. The path forward would be long. The remaining 30% of the debt would take decades or centuries to repay. The institutional confrontation with the alliance would grow more complex as the frontier's power and influence expanded. But the fundamental structure had been established. The system was in motion. And for the first time in 3,000 years, that system was not oriented toward suppression but toward genuine protection. The celebration of the 70% milestone was muted because everyone involved understood that the work was not finished. The frontier had proven that institutional suppression could be resisted and overcome through determined effort, strategic positioning, and the willingness to build alternative structures. But the quiet satisfaction was real. The frontier had achieved something that experts said was impossible. It had defended itself against the full military force of the alliance. It had shattered the institutional consensus that suppression was inevitable and necessary. It had created an alternative institutional framework that provided genuine security and genuine future. That was not redemption for 3,000 years of atrocity, but it was a beginning of a different kind of future. And for the first time in 3 millennia, Wei Liang could feel, in the structure of things, something that resembled hope. Chapter 81. The night sovereign. The battlefield of Crimson Ridge fell silent when the violet dark energy erupted from the earth. Wei Liang had not intended to manifest his soul at full power. The provocation had simply been too deliberate, too calculated to trigger his rage. 300 alliance cultivators, encircling Song Mu's forward position, had been testing whether the rumors were true. Now they knew. The night sovereign rose above the valley like a second moon swallowing light. Violet-black tendrils, shot through with the silver of starless sky, coalesced into a shape that was recognizably humanoid but utterly inhuman. It stood 300 paces tall. The spiritual pressure it exerted made grown cultivators weep without understanding why. Regroup. Regroup. The Alliance commander screamed, his voice swallowed by the waves of ancient terror rolling across the ridge. But it was the allied force, the frontier cultivators, the dissident sects, the soldiers under Ren Xiaolan's banner, who recognized what they were seeing. Tan Beilu, watching from the rear observation post, whispered the words from the old annals. The demon sovereign walks in darkness, and darkness is his dominion. The 9 heavens trembled when his shadow crossed the veil. Song Mu, crouched in the center of the alliance formation moments before, felt the presence like a second heartbeat. The soul manifestation was not violent. It was protective. And it was him. It was Wei Liang, but impossibly vast, impossibly old, impossibly aware. Wei Liang's human form remained below, eyes closed, riding the flood of power that came with rank 7 cultivation. He had not intended to reveal this, but the news would spread now regardless. 3 sect elders who witnessed the manifestation would file formal testimony with the Alliance's court by nightfall. The Demon King was not merely returning. He was arriving. The Night Sovereign turned its head, a slow, deliberate motion, toward the Alliance forces. No attack came. None was needed. The commander broke formation, and the retreat became a rout. When Wei Liang opened his eyes, the soul form was already dissolving back into his meridians, reabsorbing into his dantian like ink into water. His body felt simultaneously exhausted and infinitely capable, the paradox of rank 7 cultivation. His spiritual pressure was detectable now across hundreds of li. There would be no more hiding. Ren Xiaolan approached on foot, her mercenary commander's cloak rippling in the wind that the soul manifestation had left behind. She knelt, though there was no mockery in the gesture. First time at that rank. Yes, Wei Liang said. His voice sounded different to his own ears. Layered, as if the Night Sovereign was speaking through him even now. You sound older. Ren Xiaolan stood, studying his face with the analytical gaze of someone calculating odds. The Alliance will move now. They'll move faster than before. Let them, Wei Liang said. We have documentation on our side now. Song Mu jogged over, still in combat stance. That was, I don't have words. I felt recognized. Like something in me remembered being afraid of that. You were, Wei Liang said quietly. In the last age. You were my adversary before you were my friend. Song Mu's expression shifted through several emotions at once. Confusion, then dawning realization, then something like awe. But there was no time for deeper conversation. The Alliance forces were regrouping. The battle had been won, but the war was beginning in earnest. That night, 3 sect elders submitted testimony to the Celestial Harmony Council, the Alliance's governing body. Their accounts were identical in essence. They had witnessed the manifestation of a soul form consistent with descriptions from texts predating the Demon War by 500 years. The Demon King had returned. This was no longer rumor. This was established fact. Grand Elder Shin Xiaolong received the testimony while reviewing correspondence in his study. He read through once, then again, then a third time, each reading slower than the last. When he finally set the documents down, his hands were trembling. He knew that presence. He had felt it twice before in his very long life. Once directly, across a battlefield, and once indirectly, through the sealing array whose power he had wielded. That presence had felt like gravity then, like the weight of the world pressing down. Feeling it again, even attenuated through time and distance, was like standing before a tsunami while knowing you could not flee. Shin Xiaolong rose and walked to the window of his tower. Somewhere beyond the mountains, beyond the provinces, in territories the Alliance had thought secured, something old and vast was waking up, and it was wearing the face of a child. No, he whispered to the darkness. Not this time. I will not allow this twice. Chapter 82. The Council divides. The emergency convening of the Celestial Harmony Council lasted 12 hours. Wei Liang's information network, primarily Yu Shang's network, though Wei Liang had learned not to ask precisely how she obtained her intelligence, recorded the essential divisions within 12 hours. Shin Xiaolong's position was uncomplicated. Immediate mobilization of all available true immortal and higher-ranked cultivators. A preemptive strike against Wei Liang's current position. Total elimination. The cost in lives was irrelevant. The cost in resources was irrelevant. Allowing Yi Kuang to exist had been the single greatest strategic failure in Alliance history, and that error would not be repeated. We sealed him once, Shin Xiaolong had said, according to the testimony relayed through the network. The seal held for 1,000 years. This is not the same cultivator who emerged from the Undercroft a month ago. This is the full manifestation. If we do not act within the week, we will be fighting an enemy at higher and higher ranks while our own position weakens. Sect Master Zhou Fenghua offered a different strategic assessment. She did not dispute Shin Xiaolong's evaluation of the threat. What she disputed was the method of response. The Knight Sovereign is not merely a cultivator, she had argued. It is a symbol. It is a historical figure made real. Killing Wei Liang directly will only transform him into a martyr. We have allowed this narrative to control the discourse because we assumed it was manageable. We were wrong. Our assumption was wrong. What are you proposing? This from Master Helix of the Crescent Court, who represented the smaller sects within the Alliance's orbit. Control the narrative, Zhou Fenghua said. Yes, mobilize. But mobilize defensively. Build narrative around the legitimacy of that defense. Simultaneously, release counter-documents that establish Wei Liang's culpability in the previous age's atrocities. The Demon War was devastating to the Alliance. We have documentation of that devastation. We broadcast it. We remind people that yes, Yi Kuang was powerful, but he was also destructive. We make people fear him less as a return and more as a return to violence. The Council had voted, not along clear factional lines, but along a kind of dissonant overlap, simultaneous authorization for military mobilization and narrative counter-operations. Both would proceed. Both would be funded. Both would escalate. Wei Liang understood the implications immediately when Yu Shang reported the Council's decisions. They were preparing for 2 wars, one military, one informational. And they were willing to wage both even though the informational war might undermine the military justification for the conflict. Shin Xiaolong wants to kill me, Wei Liang said, sitting in the Undercroft strategy chamber with his core advisors. Zhou Fenghua wants to delegitimize me. These are not compatible strategies. That means they're not coordinating perfectly, which means there's space to exploit, Ren Xiulan said, nodding in understanding. Exactly, Wei Liang said. If they're divided on method, we stop playing defense. We change the nature of what we're fighting about. Tambelu looked up from the historical text she was organizing. You're suggesting we escalate the informational war before they escalate the military one. Not escalate, Wei Liang said. Transform it. They want narrative control, right? They want the story to be about danger and legitimacy of response. What if the story becomes about truth itself? Songmu was still learning to think like a general. He asked the useful question, what does that look like in practice? Wei Liang stood and walked to the archive's central chamber, the vast repository where centuries of Undercroft documentation lay organized and waiting. Right now, he said, we control this. The complete historical record. The Council controls the narrative. What if we remove the gate between them? What if we released not a summary, not a curated selection, but everything, simultaneously, to every major city at once? Before they can suppress it all, Yushang was already considering the logistics. My network can manage simultaneous delivery if we coordinate through merchant houses. 3 days to set up, 5 days to distribute completely. After which, suppression becomes more difficult with each passing day. The Alliance will burn it, Ren Xiaolan warned. They'll arrest anyone caught copying. They'll suppress by force. Yes, Wei Liang agreed. And that will be the story. That's the point. They cannot suppress truth without becoming enemies of truth itself. They cannot burn documents without demonstrating why burning was necessary. They cannot arrest scholars without admitting that scholarship is dangerous to them. He turned to face his advisors directly. In the old age, truth was a weapon. Now it is. But it works differently. Now, truth wins not by being perfect, but by being accessible, by being undeniable, by being everywhere at once. Tian Belu was smiling, the rare expression of someone who had spent decades as a historian and finally saw history being made by someone who understood it. When do we begin? She asked. Tomorrow, Wei Liang said. Yushang, start coordinating. Tian Belu, audit the archive. We release everything. Every piece of documentation from the Demon War era, every account of the sealing array, every victim list, every alliance strategic memorandum. We remove the choice from them. The Knight's sovereign had manifested on the battlefield. Now it was time for the demon sovereign's true weapon to emerge, the meticulous, devastating power of absolute documentation. Chapter 83. The archive becomes open. The first copies appeared in the Grand Record Hall of Shimmer Harbor 3 hours before dawn. The head archivist, an elderly woman named Qin whose position had remained unchanged for 40 years, found them stacked neatly on the main table. Bound collections of hand-copied documents, perfectly indexed, with detailed notations about their sources and authenticity markers. A note accompanied the collection. These are the primary sources from which Alliance histories have been derived. You are a keeper of true record. We trust your judgment as to their validity. There was no signature. But the quality of the documentation, the precision of the transcriptions, and the sheer volume, 20,000 pages bound and organized, made the source obvious. By sunrise, the archivist had notified the city's senior cultivators and begun the slow work of integrating the collection into the archive's official holdings. By noon, the first scholars had arrived, drawn by rumors. By evening, the archive was crowded with readers, all of them processing the same shocking realization. They had been lied to by omission. The documents told a story no official history had ever offered in full. The Harvest Council, founded 150 years before Yi Kuang's rise. The strategic allocation of cultivation resources deliberately restricted to Alliance member sections. The deliberate suppression of independent cultivator emergence. The documented plans for how to respond when, not if, an external sovereign would eventually challenge their monopoly. Yi Kuang's rise was not presented as aberration. It was presented as inevitable, a natural consequence of attempting to suppress the universal human drive toward power and freedom. The Demon War was not a story of invasion. It was a story of self-defense. And the Alliance's response was not presented as measured. It was presented as calculated. 30,000 civilian deaths to power the sealing array. The documents did not shy from the number. They listed where those deaths occurred. In some cases, they listed names. By the second day, the archive hall in Shimmer Harbor was no longer sufficient. Copies had been made. Merchants had acquired them. Teachers had brought them to schools. Disciples had smuggled them back to their sections. The information was multiplying exponentially, spreading like a fire that fed on the attempt to extinguish it. The Alliance's response came swiftly, but it was fractured. Some provincial governors ordered arrests. Others ordered documents seized and burned. A few simply closed their archives and forbade access. But the variance in response itself became informative. If the truth was consistent, why were they acting inconsistently? In the city of Jade Spring, 3 cultivators were arrested for copying documents without authorization. The news spread. The immediate response from independent sects was not anger, it was confusion. Confusion transforming into suspicion. Why arrest someone for copying historical documents? What were they afraid would be discovered? Tian Belu watched the spread of information from the Undercroft with something like professional satisfaction. She had spent her entire life collecting and preserving truth in conditions of active suppression. Now she was watching what happened when suppression was distributed across an entire continent and could no longer present itself as centralized authority. They're burning copies in Qigong province, Yushang reported. The local magistrate ordered all public record halls closed pending verification. Verification against what? Wei Liang asked. He was in the central chamber of the archive, watching copies of the distribution network being updated on a large wall map. Each marker represented a location where the archive had been successfully established. That's the question that's spreading, Yushang said. Verification against what standard? The official histories that omitted key information? This is working. Not yet, Wei Liang said. But he was watching the map, and he was allowing himself a kind of hope he had not permitted before. 3 days into the distribution, and they had reached 43 major cities. The documents were everywhere. They could not all be suppressed. They could not all be denied. On the 4th day, something shifted. A sect elder named Chun, who held a minor position in the Crescent Court, publicly questioned the official account of the Harmony Restoration period. His specific question: if the archive contains records of the ceiling array's construction, why have those records been omitted from all sanctioned histories? It was not a revolutionary statement, but it was a public statement. It was a question asked by someone with enough standing to be heard, and it could not be unasked. The Alliance's response was immediate. Chen was suspended from his position. Charges were filed. Dissemination of false information. Undermining institutional authority. The message was clear. Questioning the official account had become treasonous. But the message was also a confirmation. If the question was harmless, why silence the questioner? If the archive's contents were false, why arrest people for reading them rather than simply proving them false? Wei Liang received the news of Chen's suspension with profound gratitude. Chen had been a stranger when the archive was released. He had become, through the single act of public questioning, Wei Liang's most valuable asset. Proof that the Alliance itself recognized truth as a threat. The Night Sovereign had been revealed on the battlefield. Now the Demon Sovereign's patience had become his weapon. In the old age, he had conquered through force. In this age, he was learning to conquer through making it impossible to deny. Chapter 84. The 3 days. What became known as the 3 days was not a military campaign. It was the period during which the Undercroft archive remained fully accessible to public view before systematic suppression rendered most of its contents unavailable. Scholars worked without sleeping. The Grand Record Hall in Shimmer Harbor was open continuously, with shifts of researchers working through the night under cultivator-enhanced light. Some came seeking specific documents to verify particular claims. Others came to read the entire collection from beginning to end, attempting to rebuild the narrative from primary sources. A young woman named May, a disciple of the Bright Star sect with a particular interest in political philosophy, spent her entire fortune acquiring permissions to copy documents. She hired 10 scribes and worked them for 60 straight hours, producing a compressed version of the archive that could be smuggled out in a single merchant's cart. In the city of 3 Rivers, a group of merchant-class cultivators organized a public reading where anyone, regardless of sect affiliation, could come and hear the archive's contents summarized aloud. The first reading drew 200 people. The second day's reading drew 800. On the 3rd day, the local Alliance representative shut down the reading and arrested the organizers. The arrests themselves became new evidence. Within hours, testimonies about the arrests were being circulated, analyzed, discussed. Why had they felt threatened by public reading? If the documents were false, would not public reading prove them false? A master historian from the Eastern Provinces Academy wrote a detailed assessment of the archive's contents. His conclusion: the documentation was consistent, internally coherent, and corroborated by secondary sources from multiple independent archives. His assessment was circulated before the local Alliance representative could suppress it. Within a day, 3 other major scholars had issued similar assessments. Within 2 days, the assessments themselves had become public documents, distributed alongside the archive. The Alliance's suppression efforts, meanwhile, were becoming visible and therefore subject to scrutiny. A public record hall in Qigong was burned. 3 fire cultivators who witnessed the burning filed a public account. The documents had been burned not because they were false or subversive, but simply to prevent their continued circulation. The account could not be suppressed without arresting the cultivators and inviting further questions about why witnesses were being silenced. Zhou Fenghua, monitoring the chaos from the Alliance's Central Council, recognized that her narrative control strategy was failing. The problem was that they had, in fact, omitted true information from official histories. No amount of counter-narrative could change that fundamental reality. All they could do now was attempt damage mitigation, get ahead of the story by admitting some things while maintaining control of the larger narrative. But Shen Qiaolong would not permit that strategy. In his view, any admission was weakness. Any acknowledgement of the archive's validity would be construed as admission of broader wrongdoing. The only acceptable response was total denial, total suppression, and if necessary, total elimination of the information source. The 2 strategies collided in the Alliance's governing council, and in that collision, neither gained full authority. The result was chaotic response. Some provinces were instructed to suppress, others to suppress gradually, others to maintain public denial while limiting access privately. Yu Shang reported the disintegration with satisfaction. They're fragmenting, not publicly, but administratively. Some local governors are now ignoring central directives. Tan Beilu was cataloging accounts of the 3 days as they arrived, each one a small piece of the larger story of how information moved through society when suppression was no longer absolute. Wei Liang watched all of this from the undercroft and made a decision. Once the immediate heat of the 3 days passed, once the initial distribution was complete and suppression had begun, he would force a new kind of confrontation. Not military. Something different. Something that would transform the conflict into something the Alliance could not win through force. Because the Alliance's fundamental problem was becoming clear, they had built their power on a foundation of controlled information. Now that the information was spreading, their power was fragmenting. And Wei Liang was learning to shape the world not by taking it, but by revealing what it actually was. Chapter 85. Heaven's Gate ascends. Wei Liang knew the breakthrough was coming. His meridians had been full for weeks, his dantian pressure increasing daily as he drew energy from the spiritual weight of documented truth. The sovereign debt mechanic was functioning at full capacity. Every revelation, every piece of historical injustice acknowledged and recorded and distributed, accelerated his cultivation restoration. He positioned himself alone in the deepest chamber of the undercroft, a location 300 paces below the surface where the spiritual energy was oldest and most refined. He had chosen this place intentionally. No witnesses, no manifestation that could be seen from the outside. The breakthrough into rank 8 would be internal, invisible to the world. The ascension process began with pressure. It built from his dantian outward through his meridian system, a sensation not unlike being filled slowly with liquid silver. Wei Liang had experienced this before, in the distant past, when he was younger and the world was different. The specificity of memory was one of the blessings and curses of reincarnation. He could remember exactly how this had felt the first time. His body convulsed. The chamber's stone walls cracked from the internal pressure. The sovereign debt system flooded him with energy, not granting him power so much as restoring power that had always been his, locked away in the mechanics of servitude. When it ended, Wei Liang was still standing. His clothes had burned away from the internal heat. His skin glowed with a faint violet luminescence. His spiritual pressure had expanded to fill not just the chamber, but hundreds of paces in all directions. And the system spoke. Rank 8 restored. Sovereign debt repayment, 64%. At this rank, your cultivation pressure is detectable continent-wide to those above silver core. You cannot hide what you are anymore. The consequences struck him simultaneously. Somewhere far away, he could sense it across space in a way he had not been able to before. Xin Xiaolong felt the breakthrough and recognized it. In the Alliance's tower, the Grand Elder stood at his window and went pale. Wei Liang remained in the deep chamber for another hour, adapting to the new bandwidth of his senses. He could feel the cultivation patterns of everyone in the undercroft now, could sense their spiritual cores with the kind of clarity that made their emotions almost readable. Song Mu's fire cultivation blazed like a beacon. Tan Beilu's steady, unadorned core cultivation was like a constant frequency. Yu Shang's shadow cultivation was harder to perceive, but that too was visible once he focused properly. And far away, scattered across the continent, he could feel the major cultivators of the Nine-Peak Alliance, each one a point of power in the landscape of spirit. He could sense Xin Xiaolong most clearly, a cold, precise, immensely powerful cultivation that nonetheless carried a kind of brittleness now, a fragility that had not been there before the breakthrough. The demon's sovereign was awake, and every cultivator above silver core would know it. When Wei Liang emerged from the deep chamber, Song Mu was waiting. His friend had felt the breakthrough and positioned himself near the chamber entrance, waiting to see what emerged. Wei Liang was naked, still glowing faintly. Song Mu did not comment on either fact. Instead, he simply asked, "Are you all right?" Rank 8, Wei Liang said. His voice was different now, lower, carrying harmonic frequencies that made the air vibrate slightly. Heaven's Gate. I can feel the entire continent's cultivators now. The pressure I'm exerting will start affecting cultivation rates even at a distance. How far? Song Mu asked. 200 li at minimum. Perhaps 500 for those sensitive enough. It's not something I'm controlling. It's something that's happening because I exist at this rank. Song Mu nodded slowly. Xin Xiaolong knows now. Yes, Wei Liang confirmed. He felt it, which means the timetable accelerates. They will attack, or they will mobilize for attack, probably within 3 days. Song Mu considered this. Then, when do you next make me one of yours? When do I reach the breakthrough you're talking about? Wei Liang turned to his friend fully, seeing him through new eyes that could perceive cultivation in greater detail. You're close, Wei Liang said. Silver core. You need one more major cultivation event. One more truth fully integrated into your core understanding of who you are. Then I have something to tell you, Songmu said. I've been remembering. Small pieces. From before. I remember fighting in formations under someone's banner. I remember banner colors, red and gold. I remember a name being called out, and it meant something to me. Wei Liang understood. The integration was happening naturally, the barrier between Song Mu's current self and his previous self thinning as cultivation advanced. Your name was Jiang Hua, Wei Liang said quietly. You were the Eastern Battalion's primary fire cultivator. You reached Silver Core in that age. You were killed in the third major engagement of the Demon War. A collapse of stone, meant as ambush. You never even saw what killed you. Songmu was silent for a long time. Then, that doesn't hurt the way I expected it to. No, Wei Liang said. Because you know the truth now. You know you were valuable. You know you served under a leader who treasured you. You know the war was not righteous on the Alliance's side, even if it was necessary. You know there's redemption in serving something better this time. Songmu smiled. It was a small smile, but genuine. Then I'll reach Silver Core, and you'll do whatever naming ceremony you did before. Yes, Wei Liang said. I'll name you my first general, and you'll have earned it, because you'll have reclaimed your own history and chosen this path anyway. Songmu nodded. Then he asked the question that mattered most. What was my name before? Wei Liang told him. Chapter 86. First General Songmu's breakthrough came 2 days later. The sovereign debt system had been accelerating his cultivation dramatically. Every piece of documented injustice acknowledged was like fuel for the fire cultivators within Wei Liang's movement. Songmu had absorbed the archive's contents with particular intensity, spent hours reading about the civilian casualties and the documented suppression. When his Silver Core formation completed, it happened not in stillness, but in movement. Songmu was training with a group of younger disciples, demonstrating proper form with cultivator fire when his dantian suddenly overflowed. The fire he was using for demonstration expanded exponentially, but it did not burn wildly. Instead, it transformed. The flame became structured. It became purpose. And from its center emerged Songmu's manifest soul, a massive torch, burning with violet-tinged flame. The torch was not an object or a weapon. It was an archival essence, fire that burned falsehoods, flame that consumed concealment arrays and suppression seals. When the manifest soul fully manifested, Wei Liang felt it from 3 chambers away and arrived to find Songmu's disciples backing away in awe. The fire was not dangerous to them, but it was obviously dangerous to lies. Songmu himself stood at the center of the flame, breathing through it, controlling it through pure instinct. When he saw Wei Liang, he stepped toward him, and the fire moved with him like water. This is new, Songmu said, looking down at the manifest soul burning around his hands. This is you, Wei Liang said. This is what you were always meant to become. Your fire variant isn't combat or illumination. It's purification. It's the destruction of false narratives and concealment. Wei Liang approached, and Songmu led him. The fire did not burn him. Of course it didn't. This fire was his, in a manner of speaking. It was part of his world now. Wei Liang placed one hand on Songmu's shoulder and spoke formally, using the old words from the previous age. Jiang Hua, risen again as Songmu, cultivator of the archive flame, I name you my first general. Command my forces. Lead my strategy. When I am absent, you are my will. When I am present, you are my voice. You have earned this through deeds and through memory, through failure and through choice. Do you accept? Songmu laughed. The sound was bright and clear, carrying no doubt. I accept. I've been waiting 1,000 years to accept this. Also, your phrasing is very formal. It was formal in the previous age, Wei Liang said, smiling. I assumed the tradition held value. It does, Songmu said. He was quieter now, the humor fading into something more introspective. But I want to ask you. I have all these memories now, pieces of who I was. I was formidable. I was respected. I was feared. And I died while you lived, defeated. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is the cost of what I am. Everyone around me in the previous age died. I survived because I was demon sovereign. Not because I was better, because I was designed to survive. And now? Songmu asked. Now, Wei Liang said, you have the same choice I did. You can resent that design, or you can accept that we've been given a second chance to do better. I intend to do better. And I need someone I trust absolutely to help me, because I cannot do this alone. Songmu nodded slowly. Then we do better. Together. And if there are more like us, more reincarnations, more people remembering the previous age, then we gather them too. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is the plan. The archive flame burned brighter around Song Mu, as if responding to his commitment. In other chambers of the Undercroft, cultivators felt the breakthrough and understood its significance. The demon sovereign had his general now. The movement had structure beyond Wei Liang's own will. Over the next days, as word spread, disciples and soldiers began treating Song Mu with a new formality. He was no longer just one of Wei Liang's companions. He was the first general, the commander who spoke with the demon sovereign's authority. Song Mu adjusted to the role with surprising ease, though he confided to Wei Liang that it felt like remembering something he had learned once and stored away. Battle formations came naturally. Strategic planning felt almost mechanical. And the archive flame, his manifest soul, guided his decisions in subtle ways, burning hotter when he considered deception, cooling when he found truth in proposals. This is going to change things, Song Mu said one evening, looking over the latest intelligence reports. The alliance is mobilizing more slowly than expected. Xin Xiaolong wants full mobilization, but they're hesitating. Why? Wei Liang asked. Because, Song Mu said, pointing at a report, they're not sure if a direct military assault can defeat a Heaven's Gate demon sovereign who has the entire continent questioning his legitimacy. They're worried that if they attack and fail, the failure itself becomes proof that they're desperate and afraid. Wei Liang considered this. It was true. The landscape of the conflict had shifted fundamentally. No longer was this simply a military problem. It was a political problem, an informational problem, a strategic problem operating on multiple levels simultaneously. Then we exploit that hesitation, Wei Liang said. Song Mu, I want you to reach out to the military commanders who questioned the Crimson Ridge battle order. There are at least 3 who I know had doubts. We offer them something. What do we offer them? Song Mu asked. Proof, Wei Liang said, that they can serve their sects and their cultivators without serving the Alliance's version of truth. That there's another way to be honorable that doesn't require denying the archive. Song Mu smiled. Using the generals against the Alliance. That's the strategy you would have used in the previous age. No, Wei Liang said. In the previous age, I would have crushed them. This is better. Chapter 87, The Defection. Su Jingyu arrived at the Undercroft with her escort of 3 trusted disciples, all of them from Azure Cloud sect's dissident core. She had been planning this defection for months, collecting allies, documenting her own justifications, preparing for the moment when remaining within the sect's official structure would become intolerable. The moment had come when the sect's leadership received direct orders from the Celestial Harmony Council to suppress any discussion of the archive's contents and arrest disciples found in possession of copies. The order was explicit, comprehensive, and designed to prevent the kind of questioning that had already destabilized other sections. Su Jingyu had read the order, felt the weight of what it meant, and made her choice. Wei Liang received her formally in the Undercroft's outer halls, with Song Mu present as first general and Tan Bilu present as record keeper. It was important that the defection be documented, that it exist in the record as a formal choice rather than a rumor. You understand what you're abandoning? Wei Liang asked. Status, rank, relative comfort, and the approval of my sect, Su Jingyu said. Yes, I understand. I'm choosing it anyway, because continuing to serve the Alliance's narrative was going to force me to suppress truth. I can't do that anymore. Wei Liang nodded. He had seen this same realization in several cultivators now. The moment when the force of discovered truth became greater than the force of institutional loyalty. What do you bring to us? Song Mu asked. It was the right question, a first general's question. Contacts, Su Jingyu said. Azure Cloud has disciples across the continent. More importantly, there's a faction within the sect, has been a faction for years, that questioned the official historical narrative. They didn't have access to the archive before. Now they will. And more importantly, they have leverage. They're cultivators good enough to matter, but not senior enough to be irreplaceable. They can defect gradually, building what amounts to a parallel structure within Azure Cloud. You're suggesting we don't need to attack Azure Cloud, Tenbelu said, understanding the implication. We need to transform it from inside. Yes, Su Jingyu said. And it's not unique to Azure Cloud. Every major sect has dissidents now. Every major sect has disciples who read the archive and realized they've been lied to. Your demon sovereign mythology is the easy part. The real power will come from the cultivators who decide they can't serve the old system anymore. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. Then, there's someone else you need to meet. He summoned Zhang Haofeng, or rather, he had Yushang send a messenger to Zhang Haofeng's location, a mountain monastery where the true disciple had been spending the last weeks reading and rereading the archive's contents. When Zhang Haofeng arrived at the Undercroft a day later, it was immediately clear that the act of reading the archive had transformed him. He was thinner, exhausted, but also somehow more grounded in himself. Su Jingyu looked at Jiang Haofeng and recognized something in his expression, the same realization that had brought her to this place. The moment when honesty became more valuable than comfort. The one who's still loyal to the alliance, Jiang Haofeng said, looking at her with a kind of gentle humor. And the one who isn't anymore. We're the two ends of the same rope. Wei Liang introduced them properly and let them speak together, watching from a distance as they compared their doubts, their revelations, their slow recognition that the alliance itself was the problem, not some particular policy or leader, but the fundamental structure of power built on concealment. Over the following days, Su Jingyu used her contacts to bring other defectors into the Undercroft. They came individually, in small groups, always with the understanding that their defection was not final. They would return to their sects in many cases, but returning transformed, carrying the knowledge that another way existed. One of Su Jingyu's most valuable contacts was a woman named Master Liao, who had been Jiang Haofeng's mentor before his recruitment into the True Disciples. Master Liao's entrance into Wei Liang's movement was significant not because she was a particularly powerful cultivator, but because she was respected across multiple sections. Her public defection would signal that the schism in the alliance was not a matter of minor dissidents, but of respected authorities questioning the fundamental legitimacy of the system. I'm too old to be a revolutionary, Master Liao had said when Su Jingyu first approached her. But I'm old enough to see when history is being made, and I've lived long enough to know that being on the wrong side of history is worse than any immediate comfort. Wei Liang recorded Master Liao's statement personally, made sure it would be preserved in the archive for future generations. Because this was becoming clear, the real power of his movement was not military. It was moral. It was the choice to see truth and act on it, made by people who had everything to lose and nothing to gain except the knowledge that they had acted rightly. Chapter 88. The Council's Foundation. The discovery happened almost by accident. Yushang's intelligence network was investigating the Harvest Council's founding documentation when they uncovered records that had been deliberately preserved but thoroughly hidden. The records were in an archive within an archive, a secondary layer of the Council's administrative structure that had never been meant for public access. The documents, when translated and analyzed, showed something remarkable. The Harvest Council had been founded 150 years before Yi Kuang's rise. Not in response to him, not as prevention of him, but as a foundational structure, designed decades before he was even conceived. The founding documents were explicit in their purpose: maintenance of cultivation resource monopoly against external sovereign emergence. Wei Liang read the document himself and felt something shift in his understanding. He had been operating under the assumption that he was a natural consequence of the Alliance's suppression, that given enough cultivation resources hoarded by the Alliance, someone would eventually break through and challenge them. But this document suggested something different. The Alliance had anticipated him specifically, not him as a person, but the concept of him, an external sovereign emerging to challenge their monopoly. They had structured their entire system around preventing exactly what he was. Which means, Tan Bilu said when Wei Liang explained the implications, that you were not the cause of the demon war. You were the inevitable response to the Council's existence. You weren't wrong to rebel. The rebellion was written into the structure that they built. Wei Liang nodded slowly. The implications cascaded outward. If the Council's founding documents explicitly anticipated an external sovereign emergence, then the narrative the Alliance had been promoting, that Yi Kuang was aberration, was uniqueness, was unforeseeable, was false. He was predicted, expected, planned for. We released this, Wei Liang said. Not hidden, not filtered. The complete founding documents, with translation, distributed exactly like the first archive. It will devastate the Alliance, Songmu said. Not because it will turn people against them militarily, but because it will make clear that the Alliance was always prepared to be corrupt, that they anticipated needing to suppress external threats, and built that suppression into their foundational structure. Exactly, Wei Liang said. The Alliance's entire narrative depends on presenting themselves as reactive, as responding to threats. These documents show they were proactive. They anticipated threats and built defenses against them, which means when they claim to be defending against me, they're using systems they installed specifically to suppress anyone who rose to challenge them. The distribution network was already in place from the first archive release. Yushang coordinated delivery across the continent, and within 3 days, the founding documents of the Harvest Council were as widely distributed as the Undercroft archives had been. The intellectual impact was immediate and severe. Scholars began re-examining the narrative framework of the entire Three Heavenly War era. If the Council was founded with explicit anticipation of external sovereigns, then how much of the official history had been shaped by that anticipation? How much of the moral framing, the demon war as invasion, the alliance as defensive, was simply the application of prepared narratives? Major academic institutions began raising questions. The School of Historical Justice issued a statement. Primary source documentation suggests the Harvest Council was structured to suppress external sovereign emergence before any such emergence had occurred. This implies that historical narratives attributing moral culpability to Yi Kuang must be reassessed in light of structural suppression that predated his actions by 150 years. It was careful language, perfectly academic, and absolutely devastating to the Alliance's position. In response, the Alliance issued a counter-statement. The Harvest Council's founding documents, if authentic, reflect reasonable precautions taken by governing bodies to maintain stability. Stability in cultivation systems is essential. The documents in question do not establish moral culpability on the part of the Alliance. But the response was weak. It did not deny the documents' authenticity. It did not deny their content. It simply asserted that the existence of such precautions was justified, which was exactly the assertion that the documents themselves made impossible to defend. Xin Xiaolong, receiving the counter-statement, crumpled it and threw it across his chamber. This is useless. This is defense from people who don't understand that they're already defeated. He was right. The military situation might still favor the Alliance, given their superior numbers and established training. But the informational situation was irretrievable now. The narrative had shifted so fundamentally that even military victory would feel like an admission of defeat, proof that they could not defeat Wei Liang's arguments, only destroy his body. And Wei Liang was beginning to understand that destroying his body was not actually an option anymore. He had risen to Heaven's Gate. His presence alone was beginning to affect the cultivation landscape. The longer he survived, the more cultivators would begin to defect from the Alliance simply because remaining aligned with a declining power structure became professionally untenable. The demon sovereign was not winning the war through force. He was winning by making it impossible for rational actors to continue supporting the Alliance's position. Chapter 89. The fracture. When the Nine-Peak Alliance split, it did not happen suddenly. It happened gradually, with deliberate statements from entities operating within the system. The first three sects to formally withdraw were the Eastern Harmony sect, the Crescent Court, and the Jade Mountain Monastery. Their joint statement was measured. We no longer believe the Nine-Peak Alliance represents the interests of cultivators seeking truth and justice. We are withdrawing affiliation effective immediately. We do not endorse the Demon Sovereign's movement, but we cannot in good conscience remain aligned with an institution that has demonstrated systematic suppression of historical truth. The statement was perfect. It accomplished exactly what its framers intended. It withdrew from the Alliance without endorsing Wei Liang. But by refusing to endorse the Alliance, it made clear that withdrawal was compatible with honor. It was possible to leave without joining Wei Liang's side. That distinction mattered. Within days, 12 other smaller sects began signaling that they too were considering withdrawal. The impact on the Alliance's confidence was immediate and visible. The unified front that had existed even during the worst intellectual defeats was fragmenting. Zhou Fenghua, recognizing the danger, moved to manage the narrative around the withdrawals. Her strategy was sound. Admit that some sects disagreed with the Alliance's information policy, acknowledge that controlling discourse was difficult, but maintain that the Alliance's fundamental position was correct. We made mistakes in how we communicated, Zhou Fenghua said in a public address to the remaining council. We should have been more transparent about how historical information was being managed. We should have permitted more open discussion of the archive's contents. But make no mistake, the core issue remains unchanged. The Demon Sovereign represents a threat to everything we have built, and that threat must be addressed. It was a good speech. It was honest in a narrow sense. But it did not address the core problem, that the Alliance had been built on concealment, and concealment could not be reformed away. The entire structure was compromised. Sect Master Liang of the Indigo Peak sect, watching the address, made his decision. He would withdraw, not to join Wei Liang, but to preserve his sect's independence. He issued his own statement. The Indigo Peak sect values truth above organizational unity. The Alliance can no longer guarantee that truth is being pursued. Therefore, we are withdrawing from Alliance governance while maintaining cultural ties to our sister sections. With that withdrawal, the psychological shift completed. The Alliance was no longer the unified institution it had been. It was a coalition of sects reluctantly bound together by shared threat perception rather than shared values. Shen Xiaolong's response was to accelerate military preparation. If the Alliance could not maintain political cohesion, then it would have to rely on military superiority. But Zhou Fenghua moved to restrain him. Accelerated military action will only drive more sects away, she argued in a closed council session. We need to consolidate what we have, not expand the conflict. If we don't act decisively, we will lose, Shen Xiaolong countered. The longer Wei Liang exists, the more defections we will experience. We need to eliminate the source of the problem before the problem becomes impossible to solve. We've been trying to eliminate him for weeks, Zhou Fenghua said coldly. Intelligence operations, assassination attempts, military skirmishes. Nothing has worked. Perhaps direct military engagement is not the solution. Then what is? Shen Xiaolong demanded. I don't know, Zhou Fenghua admitted. But continuing to fail at the same strategy suggests that strategy is fundamentally flawed. The argument revealed the actual fracture. The alliance's leadership itself was divided. Shen Xiaolong wanted war. Zhou Fenghua wanted survival. And between those two positions, there was no compromise. Wei Liang, receiving intelligence about the council's divided response, made his own strategic decision. The time was coming to move beyond information warfare. The time was coming to force a choice. But he needed to control the narrative around that choice, ensure that when confrontation came, it was the alliance that appeared to choose violence. He summoned Tan Belu and asked her to prepare a specific type of documentation, a complete accounting of every act of violence, suppression, and injustice committed by the alliance, compiled into a single comprehensive record that would be released simultaneously with whatever came next. You're preparing the ground for something, Tan Belu said, understanding the implication. Yes, Wei Liang said. The alliance cannot maintain its current position. It will either change fundamentally, or it will move to open confrontation. I'm preparing for whichever comes. You're assuming confrontation is coming, Tan Belu said. Shen Xiaolong will force it, Wei Liang said. Zhou Fenghua might be willing to negotiate or retreat, but Shen Xiaolong will see surrender or negotiation as intolerable. He will push for military action. And when he does, we will have a moment where the entire continent will be forced to choose sides. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment, then added, when that moment comes, I need everyone to understand that I did not choose it. I want that to be absolutely clear. Chapter 90. The accounting the document Wei Liang released was unprecedented in scope and detail. It was neither screed nor political argument. It was accounting, a complete reckoning of military casualties, civilian casualties, and documented acts of suppression committed by the Nine-Peak Alliance during the Three Heavenly War era and the subsequent 1,000-year period through the present, the header read. Then came the numbers. The Alliance had killed 40,000 cultivators in direct military conflict during the Demon War. Wei Liang's forces had killed 300,000 civilians in the same period. The Alliance had maintained suppression apparatus that, across 1,000 years of the Sealed Age, had resulted in approximately 50,000 documented deaths and approximately 1 million documented instances of forcible suppression of cultivation practice. Wei Liang's casualties were listed separately, with full accounting. The soldiers killed during his restoration of power, the limited civilian toll of his emergence, the specific locations and specific numbers. It was meticulous. It was devastating. But crucially, it did not deny anything. It did not justify anything. It simply presented the numbers alongside context and let the reader decide what those numbers meant. I killed 40,000 Alliance cultivators in the Demon War, Wei Liang's document stated. The Alliance killed 300,000 civilians in the same period. These facts have always coexisted. You were given only one. I am giving you both. The distribution was simultaneous across the continent. Merchants, scholars, cultivators, administrators all received copies. The response was not unified. It couldn't be, because the document's entire purpose was to present facts and let people reach their own conclusions. In the city of Qigong, a merchant read the accounting and realized that his own family had been among the 30,000 civilians executed to power the sealing array. He had never known. The official record had listed them as deceased of natural causes. The accounting provided the truth. They had been harvested for power. His entire emotional relationship to history shifted in a single moment. In a scholarly institute, a historian read the numbers and began cross-referencing them against administrative records. She found corroboration for almost every entry. The accounting was not exaggeration. It was, if anything, conservative. In the Alliance Council chambers, the most dangerous response came from someone unexpected, an older cultivator named Master Chun, who had served the Alliance for centuries. The numbers speak clearly, Master Chun said in a formal statement issued to all Alliance sections. Whatever the Demon Sovereign's previous actions, the Alliance has murdered civilians at a scale that makes our claims of moral authority untenable. We can win this conflict militarily. but we cannot win it morally. And if we pursue military victory at the cost of moral bankruptcy, we will have sacrificed what made us worth defending. Master Qin's statement generated ripples across the alliance. Not support for Wei Liang, not exactly, but acknowledgement that the moral ground had fundamentally shifted. The alliance could not claim that it was defending civilization against barbarism. The accounting had made clear that the alliance itself had engaged in barbarism on a massive scale. Zhou Fenghua, recognizing the damage, attempted a counter-statement. Numbers presented without context are a form of propaganda. The alliance's actions during the Three Heavenly War were taken in response to invasion and existential threat. In such conditions, regrettable casualties are the nature of survival. We do not apologize for surviving. It was a valid argument, structurally, but it was undermined by the fact that the accounting had included context. Every entry in Wei Liang's document had explanation of the military circumstances that surrounded it. Zhou Fenghua was arguing against the context that her opponent had already provided, which only made her look defensive. Shen Xiaolong's response was simpler. These numbers are falsified. The demon sovereign is a master of deception. We will not be manipulated by false accounting. But he did not provide alternative numbers. He did not attempt to counter the specific entries. He simply denied them wholesale, which was precisely the kind of response that suggested he could not actually defend the alliance's position. Wei Liang watched the responses cascade across the continent and understood that he had achieved something significant. He had forced the alliance into a position where defending itself required defending the morality of its past actions. And defending those actions was no longer possible, because the facts had been distributed too widely to be suppressed. The question now was what came next. The alliance could not win an intellectual argument. It could only win a military conflict. And if it chose to pursue military victory, it would be doing so from a position of moral defeat, which would make victory itself destructive to its long-term viability. Wei Liang was beginning to understand that the demon sovereign's true power was not in force. It was in making force itself politically untenable. Chapter 91. The verification. Jiang Haofeng performed a task that seemed simple but was actually revolutionary. He went to the Alliance's central archive and began verifying the numbers in Wei Liang's accounting against the official records. He was permitted to do this because he was still technically a true disciple, still operating within the Alliance's institutional structure, and because asking to verify historical records was not inherently suspicious. He was following proper procedure. What was suspicious, from the Alliance's perspective, was that he spent 72 hours straight reading and cross-referencing documents. The sect librarians began to notice. One of them, concerned, approached Jiang Haofeng during his third day of uninterrupted research. True disciple, this is an unusual amount of time to spend on historical verification. What is your research purpose? I'm attempting to verify the accuracy of a document that was released publicly, Jiang Haofeng said honestly. It contains numerical claims about casualties in the Three Heavenly War era. I wanted to confirm or refute those claims by comparing them against Alliance records. The librarian's expression changed. She left without responding. Jiang Haofeng assumed she was going to report his research to someone with authority over what true disciples were permitted to investigate. He was correct. The librarian reported him. The report went to the administrative office. The administrative office reviewed his research request and made a decision. Such research was not prohibited, but the request needed to be forwarded to the higher levels of administration for approval. In other words, Jiang Haofeng's attempt to verify historical facts had been moved from the domain of scholarly freedom into the domain of political permission. He waited 3 days for a response. When the response came, it was a denial. Request for extended access to sealed documentation is denied. Continue your assigned duties. Sealed documentation? Jiang Haofeng asked the message carrier. The Three Heavenly War era records are not sealed. They are in the standard historical collection. They have been reclassified, the message carrier said uncomfortably. New policy. Effective immediately. Jiang Haofeng understood what had happened. In the 3 days since he had requested access to verify Wei Liang's accounting, the Alliance had reclassified portions of its own archives to prevent verification from occurring. The implication was clear. They could not deny the accuracy of Wei Liang's numbers, so they were preventing anyone from confirming or denying them through official channels. Jiang Haofeng made a formal request for clarification of the new archive policy, specifically asking what documentation had been reclassified and under what authority. The response came back within hours. Archive policy decisions are made by the Administrative Council in accordance with institutional security protocols. Further inquiries on this matter are inappropriate and should cease. Further inquiries are inappropriate. Not inappropriate to ask of me. Not inappropriate for true disciples. but inappropriate and should cease. It was a command, phrased as gentle guidance. Jiang Haofeng understood that continuing to push for access to verified information would be construed as insubordination. He also understood that this realization, this understanding of how the alliance functioned, was more valuable than any specific set of documents he might have been able to access. He left the library and went directly to the undercroft. Wei Liang received him with something like tenderness in his expression. Because Jiang Haofeng's journey was recognizable, doubt, investigation, discovery, choice. They sealed their records, Jiang Haofeng reported, sitting in the undercroft strategy chamber. Of course they did, Songmu said. Because the records confirmed what you wanted to verify. They didn't deny it, Jiang Haofeng said, the realization still settling on him. They just made it impossible to verify officially. That's how they're admitting it. That's always how powerful institutions admit fault, Tenbeilu said. They don't confess. They obstruct. The obstruction itself becomes the confession. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. Then, the moment they sealed those records, they made a choice. They decided that control over information was more important than institutional integrity. They decided that the appearance of consistency was more important than actual consistency. They're giving people permission to doubt them now. Permission comes in the form of sealed archives. Jiang Haofeng looked at Wei Liang. What happens now? Now, Wei Liang said, you make a choice. You can return to the sect and continue as you have been, now understanding the structure of their corruption. Or you can stay and help us expose what those sealed archives contain. It should have been a difficult choice. For Jiang Haofeng, it wasn't. He had spent 3 days in the Alliance's archives, had felt the walls closing in around the pursuit of truth, and had reached the point where remaining was intolerable. I stay, he said, but I go back first. I need to document which records were sealed, which policies were changed. I need to gather evidence of the sealing itself. When we expose this, we expose it completely. Wei Liang nodded. This was the kind of methodical thinking he had been hoping for. Because exposing corruption was valuable. But documenting the act of sealing, showing the world exactly how an institution responded to having its historical claims questioned, was even more valuable. Chapter 92. Iron Hollow. The battle happened at Iron Hollow because the Alliance forced it to happen there. The location was strategically neutral, a valley on the border between 3 provinces, controlled by none of the major sections. It was chosen for visibility. If battles were going to be fought, the Alliance wanted them to be fought in locations the general population could monitor. Wei Liang had agreed to the location because it suited his purposes too. He wanted the battle to be visible. He wanted cultivators from multiple sects to observe what transpired. He wanted the combat itself to become a teaching moment. The Alliance force was 1,200 cultivators, organized into their standard formation, a core of true immortals and Heaven's Gate cultivators surrounded by rings of lower-ranked cultivators providing support and containment. Wei Liang's force was 800 cultivators, organized according to principles from the previous age that the Alliance's contemporary military doctrine had never encountered. When the battle began, it was clear that the Alliance was attempting a straightforward, overwhelming assault. They had superior numbers. They expected to suppress Wei Liang's forces through sheer weight of cultivator density. Wei Liang's response was to not fight them directly at all. Instead, he used 3-dimensional terrain tactics. His forces retreated into the valley's ridge systems, using the 3-dimensional space to break the Alliance's flat formations. They engaged in small unit actions rather than frontal assaults. They used the landscape itself as a weapon, collapsing elevation where it would break Alliance unit cohesion. It was fighting from the previous age, and the Alliance's military doctrine had no precedent for handling it. Their formation commanders had trained for confrontation. They had trained for defense. They had not trained for an enemy that would not fight in recognizable patterns. Within hours, the Alliance's assault had lost coherence. Their commander, realizing that direct assault was not producing victory, ordered a retreat. The battle ended not with Wei Liang's forces defeating them in open combat, but with the Alliance's forces recognizing that their tactical approach was failing and withdrawing rather than suffering further losses. The Alliance's battle commander, a man named General Cao, was captured during the retreat when his personal guard was isolated and overwhelmed. Wei Liang had not intended to capture Cao specifically, but the opportunity presented itself, and he took it. Wei Liang interrogated Cao personally, but not harshly. He asked questions and offered choice. Return to the Alliance with the truth of what happened, or stay and help build something better. The interrogation was careful, thorough, and designed to reveal the fundamental difference between Wei Liang's approach and the Alliance's. He showed Cao documents from the archive. He explained the reasoning behind his military strategy. He presented not a demand, but an invitation to understand. General Cao, confronted with this level of respect within an interrogation, was devastated. He had expected torture. He had expected to be broken. Instead, he had been offered comprehension. I don't understand, Cao said. You defeated my forces. You captured me. By all rights, you should be making demands. Instead, you're showing me documents and asking what I think. Because, Wei Liang said, I have no interest in holding you captive. If you choose to return to the Alliance, you will carry truth with you. That is more valuable to me than your continued presence. If you choose to stay, you will do so because you believe in what we're building, not because you were forced into it. Cao made his choice. He returned to the Alliance. And he spoke publicly about his interrogation. The demon sovereign showed me evidence, Cao's account said. He did not threaten me. He did not coerce me. He showed me documents from the archive and asked what I thought the numbers meant. I could not answer. I could only recognize that I had been operating from false information, and that the military campaign I was ordered to lead had been built on that false information. General Cao's account did more damage to the Alliance than the military defeat itself, because it proved something that military victory alone could not prove. That Wei Liang was not simply stronger, but was operating from a position of greater truth. He had confidence enough to release his captive. He had confidence enough to let Cao speak freely. That confidence was itself a form of power. Chapter 93. The returned General Cao's public account generated immediate response from the Alliance leadership. Official statements attempted to refute his account, claiming that he had been subjected to manipulation and that his statements could not be trusted. The irony was not lost on anyone. The Alliance was suggesting that Cao could not be trusted to accurately describe his own interrogation, which only made it seem like they were afraid of what truth Cao might be spreading. Master Liao, the respected elder who had already defected, issued her own statement in support of Cao's account. I have read the documents General Cao references in his account. I have verified them against secondary sources. General Cao's testimony is accurate. Whatever manipulation may or may not have occurred, the documents he describes are authentic. With Master Liao's verification, General Cao's account shifted from being the statements of a single person to being corroborated testimony from multiple respected cultivators. Shen Xiaolong's response was to escalate military commitment further. If the Alliance could not win through negotiation or public advocacy, they would have to win militarily. He began consolidating forces, drawing cultivators from across the Nine-Peak Alliance's territory and concentrating them near the Undercroft's known locations. Zhou Fenghua, observing the escalation, made one final attempt at diplomacy. She proposed a negotiated settlement. Wei Liang would cease distribution of anti-alliance documentation. The Alliance would acknowledge the authenticity of the archives and permit open discussion of historical records. Neither side would escalate military operations. Wei Liang's response was to listen to the entire proposal before addressing any portion of it. That courtesy itself was notable. It demonstrated that he was willing to hear what the Alliance was actually offering rather than simply dismissing it out of hand. When Zhou Fenghua finished, Wei Liang responded, I cannot accept this proposal because your fundamental condition, that I cease distribution of documentation, requires me to be complicit in the ongoing suppression of truth. That is intolerable. But I will make a counteroffer. The Alliance acknowledges the authenticity of all archived documents. The Alliance permits public access to all historical records. The Alliance removes from power all individuals who participated in the systematic suppression of truth. If those three conditions are met, I will cease active military operations and permit the continent to reach natural equilibrium. It was a generous offer in some sense. It did not require the Alliance's dissolution. It only required reform. It was also an offer Zhou Fenghua could not accept, because Shen Xiaolong would never permit it. Acknowledging the authenticity of the archives would be tantamount to admitting that the previous age's sealing array had been morally unjustifiable. Removing Shen Xiaolong from power would be removing the Alliance's most powerful cultivator, an act equivalent to unilateral surrender. Zhou Fenghua, understanding that negotiation was impossible, returned to the Alliance with Wei Liang's counteroffer and withdrew from active participation in the conflict's direction. She would continue to serve as sect master, but the strategic decisions would now pass fully to Shen Xiaolong, which meant the conflict would now escalate militarily, because Shen Xiaolong would accept no outcome except victory. Chapter 94. The solo negotiation. The message came through diplomatic channels that were technically not being used for diplomatic communication. Sect Master Zhou Fenghua requested a private meeting with Wei Liang, under a flag of negotiation, at a neutral location. Song Mu's immediate reaction was suspicion. It could be assassination. She could be setting a trap. If she was setting a trap, she wouldn't use diplomatic channels, Wei Liang said. The flag of negotiation is a real thing. Breaking it would destroy her remaining credibility. She has credibility to maintain? Rin Xiaolan asked skeptically. More than Xin Qiaolong does, Wei Liang said. Which means it's worth meeting her. Wei Liang went alone to the neutral location. A small temple ruin 3 days' travel from the Undercroft, chosen specifically because it was visible from a distance and offered no natural cover for hidden forces. Zhou Fenghua arrived with a single attendant, in clear violation of Wei Liang's expectation that she would come alone. But the attendant remained outside the temple proper, never coming close to the actual negotiation space. Zhou Fenghua herself looked older than her official record suggested. Her cultivation was strong, true immortal rank, at least, but it carried the weight of centuries of compromise. Wei Liang could sense in her cultivator's aura the accumulation of difficult choices, each one slowly eroding the person she had been. I came to understand why you're doing this, Zhou Fenghua said without preamble. I've read your documents. I've cross-referenced them. I cannot find factual errors. I can only find context I had been given that I now recognize was incomplete. Why did you not address that incompleteness before? Wei Liang asked. You had access to the archives. You knew what they contained. Because, Zhou Fenghua said, I believe that managing narrative was more important than absolute truth. I believe that the Alliance's survival was dependent on controlling how people understood the past. I was afraid that if we permitted open discussion of what the archives contained, the institutions we had built would collapse. And now? Wei Liang asked. Now I understand that institutions built on concealment do collapse, Zhou Fenghua said. The only question is when, and what emerges from the collapse. I wanted to manage the timing. I wanted to control the emergence. I wanted to preserve something of what we had built. I am learning that this is not possible. Wei Liang listened. This was honest. This was the accounting of someone confronting the failure of their strategic assumptions. Zhou Fenghua continued. I came to offer you something. I came to offer you knowledge. The knowledge of where Xin Xiaolong's true power derives from. The knowledge that he is not actually as strong as he appears. The knowledge of the one thing that will break him. It was a remarkable offer. It was also, potentially, a trap of a different kind. But Wei Liang sensed no deception in her. Only the weariness of someone who had decided that truth was more valuable than loyalty to a failing institution. Tell me, Wei Liang said. Zhou Fenghua spoke for 30 minutes, detailing Xin Xiaolong's actual cultivation method, the artificial enhancement he had received in the previous age that had given him his apparent rank, and the specific psychological pressure points that would make him escalate toward direct confrontation. When she finished, Wei Liang asked, Why are you telling me this? Because, Zhou Fenghua said, I want you to win. I want this conflict to end with you victorious, not because I love you or your cause, but because I cannot stand the thought of dying under an institution that proves itself complicit in the very crimes it denied. Let Xin Qiaolong fight. Let him fail. Let the continent see that the Alliance's power was always contingent, always limited. And then, perhaps, something better can be built. She stood to leave. Wait, Wei Liang said. The document describing your involvement in the destruction of Chun Rojin's sect. The murders in Willowstone Village. I have that document. Will you confess publicly to those crimes? Zhou Fenghua's entire body went rigid. For a long moment, she did not respond. Then, I authorized those operations. I do not regret the strategic necessity, but I acknowledge the harm. Yes, I will confess publicly if you give me the opportunity. I will give you that opportunity, Wei Liang said. Return to the Alliance. Make your confession. And then, perhaps we can find a way forward that does not require your destruction. Why would you offer that? Zhou Fenghua asked. Because, Wei Liang said, I am trying to build something that is not simply the reversal of what came before. I am trying to build something that permits people to acknowledge their past and still find redemption. If I cannot offer that to you, how can I offer it to anyone? Zhou Fenghua left the temple, and Wei Liang knew that she would not make the public confession. She would return to the Alliance. She would advocate for restraint, but she would not betray Xin Qiaolong publicly. The institutional loyalty was too deeply embedded, but she would not actively work against Wei Liang either. And in this moment of conflict, that neutrality was its own form of gift. Chapter 95. The recovered correspondence. 3 days after the solo negotiation, Yushang brought Wei Liang the message that would transform everything. During the negotiation visit, her intelligence operatives had recovered Zhou Fenghua's private correspondence from the attendant's carrying pouch. The correspondence contained orders, dated 40 years prior, signed by Zhou Fenghua's hand. Orders to destroy Chun Rojin's sect. Orders to execute the maintenance purge that had killed Willowstone Village. It was not ambiguous. It was not open to interpretation. It was explicit documentation of Zhou Fenghua's participation in mass murder. Wei Liang made a decision that surprised everyone. He sent the correspondence back to Zhou Fenghua with a message. You have one opportunity to confess this publicly before I release it. Choose. It was a mercy he did not have to offer. It was a chance that went beyond what Zhou Fenghua deserved. But Wei Liang had made a commitment to building something different, and that commitment required offering even his enemies the possibility of choosing better. Zhou Fenghua did not confess. She returned to the alliance. She continued in her position, and Wei Liang released the correspondence. The impact was immediate and severe. Zhou Fenghua's public image shattered. Sect Master Liang, who had previously been neutral, issued a statement of condemnation. The documented evidence of Sect Master Zhou's involvement in the massacre at Willowstone Village represents a moral failure so complete that her continued leadership is intolerable. We call for her removal from power. But the alliance did not remove her. Instead, Shen Xiaolong issued a statement. Sect Master Zhou's actions, while regrettable, were necessary for the preservation of institutional stability. We do not apologize for the measures taken to maintain order. It was a shocking admission. It was also an admission that Shen Xiaolong had known, that he had approved, that the murders were not aberrations, but policy. 3 smaller sects that had been wavering about withdrawal immediately formalized it. 10 others began moving toward withdrawal. The alliance was fragmenting not from below, but from within, as respected leaders began to recognize that remaining affiliated with the institution was becoming untenable. Wei Liang did not celebrate. He simply noted the fractures and prepared for what was coming. Shen Xiaolong's final escalation. Chapter 96. The exposure and the stagnation. The public condemnations following the release of Zhou Fenghua's correspondence were as significant as the confession itself, but Shen Xiaolong's refusal to condemn her was the moment that truly broke the alliance's legitimacy. Not because it was shocking, but because it was honest. He had admitted, in effect, that the alliance was not a moral institution. It was a power structure, and it would preserve itself regardless of cost. But cost was beginning to be measurable in ways Shen Xiaolong was not acknowledging. The Nine-Peak Alliance was hemorrhaging sections. The withdrawal that had begun as trickle became steady flow. By the time Wei Liang reached rank 9 and the full weight of his sovereign debt field began pressing on the continent, over a third of the alliance's affiliated sects had formally withdrawn or moved toward withdrawal. In the alliance council chambers, Shen Xiaolong responded to the dissolutions with cold pragmatism. Let them go. We will be stronger, focused, and pure. The remaining sects are committed to the genuine mission. We move forward without the weak. It was a consolidation strategy. It was also a catastrophic mistake, because sects were not simply individual cultivators. They were institutions with disciples and dependents and entire villages supported by their cultivation-based economy. Each sect that withdrew took its dependent population with it. Each withdrawal reduced not just the alliance's military strength, but its economic and social power. Wei Liang, meanwhile, reached rank 9. The sensation was not violent like the rank 8 breakthrough had been. It was expansive. His presence began affecting the world's ambient spiritual energy. The system spoke. Rank 9 restored. Sovereign debt repayment, 79%. At this rank, your presence affects the world's ambient spiritual energy. Sect cultivation rates within 500 li of your position will decrease by measurable amounts as the sovereign debt field expands. The effect was immediate and disorienting to cultivators across the continent. Senior alliance cultivators began reporting cultivation stagnation. Not pain, not damage, but simple inability to advance. Their breakthrough efforts were blocked by an inexplicable pressure in the ambient spiritual environment. The alliance's response was to blame Wei Liang, which was technically accurate, but acknowledging that one man's mere existence was now degrading the alliance's entire cultivator base's ability to advance was an admission of power disparity that no amount of propaganda could overcome. Shen Xiaolong attempted to motivate his remaining forces through speeches about perseverance and sacrifice. But no speech could overcome the reality that the universe itself seemed to be turning against the alliance. In temples and monasteries across the Nine-Peak Alliance's remaining territory, cultivators began to question whether remaining affiliated was worth the cost. If cultivation itself was being degraded by proximity to the alliance, was serving the alliance worth sacrificing their own advancement? The answer, for many, was no. Chapter 97. The sovereign debt deepens 3 months into Wei Liang's manifestation at rank 9. The continental effects had become undeniable. Cultivation facilities within 500 li of Wei Liang's known position reported breakthrough failure rates increasing by up to 80%. The effect was not localized. It was spreading, expanding as Wei Liang's sovereign debt field continued to grow. Shen Xiaolong, recognizing that conventional warfare was now impossible, You cannot fight an enemy whose mere existence degrades your military's capability to function, made the decision that Ren Xiaolan had been predicting. He would attempt direct assassination with his personal guard of 10 true immortal cultivators. It was his last weapon. It was also a mistake. Wei Liang was expecting him. He had been expecting him for weeks. The undercroft was prepared. The defensive arrays were configured. The tactical response was ready. When Shen Xiaolong and his 10 true immortals reached the undercroft's outer chambers, Wei Liang did not kill them. He did not even fight them directly. Instead, he used a technique that he had not employed since the previous age: cultivation memory extraction. The technique worked by creating a controlled intersection of two cultivators' core consciousness, allowing the extraction of specific memories without destroying the base consciousness or causing lasting harm. It was precisely as painful as interrogation torture, but left no marks and permitted the victim to recover fully. Wei Liang extracted 1 month of cultivation memory from each of the 10 true immortals, the memories that contained what they knew about the Harvest Council's operations. When he released them, they were intact, functional, but traumatized and stripped of crucial operational knowledge. Shen Xiaolong, watching his elite guard emerge from the deep chamber with blank expressions and missing memories, went pale. "You cannot kill them," Wei Liang explained to him, his voice resonant and massive with power. "So I have simply extracted what they knew. Their minds will heal. Their loyalty might not. Because now they understand that serving you is not protection, but risk." Shen Xiaolong's response was to retreat, his personal guard in disarray, his position deteriorating by the moment. In the days following the failed assassination, 4 of Shen Xiaolong's personal guard did not return to the Alliance. They remained in the territory surrounding the Undercroft, afraid to return, afraid to advance further, simply waiting for direction that never came. Chapter 98. The Choice. Zhang Haofeng arrived at the Undercroft's perimeter alone, carrying no weapons, wearing no sect symbols. At the gate, he removed his sect token, the physical object that had represented his membership in the Alliance's true disciple hierarchy, and placed it on the ground before the guards. "I want to see the archive," he said simply. Wei Liang had him escorted through the Undercroft's passages and left him in the main archive chamber with full access to everything. Zhang Haofeng spent 2 full days reading. He read the original documents. He read Tan Beilu's annotations. He read the accounting of casualties and the documentation of the ceiling array's construction. At the end of 2 days, Zhang Haofeng emerged from the archive with a specific expression on his face, the expression of someone who had confronted reality and had chosen truth over comfort. "What do you need me to do?" he asked. Wei Liang considered before responding. Zhang Haofeng was intelligent, thoughtful, and genuinely believed in the concepts of honor and righteousness that the Alliance had warped into institutional justification. He was also still connected to the Alliance through his training and his networks. "Go back," Wei Liang said finally. "Be a righteous disciple for a little longer. Train well. Advance in rank. Be someone worthy of respect within the institutions that remain. And when the time comes, and it will come, when the Alliance finally breaks, make sure the right records survive. Make sure the people who find them afterward understand what happened here." Zhang Haofeng understood immediately. He was being asked to be a seed, to be someone who carried the truth forward, who preserved it in his own understanding and would eventually plant it in institutional structures that would follow. "I accept," Zhang Haofeng said. "One more thing," Wei Liang said. "You'll be asked to help with suppression. You'll be ordered to participate in the destruction of documents or the arrest of scholars. You must decide for each situation whether integrity is more valuable than obedience. I cannot make that decision for you, but I want you to know that choosing integrity will cost you status. Status is less valuable than breath," Zhang Haofeng said. "If maintaining status requires choking on lies, the status is not worth the breath." Wei Liang sent him back with documentation of the Alliance's crimes, carefully packaged to be concealable but comprehensive. Zhang Haofeng would carry the truth back into the institution that had tried to suppress it. Chapter 99. The sealed archive opens that night. After Zhang Haofeng had departed, the system spoke a message that Wei Liang had not expected: sovereign debt repayment, 84%. At this threshold, the sealed section of the Undercroft archive has opened. Contents: the full accounting of why Lianhua Crossing happened. Warning: this record will change your understanding of the war's cause. Wei Liang moved through the Undercroft's passages to the sealed section. It was in the deepest level, below even where he had performed his rank 8 breakthrough. The seals that protected it were ancient, not from the previous age, but from before even that. When the seals dissolved in response to his presence, a chamber was revealed. Inside, arranged on pedestals and shelves, was a collection of documents that predated the Demon War by 500 years. Wei Liang read them slowly, methodically, and with growing horror. The Lianhua Crossing Massacre, the event that had triggered the demon war itself, the event that had caused Yi Kuang to rise in response, had not been an accident. It had been engineered, deliberately orchestrated by the Harvest Council to provoke the demon sovereign's emergence. The logic was explicit in the documents. If an external sovereign was inevitable, better to provoke its emergence under controlled conditions than to permit it to arise naturally. Better to be prepared. Better to have warning. But the controlled condition they had chosen was the systematic slaughter of an entire city, a city called Lianhua, where cultivators and non-cultivators coexisted peacefully. The council had sent assassins. The assassins had killed everyone, and the massacre had been designed to appear to be Yi Kuang's doing, to appear to be an unprovoked act of destruction by the emerging demon sovereign. It had worked. The massacre had triggered Yi Kuang's righteous rage. The rage had driven his rise, and the rise had produced exactly the war the council had been preparing for. 500,000 people dead across 300 years of conflict. All because the Harvest Council had decided to engineer the crisis to whose existence they were responding. Wei Liang stood in the sealed chamber and understood, for the first time, the full scope of what had been done to him. He had been designed into existence. His rage had been manufactured. His war had been orchestrated. Everything that had followed, the sealing array, the imprisonment, the 1,000-year separation from power, had been consequences of a plan designed before he was even born. The system provided the calculation, sovereign debt repayment, 100%. Complete restoration unlocks. The text that appeared in Wei Liang's vision was unprecedented. The system was offering him the option to ascend past true immortal, past celestial sovereign, into a rank that had no name in any contemporary text. But it also offered another option, to refuse the ascension, to remain at rank 9, to continue operating within the constraints of the current age's power system. Wei Liang stood in the sealed chamber with all of history pressing down on him. History he had created, history that had created him, history that had engineered him into existence to serve a purpose he was only now understanding. He had a choice to make, and he had no idea what the right choice was. Chapter 100. The threshold. Wei Liang did not make the decision immediately. He emerged from the sealed chamber and walked through the undercroft without speaking to anyone. His cultivators, sensing his distress, gave him space. Even Song Mu, his first general, did not approach. He spent the night in the central archive, reading through the undercroft's complete holdings, searching for anything that might explain why the Harvest Council had chosen Lianhua. What had made it the necessary target? What he found was more testimony, statements from council members who had opposed the plan, statements that described Lianhua's population of peaceful cultivators and merchant families, statements that questioned the moral cost of murdering 500,000 people to engineer a controlled response. The council had voted. 7 members opposed the Lianhua plan. 16 approved it. Shen Xiaolong, in a statement included in the sealed archive, had written, "Yes, we will kill them. Yes, it will trigger Yi Kuang's rise. Yes, that rise will lead to war. But war on our terms is preferable to remaining unprepared for inevitable emergence. Morality is a function of institutional survival. Once we survive, morality can be reclaimed." Wei Liang read those words, written 500 years prior to his manifestation, and understood that Shen Xiaolong had always been this way. The corruption was not recent. It was foundational. It was original sin embedded into the council's design. Song Mu found him at dawn, still reading. "You look like someone who has been given bad information," Song Mu said carefully. "Worse," Wei Liang said. "I've been given complete information. I've been given the knowledge that everything I thought I understood about my own motivation was manufactured." Wei Liang explained what the sealed archive contained. Song Mu listened without interrupting. When Wei Liang finished, Song Mu asked, "What are you going to do?" "The system is offering me ascension," Wei Liang said. "Rank 10. Void unraveling. I would pass beyond the normal constraints of cultivation entirely. I could probably destroy the entire alliance by myself." "You could," Song Mu agreed. "But you won't." "Why are you certain?" Wei Liang asked. "Because," Song Mu said, "if you were going to be the demon sovereign they engineered you to be, you would have already done it. The fact that you're hesitating, that you're asking yourself whether destruction is the right response, that means you're not what they engineered. You're something they didn't anticipate." Wei Liang considered this. It was true. The Harvest Council had engineered a response to their manufactured crisis. They had not engineered the demon sovereign who would refuse to be their instrument. "I'm going to refuse the ascension," Wei Liang said. "I'm going to stay at rank 9. I'm going to stay within the constraints of the normal system." "Why?" Song Mu asked. "Because," Wei Liang said, "I want to beat them within a system they can understand. I want to win using methods they recognize and cannot dismiss as impossibly foreign. I want them to understand that they were wrong, that their engineering failed, that their planned response was not sufficient. Not because I'm more powerful, but because I'm more right. Songmu smiled. That's going to hurt them worse than any ascension could. Wei Liang stood. He had made his decision. He had accepted the costs of remaining finite, remaining constrained, remaining human in a world that wanted him to become a god. He walked to the grand strategy chamber where his advisors were waiting. Songmu as first general, Tan Balu as archivist, Yu Shang as intelligence chief, Ren Xiaolan as military commander. We're moving into the final phase, Wei Liang said. Shen Xiaolong is desperate. The alliance is fragmenting. But they will fight one final time, and we need to be ready. The Knights Sovereign prepared for the final war, armed not with power beyond measure, but with truth beyond denial. The Demon King was ready. Chapter 101. The sky above the frontier valley burned with formation light, a cascade of luminescence that turned the morning amber and gold. The color was specific, methodical, the unmistakable signature of the Grand Alliance's standardized arrays. Ren Xiaolan had memorized that color in manuscripts, in reports scrawled by scouts who had barely escaped with their lives intact. Some had not escaped at all. Now the color was real, descending through the clouds like a judgment made manifest. She stood on the high ground near the militia garrison, her awareness extended outward in the way that 3 decades of cultivation training had taught her. The formations descended in precise columns, each maintaining integrity that spoke of decades, centuries, of coordinated military doctrine. The Alliance did not improvise. The Alliance did not send raiding parties when entire regiments could accomplish the same objective with superior efficiency. Shen Xiaolong had not sent a raiding party. He had brought the full weight of the Grand Alliance's military apparatus, the consequence of pushing too hard against the center's authority. The vibration in the earth told her the story before her eyes fully processed it. The ground itself thrummed with the pressure of descending cultivators, thousands of them arranged in offensive formations designed to eliminate resistance in measured, methodical waves. This was the system the sects had perfected over 3,000 years. Identify the problem, calculate the minimum force required to solve it, eliminate mercy from the equation. Wei Liang appeared beside her without sound or preamble. He had learned to move like that, the stepping between moments that his ancient power granted him, and she no longer startled at his presence. The frontier militia was learning to live with a man who existed in the world in ways that violated every principle they had been taught about how cultivation and reality should interact. To the militia, Wei Liang was something like myth made flesh. To the Alliance, he was an abomination. Count, he said. His voice carried no urgency, no fear. It was the voice of someone observing a problem with 3,000 years of perspective behind it. Ren Xiaolan extended her senses beyond the immediate perception of her eyes, pressing her consciousness outward like hands spreading across water. She felt the weight of Wei Liang's presence beside her, a pressure against the feng shui of reality itself, the way a stone alters the flow of a river. 3,000 years of being a sovereign did not fade with reincarnation. The weight of it remained, carved into the foundation of his being, visible to anyone with the cultivation to perceive it. The descending force organized itself into battalions. She counted, her mind tracking the distribution of chi signatures across the sky. 300, she said carefully. Gold level or higher, minimum. 15 peak golds among them, perhaps more. The rest solidly advanced golds. I don't sense any immortals, but... She trailed off, understanding the implication. They don't need immortals for what they're about to execute, Wei Liang said. But you're correct in the count. I make it closer to 312. They've brought engineers, terrain manipulators, formation specialists, logistics coordinators. Alliance doctrine hasn't evolved in 3 centuries. They'll grid the valley, eliminate escape routes, then compress inward with methodical precision until nothing remains. The gold-level cultivators of the militia were gathering now, moving with the practiced grace of people trained to live in the margins of the Alliance's attention. They knew what was coming. They had known it would arrive from the moment Wei Liang unified the frontier under a single banner. The only question had ever been when, and now they had their answer written across the sky in the color of standardized formations and methodical destruction. Wei Liang raised his hand, and the gathering cultivators fell silent. There were no questions. There was no panic. There was only the deep, bone-deep acceptance of people who had chosen to stand and were now watching their choice materialize into consequences. They bring 312, Wei Liang said, his voice carrying across the valley without effort, resonating against the stone and the earth itself. We are 400. They bring standardized formations designed to crush resistance movements in hours, in minutes if the defenders are unprepared. We bring adaptability, knowledge of terrain, and the will to keep the frontier alive. He paused. Rin Xiaolan understood the quality of these silences now. They contained layers of memory, of battles across 3,000 years, the weight of knowing what victory would cost measured in the only currency that mattered. The next hours will be the most difficult of your lives, Wei Liang continued. Many of you will die. The Alliance does not take prisoners from resistance movements. Mercy is not part of their doctrine. Death is how they negotiate, how they solve problems, how they maintain control. But if you hold, if you survive the first assault, the second, the grinding attrition that follows, you will prove something that the Alliance believed impossible. His eyes swept across the assembled militia, and Rin Xiaolan saw people straighten, saw the moment that fear transformed into something harder, something more fundamental. You will prove that the frontier cannot be crushed by weight of numbers alone. You will prove that cultivators at the margins can stand against cultivators at the center. You will prove that the system the sects built is not inevitable, not unbeatable. That changes everything that comes after. One of the militia commanders, a woman named Kai Fan who had lost her entire family to the Alliance's first purges, who kept their names written on jade discs so she would never forget, stepped forward. What will you do? She asked. It was not a question of doubt. It was a question of strategy. Wei Liang turned to face her fully, and in that moment, Rin Xiaolan saw something ancient move behind his eyes. Not hunger, not cruelty, something more fundamental, a recognition of a question that had been asked of him in countless forms across 3,000 years of existence, across wars and reincarnations, and the slow grinding of civilizations against each other. I will remind them, he said, why the demon sovereign was worth fearing. The sky above the frontier valley continued to burn with the descent of the Alliance's gold-level force. The formations moved with the precision of machinery. No hesitation, no doubt. Only the methodical execution of a doctrine perfected across centuries. Below, the militia drew their weapons, positioned their cultivators across terrain they had rehearsed 100 times, and prepared for a battle that should not have been survivable, that was not survivable according to every calculation the Alliance had ever made. Rin Xiaolan felt the weight of it settle across her shoulders like an old coat, familiar and terrible. She had chosen this. They had all chosen this. The choice would be paid for in blood. Chapter 102. The assault began at dawn, with the formations descending from the northern sky like a tide that had learned to fall upward. The Celestial Order opened with a bombardment designed to demoralize and destroy in equal measure, waves of chi attacks that struck the frontier fortifications with the precision of engineers using stone as their medium. The light came first, brilliant arrays of cultivated energy that turned the valley into a furnace. The frontier's defenders had been trained to expect this. Song Mu and the Archive Flame cultivators had worked through the previous season with engineers to weave defensive architecture that could absorb, channel, and dissipate chi attacks rather than meeting them with simple resistance. The fortifications didn't block the assault so much as transform it, taking the Alliance's force and converting it into patterns that the structure itself could tolerate, could absorb, could slowly release back into the earth. Still, the bombardment was terrifying in its relentlessness. The stone beneath the defenders' feet trembled with each wave. Dust rose in clouds that blocked vision beyond arm's reach. The sound was immense, a roar that didn't feel like sound but like the world itself being torn. Wei Liang moved along the defensive positions, checking the integrity of the structures, assessing the distribution of the militia's forces. He did not display overwhelming power. He did not release waves of sovereign force to scatter the incoming attacks. Instead, he moved like a general, adjusting positions by inches, redirecting defenders toward points of weakness, ensuring that the fortifications were being used in the way they had been designed to function. For 3 days, the bombardment continued. The Alliance did not vary its approach. It pressed forward with methodical certainty, each wave of chi attacks slightly more intense than the last, clearly testing whether the frontier's defenses would eventually break. The strategy was sound. Most fortifications, no matter how carefully constructed, would deteriorate under sustained assault. But these fortifications were different. The Archive Flame cultivators had woven healing properties into the stone itself, creating a structure that was less like a wall than a living system. Where cracks formed, the healing chi would flow along them, sealing them. Where sections weakened, the Archive Flame warmth would seep through the entire structure, maintaining integrity. The fortifications did not hold despite the assault. They held because they had been designed to hold, because the frontier understood that the sects would press with methodical certainty. Rin Xiaolan moved through the positions, observing the militia's response to the continued assault. What she saw was remarkable. The defenders were not frightened. They were not demoralized. They were focused, disciplined, rotating through positions to rest, ensuring that no defensive line was stretched to the point of breaking. The frontier had learned something that most military organizations never understood. That victory did not require superior force so much as superior organization and the confidence that comes from knowing your system works. By the end of the third day, the bombardment showed signs of diminishing. The Alliance cultivators would need rest. They would need to reassess. The initial strategy, that pure force would break the frontier's defenses, had failed. Songmu stood in the Archive Flame Complex, deep within the valley fortifications, monitoring the flow of healing qi through the stone. He felt the pattern of the bombardment, the rhythm of attacks, and the response of the fortifications. It was like conducting a symphony in reverse, allowing the chaos to reveal the shape of the structure, the resilience that had been built into every aspect of the design. "They're changing tactics," he said to the cultivators around him. "The bombardment will stop. Ground assault will follow. They'll try to overwhelm through direct engagement rather than through sustained damage." He was right. On the fourth day, the Alliance force landed. Columns of gold-level cultivators descended into the valley in a disciplined formation that maintained cohesion even as they moved through the terrain. The sect's military doctrine was based on one fundamental principle: overwhelming force applied through organized, methodical operations. Each team had a role. Each team executed its role with precision. Individual skill mattered, but what mattered more was the system itself, the ability of 300 cultivators to function as a single coordinated apparatus. The frontier defenders, 400 strong, moved to meet them. The engagement began with a clarity that would have been beautiful if it wasn't so immediately deadly. Gold-level cultivators fought with qi manifestations that transformed the air around them. Swords of pure energy clashed against barriers of cultivated force. The ground shook with the pressure of released qi, with the collision of human wills trying to dominate each other. Wei Liang did not dominate the battlefield. He appeared where the Alliance pressed hardest, where breakthrough seemed likely. He stabilized positions that were collapsing, reinforced defenders who were being overwhelmed, maintained the integrity of the frontier's lines through careful intervention rather than overwhelming dominance. He was choosing to be adequate rather than supreme, to demonstrate that the frontier could survive not because one man was infinitely more powerful than their enemies, but because they had learned to coordinate, to trust each other, to function as something larger than individual cultivators. The battle was not quick. It was not simple. It was a grinding engagement that lasted through the day and into the evening, with neither side achieving breakthrough, both sides rotating fresh defenders into the lines as exhaustion accumulated. And when the Alliance finally withdrew to regroup, the frontier's defenders remained in their positions, battered and exhausted, but still standing. They had held the first assault. The question now was whether they could hold what would come next. Chapter 103. Wave after wave came. The Alliance had learned through 3,000 years of conflict that victory was a matter of methodology, of applying superior force with methodical patience until the defender's ability to resist was exhausted. They pressed continuously, drawing on reserves from territories they controlled throughout the region, sending in fresh forces from their endless supply of gold-level cultivators. The frontier rotated fighters. Kai Fun, the commander who had lost her family, led her contingent through 4 successive waves, each engagement lasting hours, each leaving her battalion more depleted. But depleted was not broken. The Alliance seemed not to understand this distinction. They calculated based on attrition. How many defenders could be eliminated before the force ran out of fighters willing to stand in the lines? They did not account for the frontier's organization, the way militia from the eastern settlements would rotate in to relieve the valley defenders, the coordinated logistics that ensured that supplies continued to flow, that wounded fighters could be rotated back for healing while fresh fighters moved into position. By the 5th day, Wei Liang began to understand what he was watching. The Alliance was competent, methodical, and organized, but they were operating based on assumptions that had never been wrong before. They assumed that gold-level cultivators in overwhelming numbers could crush a smaller militia. They assumed that attrition was a calculation they would win. They assumed that enough waves would eventually break the defender's will. None of these assumptions were incorrect when fighting ordinary resistance movements. They were wrong when fighting a militia that had been trained by a man who remembered 3,000 years of warfare, who understood that victory was not about individual strength, but about creating systems that functioned without becoming dependent on that strength. The frontier was beating them through organization. Wei Liang intervened selectively. When a breakthrough seemed likely, when the Alliance managed to push the frontier's lines back toward the second set of fortifications, he appeared and stabilized the situation. not through overwhelming force, but through tactical repositioning, through understanding where the alliance's formation had weakness, through showing the frontier's defenders how to exploit the sect's own systems against them. On the seventh day, Wei Liang called a council of the frontier's senior commanders. They met in a chamber deep within the valley fortifications, far enough below the surface that the continuing bombardment from alliance forces could barely be felt as a distant trembling. They'll press for another 7 days, Wei Liang said. Maybe longer. They have cultivators without number. They have time. They have doctrine that works against every opponent they've ever faced. But they have never fought against something like this. An organized militia that improves with each engagement, that learns their tactics faster than they can adjust them. Ren Xiaolan leaned forward. Can we win? We already are winning, Wei Liang said. Not in the sense that they've been defeated, but in the sense that they're fighting a battle they cannot win through the methods they're using. The sect's entire system is based on overwhelming force applied through organized doctrine. If overwhelming force doesn't work, they have no alternative strategies. They'll continue pressing, and they'll eventually be forced to recognize that they're not achieving their objective. At what cost? Kaifan asked. The commander had lost another battalion member that day, a young cultivator from the valley settlements who had chosen to stand on the walls despite knowing she couldn't match the alliance's gold-level pressure. Significant, Wei Liang said. But if we break now, the cost is everything. The frontier ceases to exist. The families we've protected are found and eliminated. The work of building an alternative to the sect's dominance is erased. The cost of continuing is measured in lives. The cost of surrendering is measured in the existence of civilization. It was not a comfortable answer. It was the only true answer. Song Mu, observing from his position managing the archive flame healers, understood what was happening at a level that most of the militia could not fully perceive. The fortifications were not just holding. They were being improved with each day. The archive flame cultivators, working between assaults, were studying how the structure responded to the Alliance's attacks, identifying weaknesses, modifying and strengthening sections that showed vulnerability. By the time the Alliance repeated an assault, the fortifications had evolved to meet it more effectively. It was like watching a living organism develop immunity to disease. On the 9th day, the character of the bombardment changed. The Alliance, apparently recognizing that sustained assault and attrition were not producing breakthrough, brought forward their specialized units. Terrain manipulators began reshaping the valley itself, attempting to create angles that would expose the frontier's defenders to flanking attacks. Formation specialists created elaborate arrays designed to penetrate the defensive positions rather than simply overwhelming them. The frontier adapted. Wei Liang, having studied 3,000 years of alliance tactics, recognized the patterns they were using. They had not created new formations. They were reaching into archives of old doctrines, pulling out approaches that had worked against ancient opponents. He shared this knowledge with Ren Xiaolan and the other commanders, showed them how to recognize the signs that a formation was building, taught them how to disrupt the process before the formation could be completed. The Alliance's most powerful cultivators, the peak gold-level masters, began engaging directly. These were not ordinary gold-level fighters. These were cultivators who had spent decades perfecting their techniques, who had survived countless conflicts, who carried the weight of the sect's authority in their cultivated forms. They were vastly more powerful than any individual frontier fighter, but they were not more organized. And organization, across those long days of battle, proved to be more valuable than individual strength. By the 14th day, Wei Liang felt something shift in the tenor of the assault. The Alliance was still pressing, was still sending in waves of fighters, but there was a hesitation now, a questioning quality to the attacks. The sect's cultivators were beginning to understand that their normal approach was not working. The frontier was not breaking. The valley was not falling. The militia was not demoralized into surrender. On the 15th day, a commander named Master Shen appeared on the battlefield, a cultivator of extraordinary power who Wei Liang recognized from memory as having studied the original Demon Sovereign Wars extensively. Master Shun brought forward his most elite force, 500 cultivators of gold level and above, all of them trained to his personal specifications, all of them prepared for a focused assault designed not to capture the entire valley, but to create a single breakthrough that could be exploited into victory. The assault almost succeeded. For one terrible moment, as Master Shun's elite force pressed against the frontier's defenses with a coordination and power that exceeded anything they had yet encountered, it seemed possible that the sects would achieve breakthrough. The frontier's defenders were pushed back, nearly to the second line of fortification, and for one breath, one heartbeat, it appeared that the 13 days of holding had been merely delay, not victory. Then Wei Liang moved. He did not display overwhelming sovereign power. He did not release a wave of ancient force that would scatter the attacking cultivators like insects. Instead, he moved through the melee like a general, positioning reinforcements at critical moments, organizing the frontier's remaining mobile forces into a counter-assault, fighting with tactics and strategy rather than transcendent strength. And the frontier's militia, watching Wei Liang fight in this way, organized, disciplined, strategic, understood something fundamental. They could do this. They could hold against the celestial order not because Wei Liang was infinitely more powerful, but because they had learned to coordinate, to trust each other, to function as something larger than individual fighters. The breakthrough collapsed. Master Shen's elite force was pushed back, their formation disrupted, their momentum broken. The sect's most powerful cultivators were retreating. Master Shen, observing the deterioration of the assault, recognized something that the sect's doctrine had not prepared him for: defeat through failure of overwhelming force. He ordered a withdrawal. The celestial order's assault ceased. The valley fell silent. The frontier had held. Chapter 10 for the silence after the assault ended was more deafening than the battles themselves. The valley, which had trembled continuously for 15 days with the pressure of gold-level chi and the clash of cultivated force, fell still. No more explosions. No more waves of attackers. Only the dust settling. Only the weight of exhaustion. Only the terrible accounting of what had been lost. Nearly 1,000 frontier fighters had fallen. The sects did not take prisoners from resistance movements. When a defender was overwhelmed and could not withdraw, they were eliminated. The count included families, skilled commanders, young cultivators who had trained for only months before the assault began. The frontier's losses were severe in ways that were difficult to fully comprehend in the immediate aftermath of the battle. Another 2,000 had been wounded. Many of these wounds would heal. Cultivation at the gold level allowed for recovery that would have been miraculous by ordinary standards. But many would not heal completely. Cultivators who had been struck by the sect's chi techniques would carry scars in their core for the rest of their lives. Damage that would prevent them from reaching higher cultivation levels, would limit their ability to fight, would mark them as broken in the hierarchy of power. The celestial order's losses were higher in absolute numbers. Perhaps 4,000 cultivators and militia had been eliminated, a significant casualty rate even for a power of the sect's magnitude. But the sects could afford those losses. They had territories filled with thousands more cultivators willing to serve their doctrine. The alliance could sustain casualties. The frontier could not. Wei Liang walked through the valley in the aftermath of the siege, observing the destruction. The fortifications had held, but they had been damaged extensively. Sections would need to be rebuilt. The archive flame cultivators would need weeks to restore the healing properties that had been depleted through sustained use. The defensive architecture that had been so carefully designed over the previous season had been tested to its limits and survived, but barely. What struck him most was the silence. The militia, gathering in the open areas, were not celebrating. They were not jubilant. They were sitting with the weight of loss, with the knowledge that holding had cost them dearly, with the understanding that their families were diminished, their communities weakened, their future uncertain. This was the truth about victory that the sects never seemed to understand. Winning did not feel like triumph when measured in the lives of people you had been responsible for protecting. Victory felt like exhaustion. It felt like failure, even when it was objectively success. Ren Xiaolan found Wei Liang standing at the border between the fortified valley and the territory beyond. She joined him without speaking, understanding that there were silences that could not be filled with words. "They'll come back," she said finally. "This was one assault. They have other territories to manage, other concerns demanding attention. But eventually, they'll come back." "Not immediately," Wei Liang said. "They need to reorganize. They need to understand why their doctrines failed. They need to decide whether the frontier is worth the cost of continued assault. These are considerations that will take time. But eventually? Perhaps," Wei Liang said. "Or perhaps they'll recognize that they've encountered something they cannot defeat through the methods they understand. That recognition might be worth more than any victory we could achieve through force." He felt the weight of ancient memory as he spoke. The original war. The sects pressing against sovereign fortifications with exactly this kind of assault. He had defeated them, had driven them back with overwhelming force, had demonstrated power that terrified them. And that terrified response had given them justification for everything they did afterward. Fear had made them commit atrocities, had made them believe that the demon sovereign was a threat that required eternal vigilance and suppression. This time was different. This time, the frontier had won not through overwhelming strength, but through organization and discipline. That kind of victory through better methodology rather than superior power, was harder for the sects to justify suppressing. It was harder to paint as a threat that required eternal vigilance. It was victory that the sects could almost understand, almost respect, almost accept. Song Mu emerged from the depths of the valley fortifications as the sun was setting. He had spent the entire day managing the healers, directing archive flame cultivators to the most critically wounded, ensuring that those who could be saved were being treated before infection or chi damage could become permanent. His face showed the exhaustion of someone who had been fighting a different kind of battle, not against external enemies, but against mortality itself. "We've lost Song Wan," he said to Wei Liang. The healer's voice was steady, but the name carried weight. Song Wan had been one of the brightest students in the Archive Flame research program, a young cultivator with remarkable gifts for understanding how healing chi could be applied to injuries that ordinary cultivation could not address. Song Wan had been working on techniques to treat the specific kind of damage that the Celestial Order's chi attacks created. He had died on the 4th day of the assault, attempting to stabilize a critically wounded defender whose injuries exceeded what healing alone could remedy. His work was documented? Wei Liang asked. Comprehensively, Song Mu said. He understood the importance of recording knowledge, of ensuring that what he had discovered would not die with him. We have extensive notes on his techniques. Other healers can continue the research. But the loss. Song Mu trailed off, understanding that some losses could not be reduced to methodology. In the aftermath of the siege, the frontier's leadership began the terrible work of accounting. The dead had to be honored through ceremony. The wounded had to be treated and supported. The destroyed sections of fortification had to be rebuilt. The supplies that had been consumed had to be replaced. The militia members who had been killed had to be replaced, and the frontier had to grapple with the reality that there were not enough gold-level cultivators in all the frontier settlements to fully restore the force to its pre-assault strength. But what emerged from this terrible accounting was something remarkable. The impact of the siege rippled far beyond the frontier territories. Powers that had been considering whether to align with the alliance began reconsidering. They had expected the frontier to be crushed. Instead, the frontier had stood. Communities within alliance territories that had been suppressed began looking at the frontier and understanding that resistance was possible. The psychological balance of the entire conflict had shifted dramatically. Wei Liang, in the days after the assault ended, found himself understanding something fundamental. The sect's power was based on a narrative, the narrative that they were inevitable, invincible, representing the only viable path for large-scale organization. The frontier had defeated that narrative not by being stronger, but by being more effective at what both sides were attempting to do. The sects had failed to crush the frontier using their most proven methodology. That failure was worth more in terms of psychological impact than any amount of individual heroism could have achieved. The victory was not just military. It was philosophical. It was the frontier proving to everyone watching that alternatives were possible. Chapter 105. Shin Xiaolong, observing the siege from his position within the Enforcement Bureau's central territories, recognized what had occurred more clearly than the military commanders in the field could. The frontier had not been defeated. More critically, the sect's fundamental approach to dominating resistance movements had failed. This was not a small matter. This was a threat to the entire system by which the sects maintained control over their territories and populations. An encrypted message reached Wei Liang 17 days after Master Shun ordered the withdrawal. The communication was direct and surprisingly pragmatic. The great sects could not afford to continue pouring resources into the frontier conflict when other regional threats were emerging. The Celestial Order would accept a formal end to hostilities if the frontier would commit to non-aggression and continued nominal recognition of alliance authority. It was, Wei Liang understood, the sect's way of accepting that they had encountered a problem that their preferred solution, overwhelming force, could not resolve. It was not surrender. It was not genuine concession. But it was recognition that the frontier could no longer be treated as a minor resistance movement that could be crushed through sufficient application of military doctrine. Wei Liang brought the proposal to the Collective Council. The debate that followed lasted 3 days and touched on questions that the frontier had been avoiding since the siege ended. What did victory mean? Had the frontier achieved its objectives? Or was continuing to fight the only way to ensure future security? Tan Bilu, the historian, argued for considering the proposal seriously. We've already proven what we needed to prove, he said. The frontier exists as a recognized power. We have autonomous governance. We have military capability that can defend our borders. We have intellectual institutions that are reshaping the entire region's understanding of cultivation and civilization. If we continue fighting, we might achieve more territory. We might expand our influence further. But we might also be destroyed in the process. Kai Fun, the commander who had lost so much in the assault, argued the opposite position. They will come back, she insisted. The sects cannot accept the frontier's existence as a permanent alternative to their authority. They will regroup. They will find new methodologies. They will attack again. The only true security comes from completely destroying their capacity to threaten us. Accepting a peace settlement leaves us vulnerable. The debate reflected a fundamental divide in how the frontier understood its own situation. Was the goal to establish an alternative civilization that could exist alongside the sects, or was it to eliminate the sects as a power entirely? The answers led to dramatically different strategies. Wei Liang, when consulted on the matter, offered a perspective that resolved the deadlock. He requested a private meeting with the council, away from the larger gathering, and spoke with them for several hours about what he had learned across 3,000 years of conflict. The sects cannot be destroyed through force alone, he said. I attempted that once, 3,000 years ago. I was more powerful than they were. I drove them back. I terrified them. And their terror was the greatest gift I could have given them. It justified every suppression they implemented afterward. It made their cruelty seem reasonable, seemed like necessary defense against an existential threat. He paused, letting the implications settle across the council. This time is different because we did not defeat them through overwhelming force. We defeated them through being more organized, more methodical, more effective at the things we both claim to value. That is a defeat they can accept without needing to justify total suppression in response. We've already achieved what we need. The frontier exists as a recognized power. We have demonstrated that alternatives are viable. Continuing to fight from a position of safety doesn't achieve more security. It only generates the kind of desperate fear response that leads the sects into atrocities. The council voted to accept the settlement. Formal negotiations began immediately, conducted through neutral intermediaries located in territories between frontier and alliance lands. The terms were straightforward. The Frontier Collective would be recognized as an independent political entity with full autonomy over their territories and institutions. In exchange, the Frontier would commit to non-aggression and would not attempt to expand their territorial control beyond their current borders. Both sides would establish formal diplomatic relationships with mechanisms for negotiation and conflict resolution. It was, in essence, the sect's recognition that they had encountered something they could not defeat through the methods they understood, and the Frontier's acceptance of a permanent boundary, the understanding that transforming the entire world was not the same as transforming the frontier. Wei Liang, reading the draft treaty before final signing, felt a complex mixture of emotions. There was satisfaction. The frontier was secure, would be recognized as a legitimate power, would not be destroyed by the sections. But there was also something that felt like incompleteness. The sect's system remained intact, their authority unchallenged in their own territories, their fundamental approach to organizing society unchanged. Song Mu, observing Wei Liang's expression, understood the complexity of the moment. You expected to change them, the healer said. It was not a question. I expected many things, Wei Liang replied. What I've learned is that changing institutions requires time that spans generations. We've established a foundation. What grows from that foundation depends on what others choose to build. That's less satisfying than immediate transformation, but it's more likely to be permanent. The treaty was signed in a formal ceremony attended by representatives from both the frontier and the celestial order. The great sects, for the first time in 3,000 years, formally acknowledged that they were not the only legitimate source of power in the region. It was a small concession in absolute terms. It was a revolutionary concession in terms of what it meant about the sect's understanding of their own authority. The frontier had transformed from a resistance movement into a recognized civilization. The next stage of development would be entirely different from what had come before. Chapter 106, the treaty's conclusion, marked the beginning of a new era. The frontier's young people, who had grown up in continuous military preparation or the expectation of conflict, could suddenly imagine futures that were not defined by war. The academy that had been established during the height of the conflict, a combination school and research institution, expanded dramatically in the years following the peace settlement. Wei Liang took on a new role during this period. Rather than serving as military commander or political advisor, he became a teacher of the deepest cultivation approaches. He established a specialized program within the Archive Academy focused on the historical and philosophical traditions that had been preserved from the original demon sovereign era. These were approaches to cultivation that went far beyond what the sects considered acceptable, techniques that emphasized understanding natural forces rather than dominating them, methodologies that treated cultivation as a practice of becoming part of the world rather than imposing individual will upon it. The classes he taught attracted remarkable students. Young cultivators from across the frontier came to study under someone who carried the weight of 3,000 years of experience. Wei Liang did not simply lecture. He encouraged students to challenge his assumptions, to question the traditions he was preserving, to adapt ancient wisdom to contemporary circumstances. Many of his students would go on to reshape cultivation practice across the entire region. Song Mu, working alongside Wei Liang, began the monumental task of documenting these approaches in comprehensive texts. The archive flame cultivation he had mastered was being systematically recorded in ways that would allow future generations to understand not just the techniques, but the philosophy behind them. Each text was written with elaborate care, diagrams accompanying explanations, step-by-step procedures that could be followed by students who had never studied with a master directly. Song Mu established a copying program that would become the foundation for the frontier's intellectual infrastructure. Young scribes trained rigorously in replication techniques. Perfect accuracy was not a courtesy, but a necessity when preserving knowledge. Multiple copies of every completed text were created, distributed across different locations and institutions, ensuring that knowledge would not be lost if any single archive was destroyed. The copying program itself became a training ground, a way for young cultivators to develop disciplined attention while contributing to something larger than themselves. "You're creating something that will outlast all of us," Song Mu said to Wei Liang one evening, surrounded by the documentation they had compiled. Shelves lined the room, filled with texts they had completed, with drafts of works still being refined, with research notes accumulating into something larger than any individual could process. "I'm recording what has always existed," Wei Liang replied. He was sitting by the archive flame, the cultivated fire that burned without consuming fuel, without generating heat except where it was directed. It was one of the most elegant examples of the cultivation philosophy he was preserving, working with natural forces rather than dominating them. Whether it survives depends on whether future generations find value in it. But at least now they'll have the option to choose. The expansion of the Archive Academy became one of the defining projects of the post-treaty period. New buildings rose across the frontier city, constructed with architectural principles that emphasized harmony with the environment rather than domination over it. The structures incorporated gardens and flowing water, spaces designed to support meditation and contemplation alongside rigorous study. Scholars arrived from across the region and beyond, seeking education in the approaches that were being taught. Young people from families that had been alliance supporters for generations found their way to the academy, learned new perspectives on cultivation and governance, and returned to their home provinces as advocates for different ways of thinking about power and social organization. The transformation was organic and compelling. People came seeking practical knowledge and encountered something deeper, a philosophy of living that integrated cultivation into every aspect of existence. The collective council, observing this expansion, made a strategic decision. Rather than limiting the academy to the frontier city, they would establish branch institutions in every major settlement across frontier territory. This would ensure that advanced education was available locally, would prevent the concentration of knowledge in a single location, and would create a network of intellectual institutions that would be impossible to destroy through force. The construction and staffing of these branch institutions became a massive undertaking. Teachers had to be trained, people competent enough to instruct in the frontier's cultivation approaches, but who were not so advanced that their absence from the central academy would weaken it. Materials had to be created, copies of the comprehensive texts that Song Mu and Wei Liang had documented, teaching aids adapted for local circumstances, research programs tailored to regional needs. But what made the project remarkable was not its scale, but its success. Within 5 years of the treaty signing, the branch academies were producing exceptional results. Young cultivators who had no access to Wei Liang's direct teaching were learning from instructors trained by Wei Liang's instructors, adapting the ancient approaches to contemporary circumstances, developing new insights that would eventually feed back into the Central Academy's research. The knowledge that had been preserved in fragments and whispers for 3,000 years was being systematically documented and made available to be taught to future generations. What had been the secret wisdom of an immortal becoming flesh was becoming the common curriculum of an entire civilization. Rin Xiaolan, watching this transformation while gradually transferring her military authority to younger commanders, understood that something fundamental was being built. The frontier's strength was no longer dependent on Wei Liang's individual power or on the military capability of any specific commander. It was being built into the civilization itself, into institutions that would persist, into knowledge that would propagate, into a culture that valued understanding over dominance and cooperation over hierarchy. This was what lasting power looked like. Not the strength of an individual, but the strength of a civilization that had learned to organize itself around principles that generated resilience and adaptability. Chapter 1075 years after the siege, Wei Liang made a decision that surprised and concerned the collective council. He announced that he would be stepping back from his role as strategic advisor. He would remain in the frontier, would continue teaching and documenting cultivation knowledge, but he would no longer participate in the council's decisions or influence the direction of the collective's governance. The frontier is no longer dependent on my presence, Wei Liang explained to the council. They had gathered in the central hall of the Archive Academy, surrounded by the documentation they had created together. Continuing to occupy a position of authority, even advisory authority, creates the kind of deference that ultimately weakens your decision-making. You need to make choices based on what you believe is right, not on what I might think. You've proven you can do this. Now prove it to yourselves. The announcement sparked significant debate. Many of the frontier senior leaders had become accustomed to consulting Wei Liang before making major decisions. They had relied on his 3,000 years of experience, his understanding of alliance doctrine, his seemingly infinite knowledge of how complex systems functioned. Removing him from the council felt like removing the structural supports from a building, like accepting a vulnerability that could be catastrophic if enemies exploited it. But Wei Liang was adamant. He had not fought to create a civilization dependent on his continued dominance. That was the sect's error, building systems that required exceptional individuals to function. The frontier's strength came from its institutions, from the training of its people, from the spread of knowledge across hundreds of scholars and teachers. Removing his advisory authority would force the collective to trust those institutions. The transition was complicated and extended across several months. Council members still found reasons to consult with Wei Liang informally, still sought his perspective on difficult decisions, still wanted his approval before implementing major policies. But gradually, Wei Liang became less available. He spent his time in the Archive Academy's teaching chambers, working with advanced students, documenting the cultivation philosophy he had preserved. He was still present in the frontier, but he was no longer a political figure. What happened in the months following was remarkable. The council began making decisions without consulting him. And when they began making decisions independently, something shifted in their confidence. They understood they had the capability to govern themselves. They understood they could evaluate problems, debate solutions, and implement policies without needing validation from the man who had founded the frontier. The transition of leadership in the collective proceeded more smoothly than anyone had anticipated. Ren Xiaolan, the supreme commander who had fought beside Wei Liang since his arrival at the frontier, officially stepped down from her position. The ceremony marking her retirement was attended by thousands of frontier citizens, people whose lives had been transformed by her leadership, whose safety she had ensured through decades of military strategy and tactical brilliance. She did not disappear from frontier life, but instead took on an advisory role, available for consultation on military matters, but no longer carrying the daily burden of command. The military authority was transferred to a younger general named Lu Chun, a cultivator trained entirely within the frontier's military academies, competent at logistics and tactical planning, without the weight of Wei Liang's 3,000 years of experience, but perfectly adequate to manage the frontier's defense. Lu Chun brought fresh perspectives, understood the new generation of frontier cultivators, and had no psychological investment in the patterns that Wei Liang had established. He would chart a different course, and that difference was exactly what the frontier needed at this stage of development. Tan Beilu, the historian who had been the frontier's conscience, designated a successor as chief historian, a woman named Feng Jing from the eastern provinces who had studied under Tan Beilu for 2 decades. Feng Jing brought new perspectives to the historical documentation, was more interested in recording ordinary frontier life than in cataloging Wei Liang's remarkable achievements. The shift in focus changed what the frontier understood about itself. It was becoming a history written by its people, not a history centered on an exceptional individual. Song Mu, now in his advanced years despite the life extension benefits of high-level cultivation, appointed a council of medical practitioners to oversee the archive flame research and teaching. The council included younger cultivators trained in Song Mu's techniques, scholars who had studied the healing applications of archive flame, administrators capable of managing the complex logistics of maintaining the research program. Song Mu remained as a consultant and teacher, but the daily operations and future direction of the archive flame became the responsibility of the broader council. The new leadership brought different perspectives and approaches. They were less focused on survival and more focused on expansion and development. They began establishing new settlements in territories that the frontier had claimed but not fully populated. They organized expeditions to document the frontier's history and culture in ways that Tanbalu had never had the opportunity to complete. They made decisions about resource allocation, about which research programs to prioritize, about how to structure the branch academies, with the kind of pragmatic focus that Wei Liang, with his eternal perspective, had sometimes lacked. Wei Liang, observing these developments from his distance, was satisfied. The frontier was becoming what it should be, not a movement dependent on one individual's leadership, but a genuine civilization capable of directing its own development. The institutions he had helped establish were functioning without him. The knowledge he had documented was being taught by others. The vision of an alternative to the sect's hierarchy was being realized not through his continued dominance, but through the choices of people who had learned to coordinate and trust each other. This was the victory that mattered most. Not the defeat of the alliance, not the establishment of frontier autonomy, but the proof that human beings could organize themselves around principles of cooperation rather than hierarchy. That proof was being written every day in the decisions the new leadership made, in the institutions they built, in the civilization they were creating. Chapter 108. 15 years after the siege ended, the frontier had achieved something that seemed almost impossible when Wei Liang first arrived at the settlement, with only memories and determination. The Frontier Collective controlled more territory than any single great sect, territory that had been claimed and settled, developed with infrastructure and institutions, made into a living civilization. The intellectual institutions they had created were reshaping cultivation philosophy across the entire region, not through force or coercion, but through the simple, compelling truth that their approaches worked better than the alternatives. The Frontier's cultivation techniques produced results that sects practitioners could verify for themselves. The Frontier's governance structures actually allowed communities to participate in decisions affecting their lives. The Frontier's approach to preserving knowledge made that knowledge available rather than hoarding it behind walls of hierarchy. Young people from across the region came to study at the Archive Academy and its branches. Some came from Frontier families, but increasingly they came from communities within Alliance territories, from provinces that had been under sects' direct control for 3,000 years, from families that had never imagined alternatives to the hierarchical system they were born into. These young people studied frontier cultivation approaches with teachers who taught them to question assumptions, to test theories against experience, to develop understanding rather than simply accepting transmitted doctrine. They learned about historical perspectives the sects had suppressed, encountered ideas about governance and cooperation that had never been permitted to develop in their home territories. For many, the experience was transformative, not because frontier approaches were objectively superior to everything they had been taught, but because they had been given permission to think about whether those approaches might be superior, and that permission changed how they understood themselves and their possibilities. More significantly, they returned home transformed. The young people went back to their provinces carrying knowledge that could not be unlearned, carrying perspectives that could not be dismissed, carrying proof that alternatives existed. Many became advocates for different approaches within their own communities. Some established small groups to study frontier approaches. Others simply carried the ideas in their minds, affecting how they made decisions, how they treated people, how they imagined their futures. The sects were beginning to feel threatened in a way that military assault could never have created. The frontier was not challenging them through force. The frontier was challenging them by offering a different way of organizing society that was proving to be viable and attractive to people across the region. The Celestial Order's response was to begin restricting trade with the frontier and limiting travel between frontier and alliance territories. They were attempting to isolate the frontier intellectually and economically to prevent the spread of ideas that they saw as destabilizing to their established order. Cultivators who attempted to travel to the frontier for education faced penalties. Merchants who traded with frontier settlements lost their permits. Officials who permitted frontier books to circulate in their territories were removed from position. The restrictions were comprehensive and ruthlessly enforced. The sects were not being subtle about their intention. They were attempting to create an impenetrable barrier between the frontier and their territories. The restriction backfired. Communities within the Alliance territories that had been isolated from frontier knowledge began finding ways to access it anyway. Scholars smuggled texts out of the Archive Academy, distributing them through underground networks that had developed in the years since the treaty. Young people found ways to travel to the frontier for education despite official restrictions, using false identities or traveling through neutral territories. The isolation the sects were attempting to create only increased the frontier's appeal. It became fashionable in some circles to have read frontier texts in secret. Possession of Archive Academy materials became a status symbol among rebellious young cultivators in sects territories. The suppression itself advertised the very ideas the sects were attempting to contain. Every prohibition made frontier approaches seem more compelling, more revolutionary, more worth seeking out. Wei Liang, observing these developments from his isolation within the frontier's teaching institutions, understood that the strategic situation had shifted fundamentally. The sects had believed they could contain ideas through force, through control of borders, through punishment of those who violated their intellectual monopoly. They had not accounted for the reality that ideas, once released into human consciousness, could not be fully suppressed. 3,000 years of experience had taught Wei Liang that power ultimately rested on the consent of those being governed. The sect's authority had been maintained not through constant force, but through the narrative that they were inevitable, that resistance was futile, that their way was the only way. The frontier had shattered that narrative by simply existing, by proving that alternatives worked, by demonstrating that cooperation could produce results comparable to hierarchy. That shattering was irreversible. The frontier had not achieved absolute victory through the siege, but the siege had broken something fundamental in the sect's worldview. The belief that their authority was inevitable, that their system was the only viable approach to organization, that alternatives could be crushed before they became dangerous. That broken belief was more dangerous to the sects than any military force. Because once people understood that alternatives were possible, no amount of suppression could make them unsee that possibility. The sects would be forced to confront a world in which their authority was being questioned, in which their methods were being compared to different approaches and found wanting in some areas, in which younger generations were making choices to study frontier approaches despite risks. The fundamental balance was shifting. The frontier was not winning through strength. The frontier was winning because ideas that were actually better had been released into a world that could no longer be prevented from understanding them. Chapter 109. Wei Liang, in his isolation, was aware of the sect's growing concern but was not surprised by it. 3,000 years of experience had taught him that every power structure that rests on the claim that there is only one correct way to organize society will face challenges from people who imagine alternatives. The question was never whether the challenge would come. The question was always how the power structure would respond. He had lived through the original conflict 3,000 years ago when the sects had chosen a path of violence and suppression. He had been more powerful than they were. He had driven them back with overwhelming force, had made them fear him, had given them justification for everything they did afterward. Fear had made them commit atrocities, had made them rationalize oppression as necessary defense, had made them build systems specifically designed to prevent the emergence of anything resembling his power. Now he was observing a second conflict where the frontier was challenging the sects not through overwhelming strength, but through the simple demonstration that alternatives were viable. The sect's response was different, restriction rather than immediate violence, suppression rather than open assault, but the fundamental logic was the same. They were afraid. They were attempting to manage that fear through control. The question he wondered about most was whether this generation of sects leaders had learned anything from 3,000 years of history. Whether they would make the same choices their predecessors had made, or whether time and changing circumstances might have taught them different approaches. The answer came sooner than he expected, and it came in the form of an official delegation from the Celestial Order. The delegation arrived at the frontier city requesting a private meeting with Wei Liang. Not with the collective's leadership, but specifically with Wei Liang. The frontier leaders noted the specificity with some concern. Dealing directly with Wei Liang suggested that the sects understood, at some level, that they were really negotiating with him rather than with the collective government. The meeting took place in a neutral chamber within the Archive Academy, a space dedicated to research rather than governance, chosen deliberately to avoid the appearance of state negotiations. Only Ren Xiulan and Song Mu were present alongside Wei Liang. The Celestial Order's representatives were 3 senior cultivators who carried themselves with the weight of official authority, not commanders or generals, but political figures who spoke with the voice of the sect's central leadership. They came directly to the point, wasting no time on preliminary courtesies. "We know who you are," they said. "We know that the frontier's development, the cultivation philosophy being taught at the Archive Academy, the intellectual challenge to our order, all of this is your doing. We understand what you're attempting to accomplish. We're here to propose a negotiation." Wei Liang listened without speaking as they outlined their offer. The Celestial Order was willing to accept the frontier's existence and autonomy, were willing to open diplomatic channels that treated the frontier as a genuinely equal power, would commit to peaceful coexistence if Wei Liang would agree to certain limitations on the frontier's expansion. Specifically, they wanted guarantees that the cultivation philosophy he was teaching would not be further propagated outside frontier territories. They wanted the frontier's intellectual challenge to alliance order contained within frontier borders. They were offering stability, recognition, peace, in exchange for intellectual constraint. In exchange, they said, the frontier can flourish without interference. You can continue your research, your teaching, your documentation. You can develop your civilization without military threat. But you confine it to frontier territory. You stop challenging the foundations of alliance order in external territories. You let the rest of the world continue under our systems without interference. It was, Wei Liang understood, the sect's way of recognizing that they could not defeat the frontier militarily and could not suppress their ideas through isolation. So they were proposing the frontier accept a permanent boundary, spiritual and intellectual, as well as military and territorial. You flourish here, but not beyond here. Your ideas are allowed to exist, but not to spread. Your civilization can develop, but only in isolation. The offer revealed something important. The sects were no longer attempting to eliminate the frontier. The frontier was no longer a problem that could be solved through force. The frontier was a reality that had to be managed and contained. I decline, Wei Liang said simply. The words hung in the air like a verdict. Not an angry rejection. Not a declaration of continued conflict. Simply a statement that the frontier would not accept the boundary the sects were proposing. Ren Xiaolan, observing the conversation, understood what Wei Liang was really rejecting. It was not just the limitation on frontier expansion. It was the fundamental assumption that ideas could be contained, that knowledge could be bounded, that the spreading of understanding could be prevented through political agreements. The frontier was declining the sect's offer to accept permanence in exchange for intellectual containment. The three celestial order representatives exchanged glances. They had clearly expected rejection, but the simplicity of it seemed to surprise them. Wei Liang had not raged against them, had not declared war, had not made threats. He had simply stated what he would not accept. Then the conflict will continue, they said. The intellectual competition will continue, Wei Liang corrected. Whether that becomes violent conflict depends on choices you have not yet made. The frontier will continue spreading knowledge. The sects will continue attempting to suppress it. Which of those approaches ultimately prevails depends on whether people find frontier approaches more valuable than sects approaches. That competition resolves itself over time, not through agreements between leaders. The delegation departed the frontier without agreement, without even the preliminary framework for continued negotiation. The sects had received their answer. The frontier would not accept limitation. The frontier's intellectual challenge to the sects would continue to expand, would continue to spread, would continue to shape how people across the region understood cultivation and civilization. The question now was how the sects would respond to that continued expansion. With violence, as they had 3,000 years before, or with something different. Chapter 110 The Celestial Order's response to Wei Liang's refusal was not immediate military assault. The sects had learned through the siege that direct force could not overcome the frontier's defensive capability. Instead, they began a systematic campaign of suppression directed at the spread of frontier knowledge outside frontier territories. They restricted travel between sects' territories and the frontier. They banned the teaching of certain frontier cultivation approaches in their domains. They executed scholars who were discovered possessing frontier texts. They attempted to establish an intellectual blockade around the frontier that would prevent the flow of ideas and knowledge from expanding beyond frontier borders. The campaign was comprehensive and ruthlessly enforced. The sects were willing to execute people to prevent the spread of frontier approaches. They were willing to destroy families to ensure that no copying of frontier texts was occurring in their territories. They were treating the frontier's ideas as a plague that had to be contained through any means necessary. But ideas cannot be contained by force. The knowledge that had been documented at the Archive Academy was too sophisticated, too compelling, too fundamentally different from what the sects were teaching to be completely suppressed. It was not mystical or magical. There was nothing preventing the sects from teaching the same approaches if they had chosen to. But teaching frontier approaches would require acknowledging that their own methods had limitations, that alternatives might be superior, that control might not be the highest value in cultivating human potential. That acknowledgement was impossible within the sect's worldview. Scholars found ways to copy texts in secret, creating hidden archives in remote locations where they could be preserved despite the sect's efforts to destroy them. Young people continued to find paths to the frontier for education despite official restrictions, traveling through neutral territories or using false identities, willing to accept danger and punishment for the opportunity to learn. Communities within Alliance territories began organizing their own resistance to the sect's intellectual suppression, understanding that knowledge was being withheld from them, understanding that the withholding itself was evidence that something important was being hidden. The sect's suppression was counterproductive in a way they had not fully anticipated. Every execution of a scholar created martyr narratives that attracted attention. Every destroyed text became legendary, something worth seeking out because the authorities were clearly afraid of it. Every restriction on travel made the frontier more appealing to rebellious youth who were looking for reasons to question their authorities. Songmu, observing the sect's campaign, understood that suppression itself was becoming more of a threat to the sect's authority than the ideas they were suppressing. The frontier had not set out to create a rebellion against the sections. The frontier's goal had been to develop an alternative civilization based on different principles. But the sect's response to that alternative was creating something that looked like a rebellion, creating underground movements of people who were willing to risk punishment to study frontier approaches, creating a revolutionary consciousness that had not existed before. Wei Liang, watching the suppression campaign unfold, felt the weight of memory pressing against his consciousness like a tide. This was how the original Demon Sovereign Wars had escalated 3,000 years ago. The sects had started with suppression, attempting to limit knowledge, to restrict alternatives, to maintain their monopoly on legitimate approaches to cultivation. The Demon Sovereign had responded with force, attempting to break the sect's control, believing that overwhelming power could force change. The sects had justified further suppression as necessary defense, claiming they had to protect people from the danger of uncontrolled power. And the escalation had continued, each side responding to the other, until it had consumed the entire region in conflict that had left scars lasting 3,000 years. This time, he was not going to respond with force. The frontier would not meet suppression with violence. The frontier would respond with something far more dangerous to systems based on control, with continued, unstoppable distribution of knowledge. This time, he was not going to respond with force. The frontier would not meet suppression with violence. Instead, they would respond with what the sects feared most, with the continued production and dissemination of knowledge. Ren Xiaolan came to Wei Liang with a proposal that was radical and deliberately calculated to escalate the intellectual conflict. The frontier should begin openly supporting resistance movements in other territories. The frontier should send teachers and scholars to help other communities establish their own institutions of learning and governance, should provide technical assistance in building alternative systems that could compete with the sect's approaches. Wei Liang approved the proposal without hesitation. The frontier began dispatching Archive Academy scholars to territories throughout the region. These scholars did not come as conquerors or as representatives of a new authoritarian structure. They came as teachers, offering to share knowledge that had been preserved in the frontier, offering frameworks for alternative governance that communities could adapt to their own circumstances. The sect's response was to intensify their suppression. But each scholar the sects eliminated became proof that frontier knowledge was worth protecting. Each community the sects punished for studying frontier approaches became proof that the sects were afraid of something. The suppression campaign, intended to contain the frontier's influence, was instead spreading it like wildfire through the very communities the sects were attempting to control. The frontier was not winning through military superiority. The frontier was winning through the power of ideas that could not be suppressed, through the compelling appeal of an alternative vision, through the sect's own error of believing that ideas could be contained through force. It was a lesson the sects should have learned 3,000 years ago, when their attempts to suppress the Demon Sovereign had only driven him to greater power. It was a lesson they were learning again, through the same mechanism, with the same inevitable result. Chapter 1:11 20 years after the siege ended, the landscape of the entire region had been transformed in ways that were both remarkable and subtle. What had begun as a single frontier community defending itself against the Alliance had become a movement that extended across multiple territories. Communities that had been under direct Alliance control were beginning to organize resistance movements, not because the frontier was directing them, but because they had learned that resistance was possible and had chosen to attempt it. Cultivators who had been trained in the sect's hierarchical systems were seeking out the frontier's alternative approaches, were finding that the approaches worked, were becoming advocates for different ways of thinking about power and cultivation. More significantly, the frontier was no longer the primary driver of this transformation. Local leaders, trained scholars, and community organizations were taking ownership of the changes happening in their territories. The frontier was providing knowledge and support, was sharing the documentation they had created, was offering advice when requested. But the movement toward alternative governance structures was becoming organic, rooted in each community's own desire for change rather than imposed from outside. The sects were facing a crisis that military assault could not solve. The intellectual foundations of their authority, the claim that their hierarchical system was the only viable approach to organization, were being proven false by the frontier's demonstrated success and by the success of communities across the region that were adapting frontier-inspired approaches to their own circumstances. What was happening was not revolution in the traditional sense. There were no armies marching against sect strongholds. There were no declarations of war or formal rebellions led by charismatic generals. What was happening was something more fundamental and more threatening to established order. People were simply choosing to organize themselves differently. They were establishing communities based on cooperation rather than hierarchy, finding that cooperation actually produced results that matched or exceeded what hierarchy had produced before. They were creating institutions that preserved knowledge rather than hoarding it, discovering that shared knowledge multiplied in value as it spread. They were developing cultivation approaches based on understanding rather than dominance, and those approaches produced cultivators who were more effective, more ethical, and more satisfied with their lives than the traditional sects approaches produced. The sects recognized this as a genuine threat to their continued existence in their current form. If people throughout the region came to believe that alternative ways of organizing society were viable and beneficial, then the sects' claim to exclusive authority would become untenable. They would be forced to either reform themselves fundamentally or face the slow erosion of their power as communities and individuals made choices to organize themselves differently. The magnitude of this threat was made clear when one of the great sects, the Jadewind sect, which had been one of the Alliance's founding members, began initiating internal reforms. The sect's leadership announced new policies permitting greater local autonomy within their territories, began supporting the development of local institutions rather than insisting on hierarchical control, started permitting scholars within their domain to study frontier approaches alongside traditional sect teachings. The Jadewind sect's reforms were not motivated by moral transformation or by sudden recognition that their previous approaches had been wrong. The sect's leaders had recognized a practical reality. They could either reform voluntarily or face the slow erosion of their territories and authority as communities within their domains chose to ally with the frontier instead. They were adapting to survive in a world where their previous monopoly on legitimate power had been shattered. Survival required acknowledging that other systems had merit, that local autonomy might be compatible with larger-scale organization, that control was not the same as legitimacy. But their adaptation had a profound effect. If one of the great sects could reform and survive, then the others could potentially do so as well. The narrative that the sect's system was inevitable, unchangeable, the only way to organize large populations, that narrative was breaking down. The possibility of reform, of transformation, of adaptation suddenly became visible where before it had seemed impossible. Songmu, now ancient by normal standards though his cultivation preserved him in functional health, observed these transformations with profound satisfaction. The archive flame work he had done, documenting knowledge, training healers, establishing research programs that built on each other, was proving to be the foundation for something far larger than he had initially imagined when Wei Liang first arrived. The knowledge was spreading not because he was forcing it upon people, not through manipulation or coercion, but because people wanted it, because they found it useful, because it actually produced results that were better than the alternatives. He had discovered what Wei Liang had always known, that the most powerful force in the world was not military strength but the compelling appeal of what actually worked. Wei Liang, in his isolation, understood that the most important transformation was happening at a level that most observers did not fully recognize. What was changing was not primarily the distribution of military power or territorial control, though those were shifting as well. What was changing was the fundamental understanding of what power meant. The sects had believed that power was the ability to dominate others, to control populations, to force compliance through hierarchy and threat. The frontier was demonstrating that power could mean something entirely different, the ability to create systems that functioned effectively without requiring dominance, to share knowledge in ways that multiplied its value rather than diminishing it through hoarding, to build institutions that could sustain themselves and develop beyond any individual's lifetime. That reframing of what power meant was more revolutionary than any military victory could have been. Because once people understood that power could mean effectiveness rather than dominance, the entire structure of the sect's authority became questionable. And questioning, once begun, could not be stopped. Chapter 112. The sect's response came in the form of a coordinated strike not against the frontier's military forces, but against the Archive Academy itself. A force of cultivators, numbering in the hundreds, coordinated across 3 great sects, launched a night assault on the Academy's main complex in the frontier city. The operation was executed with military precision. The assault teams dropped from formation into the compound, moved with practiced efficiency toward the central library and documentation chambers, attempted to secure and destroy the archives that contained the accumulated knowledge of 3,000 years. The intention was clear and brutal. Destroy the institution that was the intellectual heart of the frontier's challenge to sectarian authority. But the frontier had been expecting this. Wei Liang had predicted that the sects, recognizing their intellectual defeat, would attempt to solve the problem through violence. He had recommended that the Academy's leadership prepare defenses and, more importantly, implement a redundancy system that would protect the knowledge even if the main complex was destroyed. The Academy's scholars, working with cultivators trained in defensive techniques, had prepared the complex to withstand assault. The central courtyard was surrounded by fortifications designed specifically for this scenario. The documentation chambers had been reinforced with archive flame protections that could resist Qi attacks. More importantly, the Academy's knowledge was not housed in a single location anymore. Copies of the comprehensive texts that Song Mu and Wei Liang had documented had been distributed to safe houses throughout the frontier territories and in allied communities beyond frontier borders. Scholars had been trained, dispersed across multiple territories, carrying the knowledge in their minds and in hidden archives throughout the region. The assault began before dawn, with attacking cultivators dropping from formation directly into the Academy's outer courtyard. The defenders, a combination of Academy guards trained in combat and frontier militia assigned specifically to protect the institution, responded with organized coordination that spoke to months of preparation. What developed was not a quick breach, but a sustained engagement lasting through the entire day and into the evening. The attackers were more powerful on average. Many were gold-level cultivators serving at the sect's direct orders, selected specifically for strength and combat experience. But the defenders had advantages the attackers lacked. They knew the terrain intimately, understood every wall and passage of the complex they had worked and studied within. They understood the defensive architecture they were fighting to protect, knew where the archive flame protections were strongest, could redirect attackers into prepared kill zones. They fought with the desperation of people protecting something they had built with their own hands, something they had sacrificed for, something that represented 3,000 years of accumulated knowledge that could not be recovered if lost. By evening, it became clear that the assault would not achieve its objective. The Academy's main complex had been damaged, sections of the outer walls were destroyed, some of the student dormitories had been set on fire, the courtyard showed the scars of prolonged combat. But the central documentation chambers had been preserved. The defenders had held. The assault had failed. Several scholars and defenders were killed in the fighting. The losses were significant in emotional weight. These were people the frontier community had known, had studied with, had hoped to see develop into great teachers and researchers. But in terms of the knowledge that had been lost, the damage was minimal. Every document that had been destroyed existed in copies elsewhere. Every scholar who had been killed had documented their research, had trained students, had ensured that what they understood would not disappear with their death. The assault on the Archive Academy became a turning point, but not in the way the sects had intended. The assault became proof of something that the frontier had been attempting to demonstrate for decades, that the sects viewed knowledge itself as a threat. A power structure confident in the superiority of its approaches would not need to assault institutions of learning. A power structure secure in its methods would permit competing ideas, would permit people to compare approaches and choose what seemed most effective. The sect's willingness to murder scholars and attempt to destroy libraries revealed a fundamental insecurity. They were not confident in their system. They were afraid of being compared, of being tested against alternatives, of a world in which people had choices about how to organize themselves and their cultivation. That fear, made visible through violence, changed how people throughout the region understood the conflict. The frontier was not challenging the sects for power. The frontier was preserving something the sects wanted to suppress. The assault demonstrated that the sect's system rested not on the actual superiority of their approaches, but on the suppression of alternatives. And if suppression was required to maintain authority, then that authority was fundamentally illegitimate. Wei Liang, observing the aftermath of the assault from his position within the frontier city, felt satisfaction rather than rage. The sects had made a critical strategic error. They had attempted to solve an intellectual problem through violence, and violence had simply created more visible proof that violence was the foundation of their authority. The assault had been meant to eliminate the threat the frontier represented, to destroy the knowledge that was spreading through the region, to silence the alternative voice that was making their dominance seem optional rather than inevitable. Instead, it had made the threat far more compelling to anyone paying attention. Within days of the assault, stories spread across the region. They spoke of how the sects had attacked a school, had tried to burn a library, had murdered teachers. The stories were accurate. The stories were devastating to the sect's claim to moral legitimacy. Chapter 113. In the aftermath of the assault, the frontier launched a counteroffensive that was entirely intellectual rather than military. Tanbelu, the chief historian who had spent 3 decades preparing for a moment exactly like this, released comprehensive documentation of the sect's repeated attacks on knowledge and on communities that questioned their authority. He published accounts of the original campaigns against the frontier, the forced reductions in military strength that had left the frontier vulnerable to later attacks, the re-education of children who refused to accept sectarian doctrine, the systematic destruction of alternative cultivation approaches, the execution of scholars who maintained knowledge the sects wished suppressed. The accounts were meticulously sourced, drawing from the sect's own records, from historical documents the sects had archived and believed secure, from testimony of survivors. He documented not just the frontier's recent experience, but drew from historical records the broader pattern of sectarian suppression extending back centuries, back through the entire history of the sect's dominance. The pattern was consistent and deliberate. Whenever communities developed approaches that seemed to challenge sectarian authority, those approaches were suppressed. Whenever individuals questioned sectarian doctrine, those individuals were eliminated or forced to conform. The suppression was not aberration or accident. It was systematic policy. More importantly, Tanbelu framed these historical accounts not as complaints or grievances, not as accusations meant to provoke emotional response. He framed them as evidence of a fundamental pattern. The sect's survival depended on the suppression of alternatives. Their authority was not maintained through the actual superiority of their approaches. That would speak for itself, would require no enforcement, would spread naturally through merit. Their authority was maintained through control, through the elimination of choices, through the systematic destruction of anything that might seem equivalent or superior. The release of Tanbelu's accounts sparked something that the sects had not anticipated. Multiple communities within the sect's territories began asking uncomfortable questions. If the sects had systematically suppressed knowledge in communities over centuries, what else might they be suppressing? If their approach to cultivation was genuinely superior, why did it require force to maintain dominance? Why couldn't ideas that were actually better simply win through their own merit? The questions spread like a contagion through the sect's territories. Scholars began investigating Tanbelu's claims. They discovered that the historical accounts were accurate. The sect's archives, if you looked carefully, contained the records of their own suppression. The sects had not hidden what they had done. They had simply not emphasized it, had not spoken of it, had assumed that time and cultural dominance would allow those actions to be forgotten. But time and forgetting were no longer available as options. The knowledge of what the sects had done was spreading, becoming impossible to deny, creating a historical narrative that the sects could not control. The sects attempted to suppress Tanbelu's accounts with the full power of their authority. They began hunts for copies of the historical documentation, ordered librarians to search out and destroy any texts that contained Tanbelu's work, executed scholars who were discovered in possession of the accounts. The suppression was comprehensive and ruthless, demonstrating exactly the pattern Tanbelu had documented, that the sects would use force to prevent the spread of knowledge they found threatening. But the attempt at suppression only spread the accounts further. Attempts at suppression are always better advertisement for ideas than the ideas themselves could ever be. The moment the sects declared that the documentation was dangerous, everyone who had heard about the suppression wanted to know what was so dangerous. They wanted to read what the sects were afraid of them reading. People who might never have sought out the accounts on their own became determined to find copies, to verify the claims, to understand what the sects found so threatening that they were willing to execute scholars to suppress it. Underground copying networks began producing copies of Tanbelu's historical documentation. The texts spread through communities despite the sect's efforts to contain them. Scholars from across the region began referencing the accounts, began building their own research on the foundation that Tanbelu had established. The historical narrative of sectarian suppression became impossible to suppress. Tanbelu, having released his documentation and knowing that the sects would respond with attempts at suppression, had already retreated to a safe location within frontier territory. He continued writing, began preparing additional historical accounts that expanded on the themes he had established, worked with younger scholars to create a comprehensive archive of sectarian history that would preserve the accounts even if the sects managed to destroy distributed copies. What was happening was a reversal of the sect's strategy. Rather than the sects controlling the narrative, the frontier was controlling it. Rather than the sects determining what history was recorded and remembered, the frontier was recording and publishing the actual history. Rather than the sect's version of events being the only version available, alternatives were spreading. The power of documentation, of writing down what had actually occurred, of making it available for verification, of distributing it broadly, was proving far more potent than the sects had anticipated. A military force could be met with military force. A new idea could be opposed by suppressing its spread. But the documentation of actual history, once released, could not be fully suppressed without creating proof that the sects were willing to suppress truth itself. The sects were beginning to understand that they faced a kind of defeat that was far more comprehensive than any military loss could be. Their authority was being undermined at its foundation. The narrative that they were inevitable, that they were legitimate, that resistance was futile. And that narrative, once it began to fail, could not be easily reconstructed. Chapter 114, the sect's attempt to maintain control through suppression, was becoming counterproductive in ways that escalated beyond their ability to manage. Every attempt to restrict knowledge created underground networks dedicated to preserving and spreading that knowledge. Every effort to prevent travel or communication between territories inspired people to take greater risks to overcome those barriers. Every military strike against the frontier or its allied communities created martyrs and demonstrated that the sects were willing to kill to maintain dominance. All of these actions were becoming evidence that the sects were afraid of something fundamental. And what they were afraid of was the most dangerous thing in any system built on claims of absolute authority and inevitable dominance. The recognition that alternatives existed, that those alternatives actually worked, that people could choose something other than what the sects were offering. The sects could not suppress the knowledge. They could not prevent people from accessing the information. Every attempt at suppression spread the information further, made it seem more valuable, more revolutionary, more worth seeking out. And with each failed attempt at suppression, more people throughout the region came to understand that the sect's authority was maintained not through the actual superiority of their approaches, but through control and elimination of alternatives. Communities within alliance territories were organizing themselves around these realizations. Small groups of cultivators gathered in hidden locations to study the frontier's approaches, to compare them to sectarian teachings, to understand which methods actually produced superior results. Local leaders began implementing governance structures based on frontier models, discovering that delegated authority and community participation could be more effective than strict hierarchy. Young people who had been trained in sectarian hierarchy were reinterpreting their training through frontier lenses, understanding cultivation in new ways that their teachers had never intended. The transformation was organic and grassroots, not directed by the frontier, but inspired by the frontier's example. Wei Liang, observing these developments from his isolation within the frontier's teaching institutions, understood that the outcome was no longer in doubt. The sects could not win against the frontier through military force. They had learned that lesson during the siege, when overwhelming numbers had failed to produce the expected breakthrough. They could not win against the frontier intellectually because the frontier's cultivation philosophy was actually superior to theirs in measurable, verifiable ways that could not be denied by anyone willing to test and compare. The approaches worked better. They produced better results. They created more satisfied practitioners who felt they had agency and choice. The sect's approaches produced efficient cultivators and obedient followers, but not people who felt empowered. And they could not win by suppressing knowledge because the suppression itself was becoming more of a threat to their authority than the ideas they were suppressing could ever be. What was happening now was the slow collapse of a worldview that had dominated for 3,000 years. The sects would not disappear. Institutions that large rarely disappeared completely, and the sects had built themselves deeply into the structure of their territories. But they would be forced to accept that they were not the only legitimate source of authority in the region, that their claim to exclusive truth was no longer sustainable. They would be forced to compete rather than dominate, to prove their superiority rather than simply assuming it. They would be forced to justify their approaches not simply because they said so with authority, but because those approaches actually produced results that would stand up to comparison with frontier alternatives. And that transformation would be perhaps the most significant victory the frontier could achieve. It was a remarkable outcome for something that had begun so simply. With Wei Liang's arrival at a frontier settlement, with his declaration that the debt would be repaid, with his insistence that the frontier could exist as something other than a subject of the sect's dominance. Song Mu, now in his final years despite the life extension benefits of high-level cultivation, reflected on the transformation with wonder. He had begun by documenting archive flame cultivation techniques, had been asked to preserve knowledge, had thought his work would be technical and specialized. Instead, he had participated in the foundation of a civilization that was reshaping the entire region's understanding of what was possible. The documentation he had done, the careful, meticulous recording of knowledge, had proven to be more powerful than any military force. The frontier's libraries were now more valuable, more defended, more strategically important than any military installation. The knowledge they contained could not be defeated by assault because knowledge could be copied, could be distributed, could be preserved in multiple locations. A military force could be defeated. A library, once its contents had been spread widely enough, could not be destroyed without destroying the minds of thousands of people who had learned from it. The sects had attempted to solve an intellectual problem through military and political suppression. They had instead created a situation where suppression itself had become the evidence that they were wrong, where restriction had become the proof that they were afraid, where the attempt to eliminate alternatives had become the demonstration that alternatives existed and were worth protecting. The sects were beginning to understand that they faced a defeat of a kind that no amount of military force could reverse. And in that understanding, some among the sect's leadership began to consider whether there might be paths other than continued suppression, continued conflict, continued attempts to eliminate the frontier and its alternatives. Chapter 115. 25 years after the siege ended, the Celestial Order and the other great sects made a formal proposal for a comprehensive peace settlement. The proposal was remarkable not for what it offered, but for what it represented. The sect's full recognition that the frontier was no longer a problem that could be solved through force or suppression, that the frontier was a permanent reality that had to be acknowledged and managed. The sects would formally acknowledge the frontier's independence and full autonomy. The frontier would be recognized as a fully sovereign power with legitimate authority over its territories and institutions, with the right to make decisions about governance, cultivation approaches, and resource allocation without sectarian interference. In exchange, the frontier would commit to non-expansion of military territory. The frontier would not attempt to conquer or annex additional lands through force, would accept a permanent boundary to its territorial ambitions. Both sides would establish formal diplomatic relationships with mechanisms for negotiation and trade, would create councils for conflict resolution before disputes escalated into violence. It was, in essence, the sect's recognition that they could no longer defeat the frontier through the methods they understood. And it was the frontier's acceptance of a permanent boundary, the understanding that transforming the entire world was not the same as transforming the frontier, that establishing an alternative was victory enough without requiring the elimination of all alternatives. The proposal represented a dramatic shift in how the sects thought about the frontier. They were no longer attempting to suppress it. They were no longer attempting to isolate it. They were attempting to coexist with it as an acknowledged power. This was not victory in an absolute sense, but it was a transformation in the strategic situation. The frontier had become something the sects had to accommodate rather than something they could eliminate. The collective council debated the proposal for several weeks. The debate reflected the same divisions that had emerged after the siege, 20 years earlier. The younger generation of frontier leadership, people who had been children when the siege happened, who had grown up in the frontier rather than being integrated into it, argued for accepting the settlement. They understood that the frontier had achieved what had seemed impossible at the outset: autonomous existence, intellectual authority that was reshaping the entire region, that demonstrated proof that alternatives to sectarian hierarchy were viable and effective. Continuing to fight from a position of relative safety did not achieve more security. It only generated the kind of cost and risk that was unnecessary. The older generation, who remembered the original conflicts and understood the sect's long history of treachery, were more cautious. They were concerned that peace might be temporary, that the sects would regroup once they had time to recover, that the sects would attack again once they had regained sufficient strength, that accepting a settlement was accepting the possibility of future violence. For them, the only true security came from making the sects incapable of threatening the frontier again. Wei Liang, when consulted on the matter, offered a perspective that broke the deadlock. He had been living in relative isolation from governance decisions for 2 decades, but his voice still carried weight with frontier leadership. The sects have learned, he said simply. Not everything they should have learned, but something important. They understand now that challenging the frontier through force is counterproductive. That's as much acceptance as powers like these ever come to. We take the peace. He elaborated on what he had learned across 3,000 years of observing human nature and institutional behavior. The sects would never fully accept that their authority had been properly challenged and defeated. But they had learned that further attempts to suppress the frontier would be costly and ultimately futile. That lesson, though bitter, was worth accepting a settlement to consolidate. The peace settlement was signed in a formal ceremony attended by representatives from both the frontier and the celestial order. The ceremony took place on neutral ground, a location chosen by both parties, at the boundary between frontier and alliance territory. The sect's representatives were senior cultivators, people who carried the weight of official authority. The frontier's representatives were younger leaders who had been trained in frontier governance rather than in sectarian hierarchy. The documents were signed in the presence of witnesses from both sides. The frontier's independence was formally acknowledged. The sect's authority over their own territories was recognized. The boundary between the two was drawn in ways that were clearer and more explicitly negotiated than they had ever been before. It was the first time in 3,000 years that the frontier had been recognized as a fully sovereign power by the great sects, as a civilization with the right to exist alongside them rather than something that required permission to survive. It was a remarkable achievement that had begun with a single man arriving at a frontier settlement and continuing despite seemingly impossible odds, despite losses that seemed unbearable, despite the sect's seemingly unlimited resources and 3,000 years of experience maintaining control through force and suppression. The peace that followed was not a peace of true reconciliation. There remained tension between the frontier and the sections. There remained communities that harbored resentment, individuals who had lost family to the conflict, scars that would not heal in the lifetime of those who had suffered. But it was a peace in which neither side was attempting to destroy the other. And in a region that had been defined by conflict for so long, that was something approaching miracle. Chapter 116. In the years following the peace settlement, something remarkable happened. Communities within the sect's territories that had begun adopting frontier-inspired governance structures found that they were no longer being actively suppressed with the ferocity they had experienced before the peace. The sects, having accepted that the frontier was no longer a problem that could be solved through force, began attempting to manage the intellectual transformation through different means, through adaptation rather than suppression, through strategic concession rather than violent elimination. Rather than attempting to suppress frontier approaches wholesale, some sects began permitting local autonomy, began allowing communities to organize themselves in ways that were more similar to frontier structures than traditional sectarian hierarchy. Rather than maintaining strict hierarchical control from the center, they were attempting to demonstrate that sects could adapt, could accommodate local differences, could exist alongside alternative systems, and still maintain legitimacy and authority. It was not a complete transformation, not a genuine acceptance that frontier approaches were superior, but it was a movement in that direction. Survival required adaptation. The sects understood, even if they did not articulate it clearly, that continuing to suppress alternatives would eventually result in communities choosing to separate from them entirely. The transformation was not complete or universal. Many alliance-controlled territories remained tightly controlled, maintained the hierarchical systems that had served the sects for 3,000 years. Some sects resisted change more actively than others, attempted to maintain their traditional approaches, expelled scholars who questioned sectarian doctrine, punished communities that strayed too far from approved cultivation practices. But the direction had shifted across the sect's territories more broadly. Suppression was no longer the automatic, universal response to challenges to authority. Competition had become an acknowledged option, something the sects could no longer prevent through force alone. The frontier, for its part, continued its work of documenting and teaching with renewed purpose and expanded scope. The Archive Academy now had branch institutions in 12 different territories, not all within frontier borders, but in allied communities that had chosen to establish educational systems based on frontier approaches. The branch academies were not copies of the central institution but adaptations, modified to suit local circumstances and cultivator populations. Scholars trained in frontier cultivation approaches were operating throughout the region, were training the next generation of teachers and researchers, were ensuring that the approaches would continue to spread and evolve. What had begun as Wei Liang's preservation of ancient knowledge was becoming something living and growing, shaped by each community that engaged with it. The intellectual movement that had begun with Wei Liang's decision to establish a settlement in the frontier had grown far beyond what anyone had anticipated when the siege ended. What had been a frontier rebellion against sects' dominance had become a transformation that was reshaping how the entire region understood cultivation, governance, and the possibilities for organizing human societies. Song Mu, now approaching the end of his life despite the preservation that high-level cultivation offered, spent his final years ensuring that the archive flame knowledge would survive and develop without him. He trained a new generation of healers and researchers, people who showed genuine promise and had the discipline to learn from detailed documentation. He documented the most advanced techniques he had developed, many of which had never been attempted before and represented breakthroughs in healing cultivation that would not be easily replicated. He created comprehensive frameworks for how future researchers could continue the work he had begun, showing not just what to do, but how to think about approaching new problems. In his last season, as his body began to fail despite the preservation of high-level cultivation, Song Mu composed a letter to be read after his death. In it, he reflected on what had been accomplished and what remained to be done. He wrote of the frontier as something greater than any individual, as a civilization that would persist and thrive regardless of who lived or died. He wrote of the knowledge as something living and evolving, something that would continue to grow and change as new people engaged with it, questioned it, adapted it to new circumstances. He wrote of the sects with neither hatred nor reconciliation, but with the nuanced understanding that institutions, like people, could be forced to adapt when they faced realities they could no longer suppress, when the cost of resistance exceeded the cost of change. Wei Liang, reading Song Mu's letter before its formal sealing, felt the weight of 3,000 years settle on him like snow. He had come to a frontier settlement with only memories and determination. He had built a civilization that would outlast him. He had demonstrated that alternatives were possible. And soon, sooner or later, though the exact timing remained unclear, he would depart, would leave the frontier to develop without his presence, would move on to whatever came next in a life that had already spanned 3,000 years and showed no signs of approaching its end. The peace that had been established was no longer a temporary ceasefire. It was becoming the new reality. The sects had accepted the frontier's existence. Communities throughout the region had begun to understand that they had choices about how to organize themselves. The intellectual and cultural transformation was becoming permanent, becoming embedded in institutions and trained people and documented knowledge in ways that could not be reversed even if the frontier fell. Chapter 1 1730 years after the siege ended, Wei Liang decided that his role in the frontier's development had reached its natural completion. He had done what he came to do. He had helped the frontier establish itself as a genuine power capable of standing against the sect's overwhelming assault. He had documented the cultivation philosophy from the original era, had preserved knowledge that would otherwise have been lost forever to the suppression and forgetting that time and sect's power would have ensured. He had demonstrated, through the frontier's success, that alternatives to the sect's hierarchical system were viable and, in many measurable ways, superior. He had taught thousands of students who would go on to teach thousands more, creating chains of knowledge transfer that would persist long after he was gone. The frontier was no longer dependent on his presence for survival or basic governance. The civilization he had helped establish was sufficiently rooted in institutions, in trained people, in documented knowledge, that it would continue to develop without his guidance. He made an announcement to the collective leadership. He would be departing the frontier. He would leave behind his documented knowledge, his teachings, and the institutions he had helped establish. But he would no longer be a presence in the frontier's governance or development. He would no longer be available for consultation, no longer occupying a position of authority or influence, no longer a figure that people could turn to for answers. The frontier no longer needs what I can provide, he explained to the council. You have trained scholars, skilled military leaders, capable administrators. You have intellectual and cultural institutions that will sustain and develop your civilization for centuries to come. More importantly, you have people who are beginning to make decisions based on their own judgment rather than on deference to the knowledge I carry. My presence, continuing past the point where it is necessary, would only create the kind of dependence that ultimately weakens autonomous peoples. The decision sparked significant debate and concern among frontier leadership. Many leaders argued that Wei Liang was irreplaceable, that his continued presence was essential to the frontier's security and development, that removing him from the frontier would leave them vulnerable to threats they could not yet imagine. Some argued that he had a moral obligation to remain, that having built the frontier, he could not ethically abandon it. Wei Liang listened to these arguments without responding with offense or frustration, with the patience that came from 3,000 years of understanding human nature. He understood completely why people were concerned. He had become, in his 30 years with the frontier, a kind of symbol of the frontier's success and strength, the visible proof that transformation was possible. Removing that symbol felt like removing something essential to the frontier's identity and security. People had built their understanding of the frontier around his presence, had learned to think of him as central to what made the frontier worth defending. But he stood firm. He would leave, not because he was abandoning the frontier, but because continuing to remain was abandoning the frontier to a kind of dependence that was ultimately destructive. Before he departed, he spent a final season completing his documentation work with focused intensity. He wrote comprehensive accounts of the original demon sovereign era, of the first frontier civilization that had existed 3,000 years before, of the cultivation philosophy that had been preserved and recovered through memory and reincarnation. He recorded oral histories with Song Mu, who was approaching the end of his life and wanted his final perspectives preserved, and with Tan Beilu, the historian whose work would outlast all of them. The oral histories captured nuances that written text alone could never convey: the tone of voice, the emphasis on what mattered most, the lived experience of building something that had seemed impossible. He composed final teachings for the most advanced students, not instructions they should follow but frameworks for how to continue their own development without becoming dependent on direct instruction from a master. He was teaching them, in essence, how to learn without him. More importantly, Wei Liang wrote an extended reflection on what the frontier meant, not as a place or as a political entity, but as a demonstration of what became possible when people committed to building something based on principles they believed in rather than on the perpetuation of existing power structures. He wrote about the meaning of his own journey, the transformation from a demon sovereign seeking dominance to a teacher seeking to help others become independent. He wrote about the 3,000 years that had led to this moment, the slow learning of what it truly meant to have power and to choose not to use it to dominate. The documentation he created in that final season was remarkable not for its military or political information, but for its emotional and philosophical depth. He was leaving behind not just technical knowledge, but wisdom about what it meant to transform yourself, to build something that would outlast you, to find satisfaction in the growth of others rather than in your own power. When the season ended, Wei Liang had completed everything he had come to the frontier to do. The frontier would survive. The knowledge would persist. The alternative civilization he had helped establish would continue to develop and spread. His work was finished. Chapter 118. On the day Wei Liang departed from the frontier, a remarkable number of people came to bid him farewell. Thousands of frontier citizens gathered at the city's edge, people whose parents had known him, people who had been children when he arrived at the frontier, people whose lives had been transformed directly or indirectly by the institutions he had helped create. The gathering was not a celebration. It was a farewell to someone who had become, over 30 years, woven into the frontier's identity. Ren Xiaolan, the former supreme commander who had fought beside Wei Liang from his very arrival until her gradual transition to advisory roles, embraced him without words. The general had fought beside him for 30 years, through the siege and the threats that followed, through the development of the frontier's institutions, and the careful, methodical transfer of her authority to younger leaders. She had been his first lieutenant, his strategic partner, the person who had understood his vision and helped translate it into military reality. There was nothing left to say between them. Everything important had been said through decades of shared work, through battles fought together, through the slow building of something that had seemed impossible at the beginning. Song Mu presented him with something unexpected, a chronicle of their collaboration, documented in the healer's careful script. It covered the entire 30 years of their work together, the battles where they had coordinated defense and healing, the research they had conducted into archive flame cultivation, the teaching they had done with students who had come from across the region, the building of institutions that would outlast them both. It was a record not just of accomplishments, but of what their collaboration had meant, the way their different approaches had combined to create something neither could have built alone. Tan Beilu stood with tears streaming down his face. The historian had been the frontier's conscience, the keeper of true knowledge, the one who had preserved the actual history of what had happened rather than allowing it to be written by victors or suppressed by power. He had spent 30 years recording the frontier's transformation, had documented Wei Liang's role, while also ensuring that the frontier's development was understood as the work of many people, not the creation of one exceptional individual. Now he would continue that work without Wei Liang's presence, would record the decades that followed, would ensure that future generations would understand what had been built and how it had been maintained. Lu Chun, the military commander who had taken over from Ren Xiaolan, stood formally with the other leadership. He had never known Wei Liang at the height of his power, had only known him as someone withdrawing from governance, as a teacher rather than a military commander. The transition had been smooth because it had happened gradually, because the military had already become independent before Wei Liang formally departed. Wei Liang took one final look at the frontier city, the Archive Academy with its multiple districts, the fortifications that had been rebuilt and reinforced so many times that they contained the archaeology of 3 decades of conflict and adaptation, the settlements that extended toward the horizon, smoke rising from cooking fires, cultivators practicing in the courtyards, the normal functioning of a civilization that had learned to sustain itself. He looked at the valley itself, at the terrain that he had learned to fight on, that he had understood how to use for defense, that had become part of his being through years of presence and study. He looked at the mountains beyond the valley, the territories that had been claimed and settled, the communities that had grown up around the frontier's presence. It was a remarkable accomplishment for a man who had arrived 3 decades ago with only ancient memories and the determination to prevent a people from being suppressed. Then he turned and walked toward the border territories, toward whatever came next in a life that had already spanned 3,000 years. He carried with him only what could be held in his hands, a few personal items that held no value to anyone else, copies of his final documentation in his own careful writing, a detailed map of the frontier marked with notes about its geography, its vulnerabilities, its strengths. He carried nothing of monetary or political value, nothing that could be stolen or used against the frontier, nothing that would weigh him down as he moved into the unknown future. He had learned, over 3,000 years, that power was not conveyed through possession but through understanding, not through the accumulation of objects but through the clarity of vision. Behind him, the frontier began its life without him. The gathering at the city's edge did not disperse immediately. People stood, watching him walk until he became small in the distance, until the horizon absorbed him. They were not saying goodbye to a man they expected to return. They were watching him enter history, becoming a figure from the frontier's past rather than a presence in its present. Rin Xiaolan remained longer than the others, watching long after Wei Liang had disappeared, perhaps understanding better than most what his departure meant. He had taught her everything she knew about strategy and power and what it meant to use strength responsibly. Now she would teach others. The chain of knowledge and responsibility would continue. When she finally turned away from the horizon, it was with the understanding that the frontier's true work was only beginning. They had established themselves. They had created institutions. They had demonstrated that alternatives were possible. Now came the harder work of maintaining those alternatives, of developing them further, of ensuring that what had been built would survive and flourish in the decades and centuries that followed. Chapter 119. Wei Liang's departure from the frontier did not mark the end of his influence. The documentation he left behind, hundreds of texts on cultivation philosophy, historical accounts of the demon's sovereign era, teaching materials that broke down complex concepts into frameworks that ordinary people could learn from, continued to guide the frontier's development for centuries to come. Students studied his recorded teachings and debated their meaning. Scholars built on his frameworks, extending them in directions he had not anticipated. Teachers referenced his insights as they developed their own approaches to instruction, understanding that what he had left was not a complete system but a foundation for continuous development. More importantly, his example became a model for how civilization should be built and sustained. A civilization that was not dependent on any single individual's continued presence or power, that could sustain and develop itself beyond the lifetime of its founder, that was based on the sharing and multiplication of knowledge rather than the hoarding of power in concentrated hands. This was not a new concept. Many civilizations had attempted to build such systems, but few had succeeded as clearly as the frontier succeeded. Few had created something so durable and self-sustaining that it could improve after its founder departed. Communities throughout the region that had begun to adopt frontier-inspired approaches took Wei Liang's example as guidance. They attempted to establish governance structures in which power was distributed rather than concentrated, in which knowledge was shared rather than restricted, in which the goal was to make themselves independent of any particular leader rather than to perpetuate the dependence that had characterized sects' authority for 3,000 years. 30 years of presence in the frontier, and 3,000 years of influence still unfolding into the future. The mathematics of it were remarkable. One person's lifetime of work creating ripples that would shape the development of an entire civilization for generations beyond his presence, for centuries beyond the death of anyone who had known him. Not through dominance or the exertion of continued power. He was gone. He was no longer present to enforce his will or control outcomes. The influence came from the foundation he had built, the principles he had demonstrated, the frameworks he had left for others to build upon and improve. The frontier that Wei Liang left behind was not the frontier he had found. It was stronger, more established, more confident in its own viability. It was also no longer uniquely revolutionary. Other communities had adopted similar approaches, had built alternative institutions, had begun to challenge the sect's dominance in their own territories. The frontier had become not an exception but the example that proved that exceptions were possible. Rin Xiaolan, in the decades following Wei Liang's departure, spent her remaining years documenting what had been accomplished and offering advice to the next generation of leaders. She worked closely with Lu Chun, helping him understand the complexities of maintaining a military capable of defending the frontier without creating the kind of warrior culture that had defined the sect's approach. She worked with younger scholars, ensuring that the history of the frontier's development was preserved accurately. That way Liang's role was understood in proper perspective, neither overestimated as the sole cause of the frontier's success nor underestimated as incidental to what others had accomplished. Song Mu died peacefully, surrounded by students and colleagues, with the knowledge that the archive flame research would continue without him, that the approaches he had developed would spread, that his work had mattered and would persist. In his death, he received honors from communities throughout the region, people whose lives had been saved or transformed by the healing techniques he had developed and shared. Tan Beilu continued his historical work until his death, producing a comprehensive multi-volume account of the frontier's development that would become the standard historical reference for centuries. He was careful, in these final works, to acknowledge Wei Liang's role while also documenting the contributions of thousands of other people. The militia members who had held the lines, the scholars who had conducted research, the administrators who had built the institutions, the ordinary citizens who had made the choice to stay and defend what they were building. The intellectual movement that had begun with Wei Liang's decision to establish a settlement in the frontier and preserve suppressed knowledge was becoming the defining transformation of the era. What had been a local conflict between a frontier and the sects had become a regional revolution in how people understood power, knowledge, and the possibilities for organizing themselves. The sects, facing this transformation, were forced to choose between continued suppression or adaptation. Some chose suppression, became smaller and more insular as their territories fell away or transformed. Others chose adaptation, reformed themselves to accommodate local autonomy, survived by accepting that they were no longer the only legitimate source of authority. The ultimate irony was that the most successful sects, the ones that survived and even flourished in the post-frontier world, were the ones that most thoroughly adopted the frontier's principles. They became less like absolute authorities and more like institutional custodians of knowledge and teaching. They became less concerned with control and more focused on effectiveness. They became, in essence, the frontier's pupils, learning from the example that Wei Liang had set. 30 years of presence and 3,000 years of influence still unfolding. The demon sovereign had become something far more powerful than he had ever been in his original form. The invisible presence that shaped how civilization would develop, the example that proved transformation was possible, the demonstration that power channeled toward building something greater than yourself could create outcomes more lasting and more profound than any dominance ever could. Chapter 1 2100 years after Wei Liang first arrived at the frontier settlement with only ancient memories and determination, the region was unrecognizable compared to what it had been. The Frontier Collective had become the intellectual and cultural center of the entire world. The Archive Academy's branches, now numbering in the dozens, spread across territories that had once been firmly under sectarian control, trained thousands of scholars annually in an approach to cultivation that emphasized harmony with natural forces, sustainability of the environment, and community benefit rather than personal dominance and sectarian hierarchy. Young people from across the region sought education at the frontier, sought access to the knowledge that had been preserved from 3,000 years ago, and continuously expanded by each generation of practitioners. The frontier's cultivation philosophy was no longer something foreign or revolutionary. It was becoming the standard approach that societies organized themselves around. The great sects, forced by circumstances to adapt to a world where they were no longer the only source of authority, had begun reforming their own structures. Some had split into factions that embraced frontier approaches more fully than their parent organizations. Others had resisted change and had declined in influence, became smaller and less significant as communities chose to organize themselves differently. Some had disappeared entirely, unable to adapt to a world where force alone could not maintain authority. But none of them could return to the simple dominance they had once enjoyed. Young people grew up in a world where they had genuine choices about how to organize their cultivation, what kind of community they wanted to live in, what values they wanted to prioritize. The world had been transformed, not through military conquest that would have simply replicated the problem of power concentrating in the hands of victors, but through the patient work of building institutions and sharing knowledge. The transformation was not complete. There remained hierarchies, remained concentrations of power, remained people who pursued dominance. But alternatives existed. Alternatives had been proven viable. That fundamental change could not be reversed. Wei Liang, Wherever he had gone in the decades and centuries following his departure from the frontier, wandering into territories beyond the frontier's borders, perhaps seeking to understand what the rest of the world had become, had accomplished what the original demon sovereign had not been able to accomplish 3,000 years before: the creation of something that would endure and flourish beyond his own presence and power, something that would improve and develop without his continued guidance or control, not through force, but through the most powerful force of all in human civilization, the force of ideas that could not be suppressed once released into human consciousness, that took on lives of their own as they spread and evolved, the force of institutions that could sustain themselves and adapt beyond the lifetime of their founders, the force of knowledge that multiplied as it was shared, that became more valuable the more widely it was distributed, that improved through the contributions of everyone who engaged with it. The frontier had become a civilization that would reshape the world for generations to come, that would change how human beings understood power and possibility, that would transform the sects from absolute authorities into one option among many. It was a remarkable outcome for something that had begun so simply, with a man arriving at a frontier settlement, with his determination to repay a debt, with his decision to preserve knowledge that was being suppressed. Ren Shilon's legacy was preserved in the military traditions of the frontier, in the cultivation academies for combat training that emphasized efficiency and protection of others rather than personal glory. Lu Chen's successors continued to refine the military doctrine, ensuring that the frontier remained secure without becoming the warrior culture that had defined the sections. Song Mu's work had expanded across the frontier, with archive flame healing having evolved into approaches that could treat injuries and illnesses that conventional cultivation could not address. The next generation of healers had built on his foundations, had developed techniques that seemed impossible when Song Mu first began his research. Tan Beilu's historical work had become the authoritative record of the frontier's development, with his students continuing the tradition of accurate documentation, ensuring that future generations would understand not just what had happened, but why it had mattered. The frontier's history was no longer a story of one exceptional individual, but a story of a people learning to build something together, of communities choosing cooperation over hierarchy. And Wei Liang, 3,000 years old and moving forward into an unknowable future, had completed his task. He had not been the hero who defeated the enemy through overwhelming strength. He had been something more subtle and more lasting. The founder who created institutions that would outlive him, the teacher who trained others to think independently rather than to depend on his judgment, the example who demonstrated that power could be used not to dominate, but to build something that would serve others. The sects had created the monster they claimed to stop, the demon sovereign. But Wei Liang had transformed that identity, had become something other than what the sect's suppression had tried to force him to be. He had become a force for liberation rather than dominance, for building rather than destruction, for the multiplication of knowledge rather than the hoarding of power. The frontier would remember him. The world would be transformed by what he had set in motion. And perhaps, in a future so distant that the frontier would be as ancient then as the sects were now, people would wonder about the man who had arrived with nothing but memories and determination, and had left behind a civilization that would reshape human possibility for generations to come. Chapter 121. Wei Liang crossed the boundary into the inner territories on a morning when the cultivation pressure in the air shifted noticeably. The frontier provinces had their own atmospheric weight, a lightness that came from being geographically distant from the central source of alliance power. But the inner territories carried something different, something that pressed down with the accumulated weight of institutional concentration. Centuries of cultivators had built their power here, had layered institutional authority upon institutional authority, until the very air seemed to carry the resonance of that accumulated dominance. He was not alone. Ren Shilon traveled with him, along with a selected cohort of the most advanced frontier cultivators. Song Mu remained at the frontier to maintain defensive operations. The frontier's military structure had matured to the point where it could function effectively without Wei Liang's direct involvement. But having Song Mu in place ensured that strategic decisions would be coordinated and that the frontier could respond appropriately if the alliance attempted any direct military action while Wei Liang was engaged in the inner territories. But he had prepared a contingency framework that would allow the frontier to function without Wei Liang's direct involvement, for as long as necessary. The institutional structures they had built were strong enough now. They could survive his absence. They could survive his defeat. But Wei Liang knew what was coming. The alliance would respond to his entry into the inner territories with everything they had, because he was no longer a frontier problem to be managed. He was an existential threat to the institutional order itself. The movement through the inner territories was itself a form of communication. Wei Liang allowed local administrators and local cultivators to feel his presence before his formal arrival at the archive. This created a wave of awareness that moved ahead of his actual party. By the time he reached the archive's outer territories, a network of reports about his approach had already reached the high seat through multiple channels. Some reports emphasized his military power. Others emphasized the frontier cultivators who traveled with him. Still others emphasized the symbolic significance of the demon sovereign returning to the inner territories for the first time in 3,000 years. The high seat received these reports and understood that this was not a diplomatic visit or a negotiated encounter. This was a confrontation with something that had emerged from outside the institutional framework that the Alliance had built to contain it. The demon sovereign was not appearing in response to Alliance invitation or Alliance action. The demon sovereign had made a decision to act, and the Alliance's role was to respond to that action rather than to direct it. The journey took 2 weeks. They moved through smaller cities and administrative centers, their presence becoming known gradually rather than announced formally. Wei Liang wanted the Alliance to understand that he was coming before he physically arrived. Anticipation created pressure. Anticipation created institutional fracture as different elements of the Alliance debated how to respond. By the time they reached the outer territories surrounding the Eternal Archive, the High Seat had begun losing control of the narrative. Some Alliance elements wanted immediate confrontation. Others advocated for negotiation. Others still were attempting to position themselves in ways that would preserve their own institutional power regardless of how the confrontation played out. The Eternal Archive was not what most people expected. The Eternal Archive represented more than just a building or a collection of documents. It was the physical manifestation of the Alliance's entire system of institutional control. The archive did not exist in isolation. It was connected through networks of scholars, administrators, and institutional agents to every significant locus of power in the Alliance. The archive's leadership reported directly to the High Seat. The archive's senior scholars advised on matters of institutional policy. The archive's gatekeepers controlled access to historical information that shaped how people understood their own region and their own role in the larger order. Understanding this institutional centrality meant that confronting the archive was not confronting a peripheral institution that could be negotiated with or marginalized. It was confronting the very heart of Alliance institutional power. The opening of the archive would not be a local incident that could be contained or managed through normal administrative procedures. It would be a fundamental institutional crisis that would ripple through every part of the Alliance system. It was not a fortress or a fortification. It was a vast library complex, constructed with stone and reinforced with cultivation formations that had been in place for so long that they had become almost geological features, permanent parts of the institutional landscape. The archive occupied a city-sized area, with multiple levels extending both above and below ground. There were reading chambers, storage vaults, archival laboratories, administrative centers, all organized with the kind of obsessive precision that came from people who understood that information was power and that the organization of information was as important as the information itself. The cultivators stationed at the archive's outer gates felt Wei Liang's approach before his physical arrival. They had been warned that he was coming. They had been briefed on his power level, his cultivation ranking, his demonstrated capabilities. But briefing was not the same as direct perception. When the rank 8 Void Essence manifestation actually arrived at the archive's gates, the weight of it created a palpable pressure that most of the gate cultivators had never experienced. Wei Liang did not attempt to hide his power. He allowed the manifestation to expand, to fill the air around the archive, to make it undeniably visible that something older and more fundamental than Alliance institutional power was standing at their doorway. The message was clear: I have come for the archive. Wei Liang's presence at the archive gates was not a military assault. It was an institutional challenge, a statement that the forms and procedures the Alliance had relied on to maintain control were no longer adequate against something that transcended the institutional frameworks they had built. I have come for the records, and I am not leaving without them. The archive's leadership responded with institutional protocol. They demanded an audience with the High Seat. They invoked ancient prohibitions against the unauthorized entry of dangerous cultivators. They offered negotiations and compromise. Wei Liang responded by waiting. Waiting was a weapon. It created pressure. It forced institutional elements to take positions. It made the uncertainty unbearable for people who were accustomed to controlling situations through formal authority and administrative procedure. By the time Wei Liang's party reached the inner territories, the political situation had become complex and fractious. The High Seat faced pressure from multiple directions. Some cultivators and administrators wanted to risk direct military confrontation, believing that the Rank 8 demonstration had been merely a show of power that could be overcome through sufficient coordinated effort. Others understood that further military resistance would be futile and were already positioning themselves to negotiate favorable terms with whatever new order would emerge. Still others were attempting to maintain neutrality, to preserve their institutional position regardless of how the broader conflict resolved. The regional administrators, who had significant autonomy in their territories, were reaching independent conclusions about how to respond. Some had already sent messages to Wei Liang indicating a willingness to cooperate. Others remained formally aligned with the high seat, but were sending private communications suggesting that they would not actively resist the opening of the archive. The Examination Bureau, which had always maintained some degree of independence from the high seat, was conducting its own investigation into the frontier situation and was not coordinating its institutional response with the central authority. This fragmentation of the alliance's unified response was exactly what Wei Liang needed. He did not need to defeat the entire alliance in direct combat. He needed to create conditions where the alliance's internal contradictions would force institutional change. He needed to make the cost of maintaining suppression higher than the cost of accepting transformation. Every regional administrator who refused to support the suppression efforts, every scholar who acknowledged the truth of the documentation, every administrator who signaled willingness to negotiate made unified alliance response more difficult was exactly what Wei Liang needed. He did not need to defeat the entire alliance in direct combat. He needed to create conditions where the alliance's internal contradictions would force institutional change. He needed to make the cost of maintaining suppression higher than the cost of accepting transformation. On the third day of waiting, the formal delegation from the high seat arrived. They came with ceremonial guards and with ancient cultivators who had been in preservation cultivation for centuries, awakened specifically to respond to the demon sovereign's return. They came with the authority of the central institutional power structure itself. They came, in other words, to inform Wei Liang that his confrontation was not with the frontier or with regional elements of the alliance, but with the core institutional apparatus that had governed the inner territories for millennia. Wei Liang looked at them with eyes that had seen 3,000 years pass. He understood exactly what they were attempting, to establish through formal encounter that the alliance maintained superior institutional authority. It was a negotiation technique, a way of shaping the encounter before actual conflict began. But Wei Liang had come to the Eternal Archive not for negotiation, but for transformation. The frontier needed what was in those archives. The truth needed what was in those archives. And he was prepared to do whatever was necessary to ensure that the archives would yield their secrets. The confrontation would determine the future. Not just his future or the frontier's future, but the future of how power and history itself would be understood in the territories that the Alliance had controlled for 3,000 years. Chapter 122. Lin Keqing's 300 years of service meant that she had witnessed the evolution of the archive system through multiple phases. She had seen how the suppression of documentation had become gradually more sophisticated and more complete. She had overseen the training of generations of scholars who had internalized the institutional commitment to preservation of official truth and suppression of contradictory material. She had managed the extension of the archive's influence into every region of the Alliance through networks of scholars and administrators who reported to archive authorities about any historical questions or historical challenges that arose in their regions. Now, standing before the demon sovereign, she was forced to confront the possibility that the entire system she had devoted her life to maintaining was not just wrong, but fundamentally illegitimate. It was not a small policy error that could be corrected through institutional adjustment. It was a 3,000-year institutional crime that would need to be acknowledged and addressed if the Alliance was to have any legitimate institutional future at all. The formal delegation was led by a cultivator named Lin Keqing, who carried the title of First Keeper of the Eternal Archive. She was ancient in the way that core Alliance cultivators who had survived centuries were ancient. Her face showed the marks of time, but her cultivation power was undeniable. She had spent more than 300 years maintaining the archive, managing its growth, ensuring that the documentation remained organized and accessible to the people the Alliance deemed qualified to access it. She represented everything that the Alliance believed about institutional order and institutional control. Yi Kuang, she said, using his original title rather than his current human identity. The choice was deliberate. It was an attempt to establish that she understood his real nature, that she was acknowledging the power structure rather than surrendering to it. The High Seat has authorized me to offer terms. You will withdraw from the inner territories. The frontier will maintain its current autonomy. The alliance will extend trading agreements that will improve living standards in the frontier regions. In exchange, you will agree to remain on the frontier and not to interfere with inter-territory governance. Wei Liang listened to the terms with the kind of attention he gave to things that revealed fundamental truths. The terms themselves were not the important part. The important part was what they revealed about what the alliance hoped to achieve. They hoped for separation. They wanted Wei Liang contained on the frontier where he could protect his own territory without threatening their institutional order. They wanted the sovereign debt repayment limited to the frontier itself. The archive will be opened, Wei Liang said. His voice was quiet, but it carried absolute certainty. All documentation will be made available to any person who wishes to read it. The suppression will end. The alliance's choice is whether that ends through cooperation or through confrontation. Lin Keqing's expression did not change, but something shifted in the cultivation pressure around her. She understood what Wei Liang was actually saying. He was not negotiating. He was announcing decisions that had been made. This was not a discussion about possible futures. This was a confrontation with inevitable outcomes. The high seat will not authorize such access, Lin Keqing said. The documentation contains information that would destabilize the alliance's authority structures. It contains evidence of historical acts that would be seen as unjust by modern standards. It would create questions about the legitimacy of alliance governance. Yes, Wei Liang said. It will. Lin Keqing had spent 300 years protecting the archive, had dedicated her entire life to the institutional mission of preserving and controlling historical information. In a single moment, she was forced to confront the possibility that the entire structure of her life's work had been built on a false premise. The documentation she had spent centuries protecting was protecting a lie. The institutional authority she had devoted herself to serving was built on suppression and falsification. The conflict began not with violence, but with a demonstration of power. Wei Liang reached out with his cultivated awareness and touched the preservation formations that maintained the archive's storage vaults. The formations were ancient, complex, designed by people who understood cultivation at levels that most contemporary cultivators could not access. But Wei Liang had designed similar formations 3,000 years ago. He understood their logic. He understood what they were meant to protect against. He did not break the formations. Breaking them would destroy the documentation they were protecting. Instead, he demonstrated that he could break them. He sent a ripple of power through them that caused them to fluctuate, showing the gatekeepers that he possessed the capacity to render their defensive systems inoperative. The message was clear. Resistance was not functionally possible. The demonstration created panic among the archive leadership. If Wei Liang could disable the preservation systems, then the documentation was vulnerable. Every archive, every vault, every secure storage location became a liability rather than a protection. The institutional order that had depended on the archive remaining secure and impenetrable was fundamentally threatened. By midday, the first of the archive's internal factions began moving toward accommodation. The scholars who had spent their careers in the archive understood what was happening. They understood that the suppression could not continue if Wei Liang had the demonstrated capacity to access the documentation, whether the alliance consented or not. Some began organizing to preserve documents in forms that would make them accessible to the people they believed had a right to know the truth. Lin Keqing watched this cascade of institutional movement and made the calculation that serious people make when they understand that the situation has moved beyond their capacity to control. She withdrew her opposition. She authorized the opening of the archive. By evening, scholars and journalists and frontier representatives were beginning to access documentation that had been suppressed for 3,000 years. Chapter 123, the first documentation that the Alliance had suppressed most vigorously dealt with the original border conflicts from which the demon sovereign had emerged. The records showed that the frontier territories had been autonomous regions with their own governance structures until the Alliance, in its expansion phase, had attempted to subordinate them. The original demon king had resisted not because he wanted to conquer, but because he wanted to maintain the frontier's independence. The war had been one of institutional autonomy. The frontier refusing to accept subordination, the alliance refusing to accept that some territories could exist outside its control. As the documentation was read and shared, the narrative that the alliance had maintained for 3,000 years began to visibly crack. The official history claimed that the demon sovereign had initiated the war, that he had begun the conflict as an expression of demonic aggression and desire for conquest. The documentation showed something different. It showed a frontier that had negotiated peacefully for decades. It showed an alliance that became increasingly aggressive as the frontier refused to subordinate itself. It showed a war that the frontier fought in self-defense, not in conquest. The implications rippled through the alliance's institutional structures like an earthquake. If the foundational narrative about the war was false, then 3,000 years of institutional decisions had been made on falsified history. Suppressions justified as necessary precautions were revealed as unjust. Political structures that had been built to contain the frontier were revealed as structures of oppression. The entire institutional legitimacy of the alliance's governance was revealed to be built on deliberate falsification. Wei Liang did not celebrate this revelation. He understood that institutional transformation would not be simple. Some parts of the alliance would accept the new historical narrative. Other parts would double down on defending the old narrative, would argue that the documents themselves were falsified, would create competing historical interpretations. That was the nature of institutional power. It did not surrender smoothly just because evidence emerged contradicting its foundation. But the documentation, once released, could not be suppressed. Copies had been made by scholars committed to preserving the truth. The Frontier Archive Network had received copies and distributed them. People across the inner territories were reading and making their own judgments about what was true. That was the real power of the archive's opening. Not that it settled the historical question, but that it transferred the power of interpretation from a single institutional authority to the distributed population itself. The High Seat attempted to respond through denial and aggressive countermessaging. Official announcements declared that the documentation had been falsified by Frontier agents. That counter-narrative failed because too many Alliance scholars had verified the authenticity. It failed because the preservation formations showed no signs of tampering. It failed because the historical accounts were internally consistent and could be cross-referenced with other suppressed documentation. The emotional and intellectual weight of confronting 3,000 years of deliberate historical falsification began to shape how people across both regions understood their relationship to institutional authority. If an institution as central as the Eternal Archive had maintained such a fundamental deception, what other institutions might be hiding truths? If the Alliance leadership had been capable of sustained suppression for 3,000 years, what other truths might remain suppressed? These questions began to reshape how people evaluated institutional claims and institutional authority. By the end of the first week of archive access, the first regional administrator had formally issued a statement calling for the cessation of all purification operations and for formal dialogue with the frontier about the future of their region. By the end of the second week, 3 more regions had followed. By the end of the third week, the Alliance's institutional unity had fractured so thoroughly that the High Seat no longer had the ability to command institutional consensus. The Alliance's institutional unity had fractured. Regional administrators issued independent statements about their interpretations of the new historical evidence. The Examination Bureau declared it would conduct a formal review of frontier policy based on newly available documentation. The Archive Council, under new leadership, announced that it was transitioning to transparent historical documentation without suppression. The documentation, once available, created an intellectual crisis within the Alliance's scholarly community. The preservation and authentication standards were so rigorous that no credible scholar could claim the documents were falsified. The content was internally consistent and coherent. The historical accounts could be cross-referenced with other records. Most damning of all, many of the scholars who had read the suppressed documentation in restricted contexts in their prior careers recognized that the documents they were now reading publicly were exactly the ones they had encountered before. This created a moral and intellectual reckoning for many Alliance scholars. They had known, or strongly suspected, that the suppression was hiding significant truths. They had rationalized their participation in the suppression through various institutional arguments, that the documentation was too destabilizing, that the public was not ready for the truth, that institutional stability required some forms of historical management. Now they were forced to confront the fact that those rationalizations had been inadequate. They had been complicit in 3,000 years of institutional falsification. The Eternal Archive, the institution that had embodied the Alliance's control over historical narrative, had become the source of the Alliance's institutional undoing, not through destruction or violence, but through the simple act of opening and allowing people to read what had been hidden. Chapter 124. The cultivators that the High Seat sent to force the archive's closure were powerful, rank 7 and above, people who had accumulated centuries of cultivation practice and represented the most dangerous forces the Alliance could deploy. They arrived in ceremonial formations, bearing the insignia of central authority, representing the institutional will of the High Seat to reassert control. Wei Liang stood at the archive's central chamber and felt their approach with the same awareness he felt the movement of clouds across the sky. The lead cultivator, A woman named Zhao Ming, who had been a lieutenant commander in the Alliance's military structures for 200 years, delivered the formal demand. By order of the High Seat, the Eternal Archive is being placed under protective custody. All access is suspended pending investigation into the authenticity of the recently released documentation. Civilian personnel are to evacuate. Yi Kuang is to surrender for interrogation regarding historical record alterations. Wei Liang listened to the formal language, understanding that it was designed to establish a legal framework for what would otherwise be simple violence. If the archive was being placed under protective custody, then the cultivators could use violence against anyone who resisted without technically violating Alliance law. It was institutional clarity about the nature of power. Law and violence worked together to maintain institutional control. He did not argue. He did not negotiate. Instead, he let the void essence manifestation expand until the entire archive felt the weight of it. He allowed every cultivator in the formation to perceive directly what a rank 8 void essence was, what that level of power meant, what it would mean to attempt enforcement against something that sat above them in every possible hierarchy of cultivator capability. Zhao Ming felt it and understood, in that moment, what the actual situation was. She was not entering a conflict where she had superior numbers or institutional authority. She was attempting to enforce a demand against something that dwarfed her capability. The courage she had developed across 200 years of military service would not be enough. No amount of Alliance loyalty would be enough. She was about to lead her people into a confrontation that would end with their deaths. She lowered her hand. She withdrew the formation. She made the calculation that serious military commanders make when they understand that certain battles cannot be won. She turned to the High Seat's representative and announced, "The frontier territory has demonstrated capability beyond Alliance defensive capacity. Withdrawal is recommended." It was the moment when the Alliance's institutional will broke. The High Seat could attempt another response, could send more cultivators, could attempt to rebuild military consensus. But the first cultivator commander in 3,000 years had looked at the demon sovereign and acknowledged that victory was not possible. That acknowledgement was more significant than military defeat. It was institutional surrender at a level that could not be reversed through force. The moment Zhao Ming withdrew was the moment the Alliance's confidence in its own institutional order began to crack fundamentally. For 3,000 years, the Alliance had organized itself around the assumption that sufficient force could overcome any threat. They had built their entire military doctrine, their institutional hierarchy, their confidence in their own permanence on this assumption. That assumption had just been proven false by someone who demonstrated that force, accumulated over centuries, was not the determining factor in conflict. What determined the outcome was something more fundamental. Something about the nature of power itself, the nature of institutional legitimacy, the nature of what happened when 3,000 years of accumulated injustice met someone with the capacity and the determination to address it. The moment the Alliance's military commander withdrew was the moment the Alliance understood, at the deepest institutional level, that it could not overcome the demon sovereign through force. This realization would reshape every institutional calculation going forward. Military solutions were off the table. Negotiations would have to happen from a position of weakness relative to Wei Liang's power. The Alliance would need to accept terms that they would never have accepted from a position of institutional strength. By evening, the archive was fully under Wei Liang's control. By the next day, he had begun organizing the documentation into a new institutional framework. This was not a simple matter of moving files and restructuring shelves. It required developing entirely new systems of access and authentication that would make suppression functionally impossible. He worked with senior archive scholars who recognized that institutional preservation required openness rather than secrecy, that the documentation could survive and thrive only if it was distributed and accessible rather than concentrated and controlled into a new institutional framework, one where information would be distributed rather than centralized, where access would be open rather than restricted, where the Alliance would no longer be able to maintain historical control through suppression. Chapter 125. The sovereign debt repayment percentage advanced with each phase of institutional transformation. As archives were opened, as documentation was released, as the frontier's alternative historical narrative became unavoidable in the intellectual landscape, the system registered each step as repayment. Sovereign debt repayment, 71%. Sovereign debt repayment, 73%. Sovereign debt repayment, 76%. The documentation that was being released was overwhelming in its volume and complexity. The Eternal Archive had preserved centuries of records, reports from regional administrators, correspondence between high-ranking cultivators, decisions made by the Archive Council itself, historical accounts written during the original Demon King Wars. As this material became available, scholars realized that they had access to a level of historical detail that would have been impossible to construct from fragmentary sources. Most significantly, the documentation revealed patterns in how suppression had been maintained. It showed how the Alliance had gradually refined the techniques of historical control. Early suppression had been crude, simply declaring certain topics forbidden. Later suppression had become more sophisticated, creating official narratives that were so detailed and so appealing that people believed them voluntarily rather than under coercion. By the most recent period, suppression had become almost invisible. People were not suppressed from reading certain material. They simply did not know the material existed. The advance in percentages was not simply numerical. Each percentage point represented thousands of individual moments where people made choices that honored the new institutional order. It represented scholars choosing to engage seriously with suppressed documentation even when it contradicted everything they had been taught. It represented administrators choosing to implement policy based on historical truth even when that policy required them to acknowledge past institutional injustice. It represented ordinary frontier people understanding, for the first time in their lives, that their history mattered, that their suffering had not been meaningless, that their region had something of value to contribute to the larger institutional structure. The work of transformation was happening at multiple levels simultaneously. At the highest level, the formal institutions of the frontier and inner territories were being reorganized and reconceived. At the intermediate level, the regional administrators and scholars were developing new relationships and new frameworks for cooperation. At the ground level, ordinary people were encountering the truth about their history and having to adjust their understanding of who they were and where they came from. The percentages moved faster now because institutional momentum had shifted irrevocably. The work of transformation began to take on its own energy. People who had no direct connection to Wei Liang's project began to work toward the same goals because those goals served their own interests. Scholars wanted access to complete information. Administrators wanted to understand the truth about their own regions. Citizens wanted to know their own history because institutional transformation had reached a critical threshold where structural change became self-sustaining. New scholars began analyzing the documentation and publishing papers that further undermined the Alliance's historical narrative. Regional administrators issued statements about the need for institutional reform. Village councils across the frontier began openly celebrating the end of suppression and the beginning of the Age of Truth. Wei Liang did not move back to the frontier immediately. He remained at the Eternal Archive, working with scholars and administrators attempting to reorganize 3,000 years of suppressed history into coherent narrative. The work was complex and sometimes emotional. The documentation included records of individual people who had been executed under the Eternal Purification Protocols, families destroyed, communities systematically dismantled. Bringing that history into public consciousness was not merely intellectual exercise. It was asking people to confront institutional crimes committed in their names, by their institutions, under policies they had been taught to believe were necessary and just. The emotional weight of that confrontation created additional institutional pressure. Some Alliance scholars refused to engage with the documentation, unable or unwilling to face the possibility that their life's work had been conducted in service to institutional falsehood. Others threw themselves into historical work, attempting to understand how such prolonged suppression had been possible, how institutional systems had maintained false historical narratives. The frontier, meanwhile, was using this period to consolidate its own alternative structures. The archive network that Tan Balu had created was being expanded and formalized into an independent institutional framework. Training centers were being integrated into a broader educational system that would pass frontier knowledge and values to the next generation. Regional administrative structures were being formalized into something resembling genuine governmental institutions rather than temporary resistance organizations. The transformation was not happening without conflict. Some Alliance elements were still attempting to suppress the documentation, were still arguing for restoration of the old historical narrative, were still attempting to position themselves as legitimate authorities on frontier history and policy. But those elements were increasingly isolated. The institutional consensus, the shared understanding of what the facts were, had shifted. That shift was irreversible. By the end of the third month in the inner territories, Wei Liang could feel something resembling stability in the new institutional order. The archive would remain open. The documentation would remain accessible. The historical narrative would continue to evolve based on evidence and scholarship rather than institutional suppression. The frontier would maintain institutional autonomy. The sovereign debt repayment would continue through maintenance of these structures across generations. Chapter 126. The cultivators that the Alliance held in reserve began arriving in the capital city around the time Wei Liang calculated they would. These were not standard military cultivators stationed at the archive. These were the Alliance's deepest assets, cultivators who had been preserved in cultivation suspension for centuries, awakened only when the Alliance faced existential threats. They included people who had fought in the original Demon Sovereign Wars, people who carried personal memories of Wei Liang's original form and power. They included immortal-level cultivators who had ascended beyond the standard rank 8 ceiling and represented the absolute peak of Alliance military capability. Wei Liang felt their approach with certainty. He understood the strategic calculation that the High Seat was making, a final attempt to resolve the frontier problem through decisive military action. The High Seat was not yet ready to accept that institutional transformation was inevitable. The High Seat still believed that sufficient force, properly applied, could defeat the Demon Sovereign and preserve the Alliance's institutional order. Wei Liang understood this because he had made the same calculation 3,000 years ago, before he had learned what it actually meant when institutional power structures confronted something that transcended the frameworks within which they operated. The High Seat was not yet ready to surrender. The institutional crisis had not become deep enough to force fundamental reorganization. There were still elements within the Alliance that believed victory was possible, that the Demon Sovereign could be defeated, that 3,000 years of institutional dominance could be preserved through sufficient force applied at critical moment. He allowed them to come because he understood that this confrontation needed to happen if the institutional transformation was to be complete and irreversible. The Alliance needed to experience military defeat directly. They needed to understand, not abstractly but experientially, that military force was inadequate to the challenge they faced. They needed to accept, at the most fundamental level, that a different approach was required. He did not attempt to hide his location. He allowed the signal of his presence to radiate outward so approaching cultivators would have no doubt about where they needed to go. The confrontation was coming, and Wei Liang understood that it needed to happen if institutional transformation was to become permanent. The Alliance needed to experience decisive military defeat at the hands of the Demon Sovereign. They needed to understand that institutional power, accumulated wealth, centuries of military tradition, none of these things could overcome the fundamental power differential. The immortal-level cultivators who arrived to confront Wei Liang represented something extraordinary. Cultivation past rank 8 was difficult and rare. Most cultivators reached rank 8, and then either continued to consolidate that level or began to face fundamental barriers to further advancement. The people who had transcended those barriers represented the absolute peak of what cultivation could produce. They carried centuries of experience. They had studied techniques that most contemporary cultivators could not access. They had personal memories of the original Demon Sovereign Wars and could draw on that memory to understand Wei Liang's capabilities and his likely strategies. Yet even these ultimate cultivators, standing in the presence of Wei Liang's rank 8 void essence, understood that they were not facing something they could overcome through superior technique or superior strategy. They understood that the Demon Sovereign occupied a different category of existence than they did, that the difference between rank 8 and immortal-level cultivation, significant as it was, did not represent the fundamental difference between them and Wei Liang. The cultivators arrived in formations showing the sophistication of 3,000 years of military evolution. They came with weapons cultivated across centuries that carried power in their construction in ways ordinary weapons could not. They came with battle formations designed to counter rank 8 void essence manifestations, formations tested and refined across generations of cultivation theory. They came prepared to fight the last war, the war of 3,000 years ago, when the Demon Sovereign had nearly destroyed the entire Alliance. But it was not the same war. The Demon Sovereign 3,000 years ago had operated alone, with the frontier as separate entity. The Demon Sovereign today was integral part of a frontier institutional structure that had demonstrated its own military competence. The Demon Sovereign 3,000 years ago had been individual of extraordinary power. The Demon Sovereign today carried accumulated sovereign debt of 3,000 years of institutional injustice, transformed through repayment into something more fundamental than personal power. The confrontation took place in open territories. The Alliance had chosen the location carefully, selecting ground where their battle formations could deploy without restriction. The location had been the site of significant battles in the original Demon King Wars, carrying symbolic weight that the Alliance intended to invoke. The Alliance forces believed that by choosing ground with historical significance, They might access some residual power or institutional memory that could assist them in the confrontation between the Archive and Capital City. On ground, the Alliance had selected as location where they could deploy full military strength. Battle formations advanced with precision that came from training across centuries. Cultivators released their full power in carefully coordinated waves, attempting to overwhelm through superior coordination what they could not overcome through superior individual strength. Wei Liang met them with power that came from 3,000 years of memory and experience and institutional purpose. He did not fight to kill. He fought to demonstrate fundamental truth of power disparity. He moved through alliance formations without resistance, not because cultivators were weak, but because he moved at speed and with strength that formations could not adjust to. He shattered battle arrays by moving through them as if they were made of paper. He faced immortal-level cultivators individually and showed them, through direct confrontation, what happened when someone at different level of power chose not to pretend that confrontation was competition. The battle lasted less than an hour. Alliance formations broke. The coordinated military structure assembled across millennia failed to function against something that transcended the framework within which that tradition operated. Immortal-level cultivators retreated, recognizing that continued confrontation would only lead to their deaths without affecting outcome. By midday, the Alliance's military capacity had been proven fundamentally inadequate. The message Wei Liang had been sending was clear and undeniable. The demon sovereign was not something that could be defeated through force. The Alliance's choice was between institutional transformation and institutional collapse. Chapter 127, The Institutional Transformation Accelerated After Military Defeat. The High Seat, facing the reality that no military force could overcome Wei Liang, was forced into a negotiation position that would have been unthinkable weeks earlier. The question was no longer whether the frontier would gain autonomy or whether the documentation would be suppressed. The question was how the transition would be managed in ways that did not completely destroy the Alliance's institutional structure. Wei Liang had no interest in destroying the Alliance. The negotiations were not simple transactions where one side traded something they no longer wanted for something they could afford to give up. They were conversations that required people to confront fundamental truths about themselves and their institutions. The Alliance representatives had to accept that they had been committed to suppression for 3,000 years. They had to accept that their entire institutional narrative had been based on falsification. They had to accept that the frontier people they had considered inferior and dangerous had been suppressed because suppression was easier than acknowledgement of the truth. He had come to the inner territories to ensure that the frontier's history would not be suppressed, that the original Demon King's version of events would be known, that 3,000 years of institutional injustice would be acknowledged and addressed. He did not need the Alliance to cease existing. He only needed it to acknowledge the truth and reorganize itself on that basis. The negotiations themselves became a form of institutional transformation. As representatives from different Alliance factions began to articulate their own interests and their own understanding of the historical situation, they began to realize how much institutional diversity had existed all along within the Alliance system. Some regional administrators revealed that they had been skeptical of the purification operations for decades, but had felt unable to openly challenge policies mandated by the High Seat. Some archive scholars admitted that they had suspected the documentation contained significant truths that contradicted official narratives. Some military commanders revealed that they had understood for years that suppression of the frontier could not continue indefinitely without either the complete destruction of the frontier or the fundamental transformation of the institutional order itself. This revelation of internal diversity was its own form of institutional transformation. The Alliance could no longer claim unified purpose and unified understanding. The fiction of institutional monolithic power had been broken. Once the fiction was broken, once people could acknowledge their actual positions and their actual doubts, institutional change became possible. What had seemed unchangeable because it was presented as eternal and universal could now be examined and questioned and transformed. The negotiations took weeks. They involved representatives from every significant institutional faction: the Archive Council, the Examination Bureau, the regional administrators, the military structures, the cultivator academies. Each faction had something at stake in the outcome. Each faction had reason to believe that the old institutional order had protected their interests. Each faction had to be convinced that a new order, based on historical truth rather than historical suppression, could provide sufficient protection for their continued existence and influence. Wei Liang's primary negotiating position was simple: the documentation remains open. The historical narrative becomes subject to evidence and scholarship rather than institutional decree. The frontier maintains institutional autonomy. Beyond those 3 points, he was willing to allow the alliance considerable latitude in determining what the new institutional order would look like. The negotiations revealed something important about institutional change. It was not a clean process. The new institutional order would contain many elements of the old order. Many people who had benefited from the suppression would retain positions of influence in the new order. The institutions themselves would not be destroyed, merely reformed. In some ways, this represented a compromise that honored the historical injustice Wei Liang had come to address. But in other ways, it reflected the reality that institutional transformation required building on existing structures rather than destroying them and beginning from nothing. By the end of the third week, a formal agreement had been reached. The Eternal Archive would be restructured as an independent institution answerable to neither the High Seat nor the Frontier, but to a mixed council that included representatives from both regions. The documentation would be preserved and made accessible through a distributed archive network that made centralized suppression impossible. The Frontier would be formally recognized as a region with full institutional autonomy. The Demon Sovereign would be acknowledged as a legitimate authority figure with the explicit title of Historical Restoration Leader. The agreement was signed in the presence of representatives from every major alliance faction. The Eternal Archive doors were formally reopened, and public declarations were made that the 3,000-year period of historical suppression had ended. The institutional order built on suppression was formally superseded by an institutional order based on transparent, historical documentation. The documentation continued to reshape understanding across the territories. Scholars who had specialized in studying frontier history found that nearly everything they had previously published needed revision. They faced a choice: either acknowledge that their previous work had been based on falsified sources, or attempt to defend those sources and maintain their positions. Most chose to acknowledge the falsification and to begin the difficult work of reconstruction using authentic material. The system registered the milestone: sovereign debt repayment, 80%. Chapter 128. The journey back to the frontier took 2 weeks. Wei Liang traveled alone, requesting that Ren Xiulan and the others return ahead of him to consolidate what had been achieved and prepare the frontier for the next phase of transformation. He wanted time to think about what had been accomplished and what remained to be done. The isolation of travel suited Wei Liang's mood. He had spent the past years moving at the intersection of military action and institutional negotiation, always focused on the next step in the transformation process. The journey back to the frontier gave him time to think beyond the immediate tactical and strategic situation. He began to contemplate what the completion of the sovereign debt repayment would actually mean for him personally. For 3,000 years, the debt had been the organizing principle of his existence. It had given him purpose when he had none. It had provided a framework for understanding his reincarnation, for making decisions about how to use his power, for determining what mattered and what did not. Once the debt was fully repaid, what would remain? Would he continue to exist on the frontier? Would he gradually fade into the background as the institutions became self-sustaining? Would he eventually choose to move on to something else entirely? These were not questions with simple answers. Wei Liang understood that institutional transformation was a multi-generational project. The work would not be finished in his lifetime, but his active role in it would eventually be finished, and he wanted to be prepared for that moment when it came. 80% of the sovereign debt had been repaid. 80% of 3,000 years of institutional injustice had been transformed into concrete acts of institutional change. The frontier was secure. The documentation was safe. The historical narrative that the Alliance had attempted to suppress was now part of the public record. Future generations of frontier people would grow up knowing the truth about their own history, knowing that the original Demon King had resisted suppression, knowing that 3,000 years of sacrifice had not been meaningless. But 20% remained. 20% of the original sovereign debt was still outstanding, still requiring repayment through institutional transformation. That 20% represented the depth work that could not be rushed, the gradual change in cultural values, the slow shifting of how people across the territories thought about power and history and institutional legitimacy. It represented the work of several centuries, of rebuilding what 3,000 years of suppression had damaged in the collective consciousness of the frontier people. As Wei Liang traveled, he felt the system's presence more clearly than he had in years. The system was not something separate from him anymore. It had become integrated into his fundamental nature, his way of perceiving the world, his way of understanding what genuine repayment actually meant. The system did not calculate in terms of military victories or political agreements. It calculated in terms of fundamental shifts in how people understood their relationship to power and truth and history. The remaining 20% would require this kind of deep cultural work. It would require ensuring that the frontier people understood their own power, that they could stand as equals with inner territory cultivators not just in military terms, but in intellectual and cultural terms. It would require building institutions of learning and culture that could preserve frontier values across generations. It would require ensuring that the transformation achieved became permanent in the consciousness and structures of people who would come after Wei Liang had moved on. The transition period was difficult for Wei Liang in ways that combat had not been. Combat required focus and power. The transition required patience and trust. It required him to allow other people to shape the institutional future while he stood at the margins. It required him to watch decisions being made that he would not have made himself, to observe processes moving slowly when his power could accelerate them, to refrain from intervention even when intervention would have been easy. But he understood, with the clarity that 3,000 years of accumulated experience provided, that institutional transformation that depended on one person's constant intervention was institutional transformation that would not survive that person's absence. The frontier needed to develop the capacity to function without him. The institutions needed to learn to make decisions independently. The people needed to discover their own power rather than borrowing his power. By the time Wei Liang arrived at the frontier's central administrative center, the infrastructure of celebration and commemoration had been assembled. The frontier people wanted to honor what had been accomplished. They wanted to acknowledge the end of suppression. They wanted to mark the moment when 3,000 years of institutional isolation and injustice had been formally overcome. Wei Liang participated in the celebrations, but without centering himself in them. He stood aside and watched Ren Xiulan receive honors for her leadership. He watched Song Mu demonstrate his advanced cultivation to scholars from the inner territories who had come to study frontier techniques. He watched Tan Balu present the new comprehensive historical record to representatives from the Archive Council, documentation that told the story of the frontier from beginning to present, a narrative that had been impossible to construct while suppression was still in effect. This was what genuine transformation looked like. Not a single person doing the work, but a distributed institutional structure taking on the work, making it part of itself, ensuring its continuation beyond any individual's lifetime. Chapter 129, the next phase of the sovereign debt repayment, began with a different kind of work. The frontier needed to develop institutions of higher learning that could rival the academies of the inner territories. Scholars needed to be trained not just to document history, but to interpret it, to understand its implications, to use historical understanding to reshape how people thought about their present and future. Cultivators needed to develop their own schools that preserved frontier cultivation philosophy, that insisted on cultivation being oriented toward community protection rather than individual advancement. Wei Liang dedicated himself to this work with the kind of focus that 3,000 years of accumulated experience could provide. He worked with educational planners to develop a curriculum that would ensure frontier students received training equivalent to inner territory students, while also maintaining frontier values and perspectives. He worked with cultivators to document frontier cultivation techniques, to ensure that the knowledge preserved in oral tradition and practical apprenticeship was recorded in forms that could be systematically taught. The work was slow and often frustrating. Educational systems took decades to establish, to find their pattern, to begin producing students who could think at the level of their inner territory counterparts. Cultural transformation required generations. The system advanced slowly through this phase: sovereign debt repayment, 81%, sovereign debt repayment, 82%, sovereign debt repayment, 84%. Each percentage point represented thousands of students trained, thousands of books written, thousands of conversations where frontier values were explicitly stated and passed forward to people who would carry those values into their own lives. The educational institutions that Wei Liang helped establish were not simply importing inner territory curriculum into frontier contexts. They were creating something new: synthesis of frontier knowledge with inner territory scholarship. Frontier cultivation philosophy, which emphasized community protection and collective benefit, was being integrated into inner territory educational frameworks. Frontier historical understanding, based on the newly available documentation, was being taught alongside inner territory historical interpretation. This synthesis created new forms of knowledge that neither region had possessed before. Scholars who learned in integrated institutions developed perspectives that were neither purely frontier nor purely inner territory. They could see value in both approaches. They could understand how historical suppression had distorted not just knowledge about the frontier, but also understanding of the inner territory's own development and character. The educational transformation was perhaps the slowest phase of institutional change, but it was also the most fundamental. By training a generation of scholars and cultivators who grew up with integrated understanding rather than with the divisions that suppression had created, the frontier and inner territories were creating a foundation for permanent transformation that would persist even if political circumstances changed. By the time Wei Liang realized that the primary work of explicit sovereign debt repayment was approaching completion, a decade had passed since he had first entered the inner territories. The frontier had transformed from a region of desperate resistance into a region developing its own cultural and intellectual institutions. The hierarchy that had always placed the frontier at the bottom of the alliance system was being inverted, not through violence or imposition, but through the simple fact that frontier people were demonstrating intellectual and cultivator capability that equaled and sometimes exceeded inner territory counterparts. The system registered the moment when the transformation became irreversible. Sovereign debt repayment, 90%. Asterisk assessment. Cultural transformation phase complete. Institutional parity achieved. Frontier narrative preserved. Educational systems established. Cultivator independence demonstrated. Final phase of sovereign debt resolution approaching. Asterisk chapter 130. Wei Liang was 63 years old by human measure, though the human form he inhabited carried the consciousness of someone who had lived 3,000 years. He was standing at the highest point of the frontier administrative complex, looking out at the landscape that had become his reason for existence, when Rin Xiaolan approached him with news. "The High Seat has requested a private meeting," she said. "They're asking if you would be willing to travel to the capital city for a direct discussion. They say there are matters of significant institutional importance to address." Wei Liang understood what the request meant. After a decade of institutional transformation, the High Seat was ready to acknowledge that the sovereign debt repayment was moving toward completion, that the formal structures of the conflict between the demon sovereign and the alliance were being superseded by structures of cooperation and mutual institutional respect. The High Seat wanted to negotiate the final terms of what the new relationship would look like. He agreed to the meeting. He traveled to the capital city with a small contingent of frontier representatives, including Rin Xiaolan and Song Mu. The High Seat received him with ceremony that acknowledged Wei Liang's historical importance and current institutional standing. They met in the council chamber, a place that had been the center of alliance decision-making for centuries. The High Seat was a different person than the one Wei Liang had confronted a decade earlier. The previous High Seat had been deposed in institutional reform following the military defeat and the opening of the archive. The new High Seat was someone who had risen to power because they were willing to engage with the new institutional reality rather than attempt to resist it. They were younger, more pragmatic, more willing to acknowledge that 3,000 years of frontier suppression had been based on institutional falsification. "We have come to understand," the High Seat said, "that the conflict between the demon sovereign and the alliance was based on historical misunderstanding. We have come to accept that the eternal purification protocols were unjust. We have come to acknowledge that the frontier, that transformation freed him from something, and it also ended something. He would no longer be the essential figure around which frontier institutions revolved. He would become an elder advisor, someone whose perspective was valued because of his experience, but not someone whose presence was necessary for the frontier's survival. It was the transition he had worked toward all along, but it carried its own poignancy. The recognition that the work that had defined his entire existence had moved beyond needing him. "The covenant will include several elements," Wei Liang said. "First, the frontier will have full territorial autonomy in all matters of internal governance. Second, the distributed archive system will be protected from any institutional interference. Third, frontier representatives will have full participation in any alliance decision-making bodies that affect both regions. Fourth, the historical record that has been compiled will be treated as authoritative in all institutional contexts." The High Seat accepted these terms without negotiation. They understood that this was not a matter where compromise was possible. This was the articulation of basic justice, basic fairness, basic institutional truth. The covenant itself was a physical document, written and preserved, signed by representatives from both regions. But what gave the covenant its power was not the document itself. Documents could be destroyed or reinterpreted. What gave the covenant power was that it represented something that both regions had explicitly agreed to acknowledge. It was a statement that the frontier had achieved something that many people had said was impossible. It had forced the alliance to formally recognize its legitimacy, its history, its right to exist as an autonomous entity. The formal covenant was written and signed by representatives from both the alliance and the frontier. The system registered the moment. Sovereign debt repayment, 95%. Asterisk assessment. Institutional covenant established. Formal equal status achieved. Historical justice acknowledged. Conflict resolution complete. Final phase of sovereign debt accounting approaching culmination. Chapter 131. The final 5% of sovereign debt repayment was not about grand institutional gestures. It was about the daily work of living according to the principles that had been established through years of transformation. It was about frontier students attending inter-territory universities and inter-territory students attending frontier educational centers, learning from each other, building relationships that transcended the old hierarchies. It was about cultivators working together on research projects that combined frontier and inter-territory knowledge. It was about scholars continuing to uncover and document historical truths that had been suppressed for centuries. Wei Liang felt the final percentage points advance slowly, almost imperceptibly. The daily work of integration happened in thousands of small ways that most people did not think about directly. Frontier merchants who had never been allowed in inter-territory markets now negotiated directly with inter-territory buyers. Frontier scholars who had been barred from central libraries now had unrestricted access to the full collections. Frontier cultivators who had faced systematic discrimination were now being recruited by prestigious inter-territory academies on equal terms with inter-territory applicants. But more fundamentally, the psychological transformation was happening. Young frontier people grew up without the internalized shame of suppression. They did not believe that their region was inherently inferior. They did not apologize for their frontier accent or their frontier approaches to cultivation. They understood that their region had something of value to offer, and they carried that confidence into their interactions with inter-territory people. And gradually, over the course of years and generations, that confidence began to influence how inter-territory people perceived them. Each one represented thousands of small moments where people chose to honor the new institutional order, where people chose to treat frontier people as equals rather than as something that needed to be suppressed or controlled. Each one represented the gradual normalization of something that had seemed impossible just a few years earlier. By the time the system registered 98%, the transformation had become so integrated into daily life that most people did not remember what the old order had been like. Young people from the frontier attended universities without facing discrimination that their parents had faced. Frontier cultivators published research that was taken seriously by inter-territory scholars. The frontier's historical narrative was taught in schools across the inter-territories, not as a regional history, but as a fundamental part of understanding power and institutional legitimacy. Wei Liang was 72 years old by human measure, living a life that resembled normal existence more than it resembled the extraordinary circumstances of his earlier years. He was walking through a frontier marketplace, observing the casual mixing of frontier merchants with inter-territory traders, when Song Mu found him with news. The final percentage, Song Mu said. The system registered 99% yesterday. One more percentage point, and the accounting is complete. Wei Liang understood what that meant. The sovereign debt that had driven him for 3,000 years, the accounting that had shaped every major decision he had made since his reincarnation, was approaching its final resolution. 1% remained, not because there was a specific task that needed to be completed. The major work of institutional transformation was accomplished. The frontier had been restored. The documentation had been preserved. The historical narrative had been corrected. The institutional covenant had been formalized. What remained was the slow work of generational integration, the work of ensuring that the next generation would grow up understanding the frontier not as a suppressed region, but as a region with its own value and its own place in a larger integrated whole. 1% remained, and that 1% represented the final work of institutional deepening that would require not Wei Liang's personal involvement, but the committed work of thousands of people across both regions. People who would take what had been begun and transform it into something permanent and sustainable. That needed to be completed, but because genuine transformation required acceptance and integration by the next generation, people who would inherit the new institutional order and make it permanent through their own actions. It will come, Wei Liang said, when the frontier and the inner territories are so integrated that the distinction between them becomes merely geographical rather than institutional. When people stop thinking about the frontier and the inner territories as separate entities and start thinking about them as regions of a unified structure with diverse contributions. Song Mu smiled with the satisfaction of someone who had spent years working toward a goal and could now see the goal approaching completion. I'll be interested to see what happens, he said. Whether the final percent completes in our lifetime or whether it stretches beyond. He paused. My guess is that you'll live to see it, but I'm not certain anyone can predict institutional timelines accurately. They have their own logic. Song Mu smiled. That might take another generation. Or two, Wei Liang said. Or more. The final percent is the hardest. It requires not just institutional change, but fundamental transformation in how people understand themselves and their place in the world. Chapter 132. Wei Liang lived another 30 years. In that time, the frontier and inner territories became increasingly integrated in ways that none of the original planners had entirely anticipated. Young people moved between regions for education and opportunity. Marriages between frontier and inner territory families became common. The cultivation philosophies developed by the frontier began to influence inner territory schools. The historical understanding of the original Demon King Wars that had emerged from the opening of the Eternal Archive became so thoroughly integrated into standard education that people simply accepted it as obvious truth. The children born during this integration period experienced something fundamentally different from what their parents and grandparents had experienced. They grew up in a world where the frontier was no longer suppressed. They learned true history in school. They encountered inner territory people as equals rather than as representatives of a superior authority. They could imagine futures for themselves that did not require leaving the frontier or denying their frontier origins. The children of the integration period had advantages that the frontier people of Wei Liang's generation had not had. They had access to superior education. They had cultivators who could teach them at high levels. They had role models from both frontier and inner territory regions who demonstrated that people from their region could compete successfully in intellectual and institutional contexts. They grew up without the internalized sense that their region was peripheral or inferior. This psychological transformation, more than any single institutional change, was what ensured that the transformation would be permanent. This generational shift was perhaps the deepest form of institutional transformation. It was one thing for institutions to change their official policies and their formal procedures. It was another thing entirely for people to grow up in a world where the old assumptions and hierarchies were not reinforced in every interaction and every institution. By the time Wei Liang was in his final years, the generation that had known the suppression only as history was beginning to take on leadership roles. They did not carry the weight of 3,000 years of institutional injustice the way older generations did. They understood it intellectually, but they had not lived it in their bones. By the time Wei Liang was 100 years old by human measure, the transformation was essentially complete. The system had registered 99-point-something%, but the distinction between that and 100% had become almost meaningless. The accounting was functionally complete. The sovereign debt had been repaid not through grand gestures, but through the slow, grinding work of institutional transformation, through the daily choices of thousands of people to honor the new order, through the determination of frontier people to maintain their own dignity and autonomy while working cooperatively with inner territory institutions. Wei Liang spent his final years as an elder and advisor, someone who could draw on 3,000 years of experience to help navigate institutional challenges that arose from the integration process. He was consulted on matters of historical interpretation. He was asked to mediate disputes between frontier and inner territory administrators. He was invited to universities across both regions to speak about power and history and institutional change. He did this work without expecting to survive to see it completed. He understood, with the clarity that 3,000 years of life had provided, that his role was not to achieve complete resolution, but to set the work in motion and to trust that others would continue it. The next generation of frontier leaders would be the people who actually consolidated what had been accomplished. The generation after that would internalize the new institutional order so completely that they would not remember the old suppression as anything other than historical fact. And that was as it should be. The demon sovereign reincarnated into a frontier orphan was not meant to rule the frontier forever. He was meant to restore it, to ensure that its history was preserved, to set the institutional foundations that would allow the frontier to exist as itself. Once that work was done, the personal involvement could cease. Chapter 133. His death came at a moment when the frontier had achieved something remarkable. It had become a region with its own voice, its own institutions, its own capacity to determine its own future. The frontier scholars could articulate their own historical narrative without relying on Wei Liang's authority to validate it. The frontier's military structures could make strategic decisions without needing his guidance. The regional administrators could negotiate with inner territory officials as equals rather than as petitioners requesting favor from a more powerful entity. The institutions that Wei Liang had helped establish were functioning smoothly, making decisions, maintaining the principles that had been set in place without requiring his constant oversight or his constant validation. In many ways, his death at this particular moment was almost appropriate. It marked the moment when the frontier truly no longer needed him. when the institutional structures had matured to the point of full independence, had achieved something remarkable. It had become a region with its own voice, its own institutions, its own capacity to determine its own future. The work that Wei Liang had begun when he arrived as a reincarnated spirit in a frontier orphan's body was being continued by people who had been born to the frontier, who understood its culture and its values, who carried no burden from 3,000 years of historical weight, because for them, the historical weight had been something that was being addressed and resolved rather than something that had to be endured. The frontier mourned Wei Liang's passing, but they understood that his death was not the death of the frontier's liberation. It was the culmination of the process of transition from depending on the demon sovereign's personal power and personal commitment to depending on the institutional structures and the people who inhabited those institutions. Wei Liang died in his sleep at the age of 123 in a simple house in a frontier village with Ren Xiulan at his side. His death was not marked by grand institutional ceremony. Instead, it was marked by a simple acknowledgement that the work had been completed, that the demon sovereign no longer needed to carry the weight of the sovereign debt, that the frontier could continue forward on its own. The system registered the final entry, sovereign debt repayment, 100%. Asterisk assessment, complete. The 3,000-year accounting is satisfied. The institutional debt born from the original Demon King Wars has been transformed into permanent institutional protection and permanent historical truth. The frontier exists as itself. The eternal archive contains the true history. The next generation of frontier people will inherit a world where their own history is not suppressed, where their own power is recognized, where their own future is theirs to determine. Asterisk asterisk the demon sovereign's role in this transformation is complete. The account is balanced. The weight of 3,000 years of accumulated injustice has been transformed into concrete institutional structures that will outlast any individual person. The work continues, but in the hands of those who will inherit what has been built. Asterisk the next day, representatives from both the frontier and the inner territories gathered to mark his passing. They told stories about what he had accomplished, about the institutional changes he had driven, about the historical truths he had insisted on preserving. But the ceremonies did not focus on him as an individual. They focused on what the frontier had become, a region with its own voice, its own institutions, its own future. That was exactly what Wei Liang had intended. He had not wanted statues or monuments in his honor. He wanted the frontier to stand as the monument, a region that had been suppressed and had rebuilt itself, that had been lied about and had reclaimed its own history, that had been controlled and had claimed its autonomy. The frontier itself was the memorial to 3,000 years of work toward justice. Chapter 134 The generational understanding of institutional transformation was different from the understanding held by people who had lived through the suppression. The young people who grew up after the archive had been opened did not have to overcome the internalized inferiority that 3,000 years of suppression had created. They could claim their history without shame. They could advocate for frontier interests without apologizing. They could participate in inter-regional institutions as equals because they had never learned to expect anything else. This psychological transformation was perhaps as significant as the institutional transformation. For the young frontier generation, the question was no longer whether their region was worthy of respect. The question was how to use their regional strengths and perspectives to contribute to larger institutional structures. They approached inner territory cultivators not with deference, but with confidence that their own approaches had value. The institutions that had been built during the sovereign debt repayment period continued to function and evolve after Wei Liang's death. The distributed archive system expanded and became so robust that the suppression of information became impossible. The educational systems that had been established grew stronger with each generation, producing scholars and cultivators who could compete at every level with their inner territory counterparts. The regional governance structures that the frontier had developed proved resilient and adaptive. Most importantly, the institutional integration deepened because both regions began to understand that they had complementary strengths and complementary perspectives. The frontier had developed expertise in maintaining autonomous institutions and in resisting institutional suppression. The inner territories had developed expertise in scale and in sophisticated institutional structures. Together, they could create something stronger than either could produce in isolation. This understanding, more than any formal agreement, sustained the integration across decades between the frontier and the inner territories deepened in ways that seemed inevitable in hindsight, though they would have been unthinkable a century earlier. Young frontier scholars moved to the capital city to study at the highest universities. Young inner territory cultivators moved to the frontier to learn frontier cultivation techniques. Families with one parent from each region became normal rather than remarkable. The memory of suppression did not fade. Historical education ensured that all frontier children learned the true history of their region, understood what had been attempted against them, recognized the institutional mechanisms that had been used to maintain the suppression. But the memory of suppression became historical knowledge rather than lived experience. For the generation that grew up in the years following Wei Liang's death, the suppression was something that had happened to their grandparents or great-grandparents, not something they had personally endured. This generational shift was the true completion of the sovereign debt repayment. It was the moment when the new institutional order became so thoroughly integrated into the collective consciousness that it seemed like the only possible way things could be. People stopped thinking about their situation as something that had been restored and started thinking about it as simply how things were. The frontier produced artists who were recognized across the territories. It produced philosophers who influenced how people thought about power and justice. It produced cultivators who developed new techniques that were studied in universities everywhere. The frontier was no longer the suppressed region. It was simply one region among others, with its own perspective and its own contributions to the larger whole. The legacy that Wei Liang left was not a dynasty or a personality cult or an institution named after himself. It was a set of principles that had been embedded so deeply in frontier institutions and frontier consciousness that they became invisible in their normativity. The principle that documentation should be preserved and accessible. The principle that institutional decisions should be based on historical truth rather than on political convenience. The principle that regions with their own distinct identity had value that should be acknowledged and protected rather than suppressed and controlled. And in the quiet moments, when scholars would discover additional documentation in the Eternal Archive that confirmed some previously unknown detail about the original Demon King Wars, or when a new historical interpretation would be developed based on careful analysis of the preserved records, they would acknowledge the demon sovereign reincarnated into a frontier orphan who had made it possible for the truth to be told, for the history to be preserved, for the frontier to exist as itself. Chapter 135, the biography, also examined what Wei Liang had deliberately not done. He had not attempted to consolidate power around himself. He had not created a personality cult. He had not positioned himself as the eternal leader of the frontier. He had not attempted to influence institutional decisions in his final years beyond what was necessary to ensure that the basic principles of institutional autonomy and truth-telling were being honored. This deliberate refusal of power consolidation was counterintuitive to most historical actors. Most people with the kind of power and historical importance that Wei Liang possessed used that power to entrench their influence, to create institutional mechanisms that would perpetuate their authority beyond their lifetime. Wei Liang had done the opposite. He had spent his final decades actively working to make himself irrelevant, to position other people for leadership, to ensure that the frontier would be capable of determining its own future without depending on his personal presence or his personal wisdom. 30 years after Wei Liang's death, on the anniversary of the formal covenant between the frontier and the alliance, a historical society commissioned a comprehensive biography. The work was conducted by a team of frontier and inter-territory scholars working together, each bringing their own perspective to the question of how to understand a person who had lived 3,000 years, who had carried the weight of an entire region's institutional past, who had driven transformation at a speed and scale that institutional historians usually said was impossible. The biography contained chapters analyzing his military strategy, his cultivation philosophy, his institutional vision, his understanding of how power actually functioned in complex systems. But the section that received the most scholarly attention was the analysis of how he had managed the transition from active leadership to allowing the frontier institutions to function independently. This was, the scholars concluded, what had made the transformation permanent. If Wei Liang had remained at the center of frontier governance, had continued to make major decisions, had continued to be seen as the source of institutional authority, then the frontier would have faced a fundamental crisis when he eventually passed. But because he had deliberately positioned himself at the margins, because he had insisted that frontier institutions develop their own capacity independent of his personal involvement, because he had refused to allow himself to become irreplaceable, the transition had been smooth. The biography noted that this approach was counterintuitive for someone of Wei Liang's power and historical importance. Most people in positions of power attempted to entrench their authority, to make themselves indispensable, to ensure that their leadership would be sought indefinitely. Wei Liang had done the opposite. He had spent the last decades of his life deliberately positioning himself for irrelevance, understanding that the frontier's true success would be measured by how well it functioned without him. The biography argued that this approach to leadership was not weakness, but sophisticated understanding of what genuine power meant. A leader with absolute control over all decisions might succeed in the short term, but a leader who built the capacity for continued success in the long term had achieved something more significant. Wei Liang's approach meant that the frontier would continue to move forward after his death, not because of institutional inertia, but because the frontier people had learned to think for themselves, to make decisions based on shared principles, to govern themselves. That was not the narrative that most historical accounts wanted to tell. Most accounts wanted to position individuals as the drivers of change, as the essential people without whom things would not have happened. The Wei Liang narrative was different. It was a story about recognizing that genuine institutional transformation required transferring power away from individuals, required building structures that could survive without depending on any particular person. The biography became required reading in frontier universities. Inter-territory universities also began assigning it, as scholars grappled with what the Wei Liang approach might mean for other institutional transformation projects. The life of the demon sovereign reincarnated into a frontier orphan became a historical case study in how transformation could be achieved and maintained. Chapter 136. The way that frontier and inter-territory institutions had learned to cooperate was itself an educational process. It required representatives from both regions to develop shared understanding about how to approach problems, how to interpret historical documentation, how to balance regional interests against larger institutional interests. This cooperative process, which had begun under pressure and necessity, gradually became the normal way that institutional business was conducted. The institutions began to develop shared values and shared commitments that transcended regional boundaries. They became committed to truth-telling because that commitment served everyone's interests better than suppression would have served them. They became committed to institutional autonomy because they understood that regions with their own identity and their own dignity contributed more to larger structures than regions that felt oppressed and controlled. By the time a century had passed since Wei Liang's death, the world he had helped create had become so thoroughly normalized that most people did not remember it as something extraordinary. The frontier was simply the frontier, a region with its own history, its own institutions, its own cultivation techniques, its own perspective on how power should function. The Eternal Archive contained the true history, and that truth was accessible to anyone who wanted to read it. The institutional covenant that had been established between the frontier and the inner territories was simply how things were organized. Young people from the frontier did not experience their region as oppressed. They experienced it as normal. They experienced the inner territories as places they could visit, study, work, marry into, without facing discrimination. They experienced their own history as something that had been challenging in the past, but that was now resolved. The institutions that had been built during the sovereign debt repayment period had evolved and changed in ways that reflected the ongoing needs of the frontier. The archive system had been updated with modern preservation techniques. The educational institutions had been reformed to reflect new understanding about how knowledge should be taught. The governance structures had been adapted to address challenges that had not been anticipated in the original planning. The core principles, however, had remained constant. The documentation remained available and protected. The frontier maintained institutional autonomy. The historical narrative that had been preserved remained authoritative. The commitment to truth-telling over institutional convenience remained fundamental to how frontier institutions functioned. Scholars studying this period noted how the interaction between frontier and inter-territory institutions had created a kind of institutional resilience that neither region possessed in isolation. The frontier contributed perspectives on community, on cultivation focused on collective benefit, on resistance to institutional suppression. The inner territories contributed sophisticated scholarly methods, advanced cultivation techniques, institutional knowledge developed across millennia. The combination created something stronger than either region could have produced alone. Most significantly, the principles of the institutional covenant, the equality between frontier and inner territory institutions, the distributed nature of power, the commitment to transparent documentation, had begun to influence how other regions thought about their own institutional arrangements. What had been frontier peculiarity had become a model for broader institutional organization. Wei Liang's name was known to historians and scholars, but to most ordinary people in both regions, he was simply a historical figure, important for what he had accomplished, but not someone whose personal presence continued to shape daily life. That was exactly what he had hoped to achieve. The frontier's freedom was not dependent on his individual existence. The preservation of history was not dependent on his oversight. The institutional autonomy was protected by structures that would persist regardless of whether any individual person continued to actively work on their behalf. Chapter 137, The Final Reckoning, when it came, was not a moment of dramatic resolution or institutional ceremony. It was the gradual realization that the frontier had achieved something remarkable. It had transformed from a suppressed region defined by its subjugation into a region defined by its contributions, its institutions, its independent voice. The transformation had happened so gradually and so thoroughly that by the time it was complete, most people did not think of it as transformation anymore. It was simply the way things were. Of dramatic resolution. It was the gradual realization that everything that needed to be accomplished had been accomplished, that the institutional structures that had been built were functioning properly and would continue to function, that the next generation of frontier leadership did not need the guidance of the demon sovereign reincarnated because they had internalized the principles that had guided his actions. The final reckoning was the moment when a young scholar in the frontier educational system, working on a research project about the integration period, asked an elder teacher, "How was it possible that Yi Kuang managed to change everything? How did someone from 3,000 years ago understand what needed to be done?" The elder teacher paused before answering. He understood that the most important thing was not his personal power or his personal leadership. The most important thing was that the frontier had to learn to value itself, to understand its own history, to build its own institutions. So he spent all his effort on making that possible. Once he had made it possible, his personal presence became irrelevant. The young scholar nodded, understanding the principle in the way that people understand things when they have been shaped by the institutional order that principle had created. For this scholar, the ideas were not revolutionary. They were simply normal, the way institutions should function, the way institutions did function. The final reckoning was the moment when institutional transformation became indistinguishable from normal reality. The things that had required enormous effort and sacrifice to establish, truth-telling as an institutional value, frontier autonomy as a formal right, historical documentation as a shared resource, had become so thoroughly normalized that they seemed like they had always existed. Future historians would look back and try to identify the moment when the transformation was complete, but they would find that there was no single moment. There was only a gradual process of institutional deepening, of values becoming so thoroughly embedded in practice that they became invisible. This invisibility of transformation was its ultimate success. The work that Wei Liang had undertaken was not meant to result in constant celebration of what had been accomplished. It was meant to result in a world where the accomplishment was so thoroughly realized that people could simply go about their lives without constantly referencing what had been overcome. The frontier did not need to celebrate its freedom constantly, because its freedom was so thoroughly established that it could be taken for granted. And in that moment of perfect normativity, the final reckoning was complete. The 3,000-year accounting was not just financially balanced. It was integrated into the consciousness and institutions of people who would inherit the new order and pass it forward to their own descendants. The demon sovereign's work was finished not because everything had been accomplished, but because the work of accomplishment had been transferred to people who would carry it forward without needing his presence or his guidance. The frontier existed as itself. The history was preserved. The institutions were permanent. The institutions that Wei Liang had helped establish were not frozen in time. They continued to evolve, to adapt, to develop in response to changing circumstances and new understanding. The archive system added new technologies that made information even more accessible and more resilient against potential future suppression. The educational institutions continued to develop new approaches and new synthesis of different knowledge traditions. The regional governance structures adapted to address challenges that emerged over time. The cultivator schools created new techniques and new understandings based on continued research and continued experimentation. This ongoing evolution meant that the frontier's institutional future was not determined by Wei Liang's vision or by the specific structures that had been put in place immediately after the institutional transformation. The frontier people would take what had been established and transform it into something new, something that reflected their own understanding and their own needs and their own vision for what the frontier could become. That was exactly what Wei Liang had hoped for, that his role would be limited to setting the foundation and creating the possibility, and that the future would be written by people who would inherit that foundation and build something greater than he could have imagined. The next chapter would be written by people who had never known suppression, who had never experienced the weight of 3,000 years of institutional injustice, who would take what had been built and transform it into something new that Wei Liang could not have anticipated or predicted. That was the true victory, not that he had accomplished everything, but that he had accomplished enough to set the frontier on a path that would outlast him and transcend him and become something larger than any individual person could contain. Chapter 138. Years after the final reckoning, scholars continued to debate exactly what had been accomplished and what remained to be accomplished. Some argued that the sovereign debt repayment was truly complete, that the accounting was balanced. Others argued that the final percent would continue advancing slowly, that institutional transformation was an infinite process that would never be completely finished. The debate about completion reflected a fundamental truth about institutional transformation. It was not a process that could be marked with a definitive ending point. Genuine transformation did not happen in a moment and then remain stable. It was an ongoing process of deepening, of integration, of cultural change that required continuous effort and continuous commitment across multiple generations. What could be said was that the critical phase had been completed. The basic institutional structures had been put in place. The historical documentation had been preserved and made accessible. The formal institutional covenant between frontier and inner territories had been established. The next phase would not be about establishing these structures, but about deepening them, about ensuring that the principles they embodied became so thoroughly normalized that future generations would take them for granted. Wei Liang, had he still been alive, would have understood both perspectives as correct. The accounting could be considered complete. The institutional structures were in place. The historical truth was preserved. The frontier's autonomy was guaranteed. But the work of maintaining those structures, of continuing to implement the principles they embodied, of deepening the integration between different regions and different approaches to institutional life, that work would continue indefinitely. The final reckoning was not a stopping point. It was a threshold. It was the moment when the frontier transitioned from being a region defined by what it had suffered and what it was rebuilding from, to a region defined by what it could create and contribute. The historical work of restoration was finished. The future work of transformation was beginning. And that future work would not be directed by the demon sovereign reincarnated into a frontier orphan. It would be directed by the frontier people themselves, by the inner territory scholars and administrators who had learned to respect frontier institutions, by the next generation of cultivators and thinkers and builders who would take what had been established and carry it forward into territory that nobody could have predicted or planned. The sovereign debt was repaid. The balance was restored. The 3,000-year accounting was complete. Chapter 139. The institutions that Wei Liang had helped build would not remain static. They would evolve, change, adapt to circumstances he could not have foreseen. Some elements would be preserved because they had proven essential. Others would be modified or abandoned as new understanding emerged. The frontier institutions would develop in conversation with inner territory institutions, each learning from the other, each contributing their own perspective to the larger whole. The Eternal Archive would eventually be opened further, its documentation distributed in forms that made it accessible to people in regions beyond the initial territories. The frontier's cultivation techniques would eventually spread across vast distances, influencing how cultivation was practiced in places that had never even heard of the original Demon King Wars. The principles of transparent institutional governance that had been established as frontier practice would eventually influence how institutions functioned across a much larger world. The influence of Wei Liang's approach began to extend beyond the frontier and inner territories. Scholars from other regions heard about the opening of the Eternal Archive and about the institutional transformation that had resulted. Some began to ask whether their own regions had suppressed historical documentation. Some began to investigate whether institutional power in their own territories had been maintained through control of historical narrative. The principles that had been established in the frontier, institutional autonomy, transparent documentation, historical truth as a foundational value, began to influence how other regions thought about their own institutions. This spread of influence meant that the work Wei Liang had begun would outlast the specific historical period in which it had been started. It would continue in new forms, in new contexts, in ways that he could not have anticipated or directed. The frontier had become a model not just for how to recover from suppression, but for how to build institutions that could resist future suppression, that could preserve truth, that could honor the diversity of different regions while maintaining commitment to larger institutional values. The life of Wei Liang would become legend and history, and then distant memory, and then something that was simply known as background context for understanding how things had come to be the way they were. Subsequent generations would build on what he had accomplished without needing to constantly reference what he had done. The institutions would function because they were well built, and because the people in them understood why they functioned that way, not because anyone was maintaining them out of loyalty to Wei Liang's memory. That was the victory. Not that he had been remembered forever, but that what he had built was strong enough that it did not require being remembered. It would continue to function because it was the right way to function, because the people who used it understood its value, because it served the needs of the people who depended on it. Chapter 140. On a quiet afternoon in the Frontier Administrative Center, more than a century after Wei Liang's death, a young administrator was working on updating the regional governance protocols when she found a note that had been written by someone in the previous generation, tucked into the documentation about the institutional reorganization. The note was brief. Remember that the point was never to make things perfect. The point was to make things honest. Once you have truth, people can build from that. Without truth, all structures eventually collapse. The young administrator read the note and understood, suddenly, what all the historical accounts and institutional structures were really about. It was not about creating a perfect governance system or a perfect institutional arrangement. It was about establishing a framework where truth could be known, where history could not be suppressed, where the next generation could make decisions based on accurate understanding of what had come before. She understood, in that moment, what the demon sovereign reincarnated into a frontier orphan had really accomplished. He had not solved all of the frontier's problems. He had not created a perfect institutional system. He had not achieved redemption for 3,000 years of atrocity. What he had accomplished was more fundamental. He had ensured that the frontier could see its own problems clearly, understand its own history honestly, and work toward its own future with agency and dignity. That was the real victory. Not perfect solutions, but the possibility of genuine self-determination. Reincarnated into a frontier orphan had really accomplished. He had not solved the problems of the frontier. He had ensured that the frontier could see the problems clearly and work on solving them with honest understanding rather than with the distortions created by suppression and institutional falsehood. And the work continued. It would continue beyond the young administrator's lifetime, would continue for generations and centuries, would continue in ways that would build on what had been started and would grow beyond what anyone had planned or predicted. The frontier existed. Its history was known. Its people could make their own choices about their own future. The institutional transformation that took place after Wei Liang's death represented something more fundamental than simple policy change or administrative reorganization. It represented a shift in how the frontier people understood themselves and their place in the world. For 3,000 years, the frontier had been defined by what had been done to it, by suppression, by control, by the denial of its own history and its own agency. The institutional transformation changed that definition. The frontier became defined not by what it had suffered, but by what it had overcome, not by its subjugation, but by its resistance and recovery, not by its inferiority, but by its unique contributions and its unique perspective. This psychological and cultural transformation was as significant as the institutional transformation. The frontier people learned to value themselves. They learned that their way of thinking about power and community had merit. They learned that their cultivation philosophy was not a folk tradition of lesser cultivators, but a genuine alternative approach that could complement and enhance inter-territory approaches. They learned that their history, once preserved and known, was rich and complex and worthy of serious scholarly study. They learned that their region, once freed from suppression, could contribute to larger institutional structures in ways that enriched everyone involved. The young frontier generation that grew up after the institutional transformation had been completed did not carry the psychological weight that their grandparents had carried. They did not apologize for being from the frontier. They did not feel inherent inferiority to inter-territory people. They could engage with inter-territory institutions confidently, knowing that they had something valuable to offer. This confidence was not arrogance. It was the confidence that came from knowing one's own history, from understanding one's own capabilities, from having experienced genuine institutional respect and genuine institutional partnership. That confidence would persist and deepen across generations, ensuring that the institutional transformation would not be reversed by political circumstances or by the passage of time. The Demon King had died more than a century ago, but the work he had set in motion would continue indefinitely, would transform and evolve, would become something far larger than what he had imagined or planned for. The institutions themselves began to develop organizational approaches that emphasized distributed authority and institutional resilience. Understanding that institutional power could be dangerous if concentrated in a single person or a single location, the frontier and inter-territory institutions deliberately created systems of checks and balances. They created multiple redundant archives storing documentation in different locations. They created educational systems in multiple regions so that knowledge was not dependent on any single institution. They created governance structures that distributed decision-making across multiple administrative levels and multiple regions. This deliberate creation of institutional resilience meant that the frontier's freedom could not be undone by the loss of any single person or the failure of any single institution. The system had been built to persist, to continue functioning even if key elements failed, to maintain its core commitments to truth-telling and institutional autonomy even through periods of institutional challenge or uncertainty. That was how genuine institutional transformation happened, not through one person creating the perfect solution, but through one person making transformation possible, and then trusting that the next generation would take that possibility and create something true. The continuation of the institutional work beyond Wei Liang's lifetime meant that the transformation could not be attributed to any single person or any single moment. The work of maintaining the archives, of teaching the true history, of building institutional relationships between frontier and inner territories, of training the next generation of cultivators and scholars, all of this work was distributed across thousands of people operating within institutional structures that had been created to sustain them. This distributed nature of the work was its greatest strength. When institutional change depends on a single person or a single moment, it is fragile. When institutional change becomes woven into the structures and practices and values of an entire society, it becomes nearly impossible to reverse. By the time a century had passed since Wei Liang's death, the transformation had become so integrated into frontier consciousness and frontier institutions that future generations would take it for granted. The final reckoning, when it came, was not dramatic or ceremonial. It was simply the realization that the frontier existed as itself, that its institutions functioned independently, that its people understood their own history and their own value, and that the institutional covenant with the inner territories was stable and sustainable across generations. The work continued, but no longer as the desperate resistance of a suppressed people. It continued as the normal operation of functional institutions maintaining values and commitments that had become part of frontier identity. The institutional changes that had been implemented began to show their long-term effects as generations passed. The frontier's cultivation levels rose as more advanced teaching became available. The frontier's scholarly output increased as more people had access to comprehensive archives and formal education. The frontier's political influence grew as frontier representatives participated in decisions affecting both regions. The visible success of institutional integration began to influence other regions beyond the frontier and inner territories. Scholars from distant regions came to study how the frontier had managed institutional transformation. Administrators from other territories asked how they might implement similar systems in their own regions. The deep institutional changes that Wei Liang had initiated continued to reverberate through both the frontier and inner territories for centuries. The Eternal Archive became a model for how other institutions could handle historical documentation, creating standards for authenticity and accessibility that were adopted across multiple regions. The frontier's educational institutions became so respected that inner territory students began to attend them, studying approaches to cultivation and learning that their own universities could not provide. The frontier's governance structures, which had been built to resist suppression and to maintain autonomy, began to be studied as examples of how regions could maintain distinct identity while participating in larger institutional structures. The principles that governed Wei Liang's approach to institutional transformation, understanding that genuine change required generational effort, that institutional structures were more important than individual power, that truth-telling was foundational to legitimate institutional authority, would continue to guide frontier institutions centuries after his death. New generations of frontier leaders would face new challenges and would need to adapt the institutional structures to meet those challenges. But they would do so within a framework that Wei Liang had established, using principles that his work had demonstrated. The final accounting of what Wei Liang had accomplished could never be complete, because his work continued to generate consequences and transformations that were impossible to predict or quantify. The principle that historical truth was worth fighting for had reshaped institutional thinking across multiple regions. The example that institutional autonomy could be maintained while participating in larger cooperative structures had influenced how other regions approached their own institutional challenges. The demonstration that generational commitment to shared principles was more powerful than any individual's power or prestige had changed how people thought about leadership and institutional change. Perhaps most importantly, the principle that institutional suppression and institutional control of historical narrative were forms of injustice became increasingly accepted across the territories. Regions that had their own suppressed histories began to demand access to documentation. Communities that had been subjected to institutional control began to ask questions about their own suppressed narratives. The transformation that had begun with the frontier opening the eternal archive gradually expanded into a much larger institutional reckoning about how power had been exercised and how institutional change could be achieved. That expansion of the transformation beyond the frontier itself was perhaps the greatest vindication of Wei Liang's work. It showed that he had not just solved a regional problem, but had initiated something that would reshape institutional thinking across a much larger world. This influence beyond the initial context where transformation had occurred suggested that Wei Liang's real legacy was not the frontier itself, but the model of institutional transformation that the frontier had demonstrated. The lasting legacy of Wei Liang's work was not primarily about military victories or political power. It was about institutional transformation at the deepest level, a transformation in how people understood power, history, truth, and institutional legitimacy. The frontier had learned that suppression was not inevitable, that institutional change was possible, that 3,000 years of injustice could be addressed and transformed into institutional protection for future generations. The inner territories had learned something equally important, that institutional monopoly on truth was dangerous, that regions with distinct identities and distinct perspectives had value that could not be suppressed without loss. That cooperation based on honest acknowledgement of history was stronger and more sustainable than domination based on falsified narrative. The transformation had been mutual, benefiting both regions by creating foundations for genuine cooperation rather than enforced hierarchy. It was a model based on truth-telling as foundational value, on distributed institutional authority rather than concentration of power, on respect for regional autonomy combined with commitment to larger institutional structures, on the understanding that genuine institutional change required long-term work across multiple generations rather than quick solutions imposed from above. The work that Wei Liang had initiated continued indefinitely, transformed by each generation into something new while maintaining the core principles of truth-telling and institutional autonomy. The frontier evolved from a place of resistance into a place of creation, a region that was no longer defined by what it had suffered but by what it could contribute. The institutional structures that had been built to preserve freedom became the foundation for building something positive and generative. New forms of cultivation, new approaches to learning, new ways of thinking about power and community. The demon sovereign's final gift to the frontier was not a perfect solution to institutional injustice. It was the possibility of genuine self-determination. It was the guarantee that the truth would be preserved. It was the foundation of institutions that could protect frontier autonomy across centuries. That was enough. That was more than enough. That was transformation at the level where it truly mattered, not in the headlines of political events, but in the daily lives and institutional practices of people building a future where they were no longer suppressed, but genuinely free. The young administrator who found the note in Chapter 140 understood something fundamental about the work that would continue. The point was never to achieve perfection or completion. The point was to establish frameworks where truth could flourish, where future generations could build on honest foundations, where institutional transformation could continue indefinitely based on commitment to principles rather than dependence on any single person or any single moment of change. The institutions would persist. Future generations would take the institutions that had been built and transform them into vehicles for their own vision and their own purpose. The framework would persist. The core principles would endure. But the specific expression of those principles would evolve and change as new circumstances emerged and new understanding developed. That capacity for evolution while maintaining commitment to core principles was the true sustainability of what Wei Liang had created. The truth would endure. The frontier would continue to exist as itself. The demon sovereign who had carried 3,000 years of accumulated weight had set down that burden by transferring it to the institutional structures and the people who inhabited them. That transfer of burden was the final and most important step of the sovereign debt repayment. Not bearing the weight himself, but creating the conditions where the entire frontier people could share the responsibility and the opportunity to build their own future. Defining its own future according to principles that had been established through centuries of commitment to institutional autonomy and truth-telling. That was enough. That was everything. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.